Introduction. This is one of the finest novels about seasickness ever written. A small field in which to be the leader, you might think, and not a great triumph in itself. But no matter. A writer should find his or her field, and find a way of excelling in it, and that is what B.S. Johnson has done here. He may not have thought he was writing a novel about seasickness, but that, if you expand your sense of seasickness to include the metaphor I'm about to develop, is what he so brilliantly achieved. He planned to write a novel about his own life, of course. B.S. Johnson only ever planned to write novels about his own life, believing, famously, that telling stories is telling lies. But having filled 2 novels with his own lived experiences, he began to run out of material, and rather than fall into the common trap of writing a third novel about the agonies of writing a third novel, he decided to find more material by running away to sea. Briefly, I'm going as supernumerary 1 on the Northern Jewel from Grimsby 2:30 am Monday, October 14 to distant water fishing grounds, which might be Iceland, Greenland, North Russia, Bear Island, Labrador, or Newfoundland. It depends where the skipper thinks he can best catch fish at this time of year. I'm making the trip to get first-hand material for a new novel, the theme of which is deliberate isolation in order to solve a problem mechanistically. The trip will last at least 3 weeks too. When asked where they get their ideas from, most writers explain, patiently, that the conscious part of the process involves sitting at a desk with a blank piece of paper, making things up. 3 But this answer wasn't good enough for B.S. Johnson. The thought that he could simply fabricate ideas for stories was, to him, a corrupt one. He needed real, experiential truths he could use in a book. And, having the notion that he wanted to write a novel in which the narrator trawls through his own memories in order to deepen his sense of self, it only made sense that he should take a voyage on an actual trawler in order to have a framework for this act of recollection, to be able, as the narrator puts it early in the book, to shoot the narrow trawl of my mind into the vasty sea of my past. I may be projecting wildly, but I have the feeling that B.S. Johnson anticipated this voyage as one which would toughen him up a little. I imagine he anticipated a rugged life amongst rugged men, doing the tough job of writing 5 alongside the tough job of fishing in the glorious isolation of distant waters. So he must have been disappointed when he in fact spent the majority of the trip in his bunk, suffering from seasickness. Some people might have considered this a joke, a punchline to Johnson's own hubris. But seasickness is no joke, as is made horribly clear by the narrator's own description. My stomach feels as though it is trying to unseat itself, impel itself upwards, eject itself free of my own shuddering body. To feel as though your digestive system is trying to vomit itself out of your body, that's pretty serious. And yet seasickness is so often treated lightly, comically, as though it were some moral failing. Hangovers fall into the same category. As does depression. It may seem facile to compare depression, with which Johnson struggled throughout his life, to seasickness. But consider the parallels. Both are conditions whose churning grimness is impossible to convey, conditions which other people struggle, despite their best intentions, to take seriously, conditions from within which it can be impossible to see an end. And in the 1960s the prevailing attitude towards depression, particularly from other men, would have been an awkward sense that a chap ought to pull himself together. Snap out of it? Get back up on deck. The net 6 result of these 3 weeks at sea, and of the writing which followed, was Trawl, a novel in which a man trawls through his own memories whilst huddling pitifully in his bunk. The memories come to him in miserable waves, and he wallows in them: a lost love, a mistreated girlfriend, a callous schoolteacher, the childhood of an evacuee inexplicably left behind long after the other evacuees have gone home. He circles around these memories with a kind of Prufrockian uncertainty: no, that's not it at all, and a very 1960s English self-deprecation: this is tedious, this is pointless, why bother with any of this at all? The narrative tone is claustrophobic, stifling, just as his bunk on the trawler must have been, and almost unbearably solipsistic. 7. Poor old Brian Johnson. The reader spends much of the book wanting to take him by the shoulders and tell him to pull himself together, to enjoy the life and the world and the people he loves, to relish the things he writes about. The descriptions of life at sea, and the tasks of fishing, are brilliantly achieved, and the reader is sometimes disappointed when the narrative slinks back to that seasick bunk and to more wallowing in the past. No matter how vividly drawn those recollections might in themselves be, we want Brian to get back out into the fresh air. But no, he can't. His seasickness, his depression, doesn't allow him to. Is the book, then, a failure? Did he go on this voyage of isolation in order to learn something about himself, and learn nothing, resolve nothing? Partly so. And yet the book is also a triumph, in that it gives the reader a vivid, churning sense of what it must have been like to have been poor old Brian Johnson, curled up in a bunk, berating himself for even feeling sick, to have been poor old Brian Johnson, curled over his writing desk, berating himself for being depressed. It doesn't always make for an easy read, although it's mostly a compelling one. It doesn't always make the reader feel much sympathy for the narrator, but that should be beside the point. What Trawl does achieve is a vivid, lurching truth, a portrait of a man completely at sea, tossed around by his history and by the times in which he lived, struggling to find his bearings, clinging finally to the distant vision of a woman in a bright red coat. This kind of vivid truthfulness is what Johnson was aiming for, and it's an achievement to be celebrated. And if any of it makes you feel at all queasy, then just remember, always lean over the leeward rail. John McGregor. December 2012. Publisher's note. B.S. Johnson was a formally innovative writer. During his life he took an active interest in the typography and production of the print editions of his books. In producing electronic editions of his work, it was necessary to balance our desire to respect the integrity of his texts with our desire to make his writing available to the widest possible readership, including those who read digitally. We have tried to represent Johnson's original work in this new medium faithfully. However, the print book is a fixed format and the ebook a fluid one, so it is undesirable to make a facsimile in most circumstances. Johnson was rigorous about his writing, and resisted editorial intervention. We have sought to work in this spirit by adhering to a principle of non-interference. We have prepared these digital books from the first print editions and retained all Johnsonian idiosyncrasies of language and syntax. We have used a digital font that most closely approximates to the original typeface. The text has been optimized for the default type size setting on most electronic devices. Trawl is a work of interior monologue and presented Johnson with two unique technical problems. The first was how to represent breaks in the mind's workings. He decided on a stylized scheme of 3M, 6M, and 9M spaces. In order not to have a break which ran on at the end of a line looking like a paragraph break, Johnson asked that these spaces be punctuated by dots at a decimal point level. This system has been reproduced here. The second was that to make up for the absence of the paragraph breaks, the line length of the book was deliberately shortened to give the book a long, narrow appearance. We have increased the size of the margins in this electronic edition as best we can, but it is unfortunately not possible to reproduce the extremely narrow line length in the digital format. A picture of the original is included for reference. Alpha, my name is. Beta, what does it matter? Alpha, my country is. Beta, and what does that matter either? Alpha, I am of noble birth. Beta, what if you came from the working class? Alpha, when I died my reputation was high. Beta, what if it had been low? Alpha, and I now lie here. Beta, who are you and to whom are you telling this? Sepulchral epigram. Attributed to Paulus Silentiarius. For my parents. Contents. Trawl. I always with I1 starts from 1 and I share the same character R1. 1 always starts with I1 alone sole single I. I have no means of telling, here, down here, when they will shoot, but I do know, the sound reaches me down here. It is one of the few sounds that do reach me down here, when they are going to haul. Cronque. It has just gone, once, against the side, they release the towing block aft, it wangs hard against the side, and I know they have started to haul. Sometimes it wakes me, sometimes more than once during the 16 hours a day I spend asleep, or spend in my bunk, rather, for the towing block crong against the stern just above my head. The towing block is just above, up, and outside, of course, right near my head. That is probably why this bunk was free, why the others were not using it, did not want to use it, that I could have it. So every 2 hours or so, or 2.5, or sometimes longer, at the intuition of the skipper, Kronke. The towing block goes against my head, it seems, even inside my head, sometimes, it seems, and I am awoken often, if I am asleep, or disturbed in my thinking, if I have thoughts, perhaps as often, as rarely am I able to sleep through it, though last night I awoke, and it was 5 hours since the last time I looked. So I must have slept through at least one haul, which was good, which was welcome. When I am asleep I cannot feel sick, or at least do not feel sick, am anesthetist, the pills I have do nothing for me, do not work, for me, themselves make me slightly sick, the taste of them, perhaps now by association, but I took them, at first, because they ought to work, the doctor said they would work, best thing known for mal de mer, he said, pompously. Seasickness, same number of syllables, what does he save, or gain, calling it pompously? I shall upbraid him with his tablet's uselessness when I return, if I return, oh, in relieving my condition, this all too human condition. While they are hauling the ship wallows, and the motion is worse, I feel sickest at such points, when they are hauling, but lying down helps. I could not stand it on deck, my stomach feels as though it is trying to unseat itself, impel itself upwards, eject itself free of my shuddering body. Sometimes I wonder what stops it, at which point the body forces itself not to be seasick in order that it may survive, that the stomach may be still. She wallows, slops from side to side irregularly, at the sea's whim, force 5 only this morning, but oh she wallows when there is no way on her, when we haul. But soon they will have shot again, they do not like it to be up out of the water long, the trawl, not useful, not earning for them, for long, though exactly when, I do not know, I cannot tell, down here, when they will shoot, but it will be soon, I hope, the sooner the, 20 minutes perhaps, between hauling and shooting again, it cannot come soon enough, perhaps I can think again then, or sleep, better to sleep, of course, but to think would be welcome, for which I am here, to shoot the narrow trawl of my mind into the vasty sea of my past. There, something to start me, from nowhere, Joan, her name was, Joan, it's not a name I like, Joan, no, plain, untimely, out of its times, not a name I at all cared for, no, but then I was not at that time in a position to reject women, any women, because of their names, no, nor for many other reasons, either, so, when she said, in this pub, it was just off Sussex Gardens, church property, or it used to be, near Paddington Station, anyway, that her name was Joan, I did not mind, I did not notice, or hardly, that her name was not one I would have chosen, if I could have chosen, which of course I could not. She was with her friend Renee when we met, in this pub, and Jerry and I both wanted Joan. I do not know what it was about her, perhaps Renee looked too disappointed, too thin, too small-minded, too unlikely to come across with it, perhaps, anyway, luckily Joan chose me, I do not know why, perhaps because I was noticeably younger than Jerry was, though he was not old exactly, not past it, or anything, certainly. Neither do I know why I wanted Joan, later I wished I had chosen Renee, or been chosen by her, or not chosen by Joan, but anyway, we went off to a new sort of coffee bar club place I had just found, by accident almost the night before, and I made out to the other 3 that I was very familiar with such places, lived in them almost, carried it off rather well, I thought, at the time, though now it seems pitiful, rather, deceitful, as well. However, Jerry felt out of place, felt up Renee to disembarrass himself, and so on, and she being mean about it. And we left as soon as we had finished our Danish open sandwiches and thick coffee. Now I think how wrong we must have looked there, so out of place, so unaware of it. That is the worst part of it. Now, the way it really hurts me, I feel all the embarrassment now that I should have felt then. Odd. And back to their place, which was on the first floor in Sussex Gardens, the best floor, the piano noble, as I know now, then I did not know, was ignorant of architecture, did not even realize it was an art, thought poetry could be the only art, in my ignorance, in my smallness, just thought it then a rather scruffy area, did not see the virtues of the houses, of the variations which broke the monotony of the long terraces without destroying their unity, could not have put a name to the Ionic capitals on the porticos, for instances, really saw only the interior, the carpet and scuffed balustrade, the yellowed cream paint and dust-holding paneled doors. Remember most of all the cupboards in which were fitted the kitchen and bathroom of this one-room complete conversion. Do not remember what preliminaries, what we said when this kitchen and bathroom had been wondered at, what happened before. I remember being on the bed with Joan, and it must have been dark, the light must have been put off, I am sure, because Jerry and Renee were on the other bed, or was it on the sofa? Renee would not have the bed. Yes, that was it. I could hear he was not getting very far, but I was luckier. I was trying to put my hand down the neck of her blouse, a red blouse it was, of silk or nylon or some such stuff, and not succeeding. The gap was very small, I almost tore it, or did I tear it? Then she said suddenly, here, and she had pulled it up, the blouse, from the waist, and there was her breast, her left one. I cannot remember whether she had no brassiere on or whether she had undone that, as well, but I felt the left breast, and it was flaccid. I was lying on the right of her, it was the one naturally to hand, her left breast, and she said, try the other one. The children haven't made that one all soft, and I thought Christ. And did not let myself think any further, but felt the right one, and it was much firmer, and the nipple stood all ready for me, and I thought, how is it that the children suckled only one, unless for such an eventuality? And she led the next step, put her hands down and unzipped, no, they were buttons then, unbuttoned my flies and weaved her hand through the thicket, the wicket gate, of my wifrons, and sighed enormously as she felt the hardness of my penis, and then ran my foreskin back, and the soreness of it as it rubbed over the roughness of my cellular pants was exciting and painful at the same time, and her great mouth stopped working on mine, and she said, have you got a rubber? And I said no, and she said please don't, then, another time when you have, but I mustn't have a baby, I mustn't have another baby, you mustn't give me a baby. And I thought she sounded serious, about letting me have it another time, that is, so I said, okay, almost at once, and did not press her further, and we just lay there a little while, and I had my hand on it, a handful of sprats, as Jerry would call it, soft and warm and sticky and unusual to my fingers, until Renee called out she was going to put the light on, and did so just before I had myself buttoned up, and Renee laughed, the first time I had seen her so much as smile. And I noticed Joan had dirty cheese between her toes, under her nylons, and I told her I would take her out on Friday, that was Tuesday, and Jerry and I went to where we had left his motorbike, a 500 AJS it was, and went back home, to the suburbs, not talking, me euphoric, him sullen because Renee had apparently insisted that her sprats went unhandled. The film we went to see was a Swedish one about unmarried mothers, which Joan chose, and another one with it about pomology, or palmistry, rather, chiromancy in any case. And they claimed that they could have told Hitler was a power maniac and murderers were murderers beforehand, because of their hands, because of the lines on their palms, and they said writers had two crossed lines at the base of one of the fingers, I forget which one it was now, but I could not see my own palm in the dark and kept trying to remind myself to look when I was outside, but Joan was very clinging, in this film, not in the other. She was engrossed in Swedish unmarried mothers, yes. Engrossed is the word, and she somehow entwined her leg over mine in a most lascivious way, distracting me from whether I might be or not, and she fondling John Thomas, as well, the while, and me remembering which was the better breast. When we came out, I looked, and I was, though who can believe in chiromancy, and I thought, I'd better talk to her, and said, did you enjoy the film? And she said, I'm always interested in anything to do with mothers, so I said, carefully, are you an unmarried mother, then? And she said, no, not unmarried. So I thought, again, sod it, what's so mysterious about all this, then? She took a shilling off me for the gas and we had the gas fire on, and from the worn chintz sofa progressed onto the carpet, and I got up to put the rubber on, and nearly tossed myself off doing it, not being at all used to it, then back, and she was lying there half her length, bright from the gas fire light and the other shadowed, and she said, rather cynically, in the circumstances, I thought, ah, I see you came expecting it, and I did not know what to say, in reply, but got on with it instead, and she said, it's rather big, I've had 3 babies, you know, and I thought, Christ. Again, but what the hell, and when I was in, not really knowing whether it was big or not having had very much experience, at that time, then suddenly she said, here, I'll make it better for you, and she closed her legs, and then took it in again somehow, and it was much better, and shortly a great relief to me. Though nevertheless I went and washed in the cupboard bathroom afterwards in case of the pox, very cramped in that cupboard, and we sat again on the sofa and she made some cocoa, half milk and half water, and then Renee came in and wanted to go to bed, so I went and caught a late bus, luckily. That was the Friday I had left a job as an accounts clerk. Unbearable it was, because of this girl, Laura. No, take them one at a time. On the Sunday after that Friday I said I would see Joan. She wanted to go to see her children, or 2 of them at least, who were together in a council home somewhere up in Mill Hill, I think it was, North London anyway, and would I go with her, and I did, yes, and took the kids some sweets, and fruit, I think, yes, and it was painful, the kids in this great old Edwardian building, an institution painted in institution colors, milk chocolate and pastel green, and all the children dressed alike in well-washed, faded uniforms, denim were they? Yet I could not feel much, alack in me, at that time, that I had no capacity for pity, no real capacity for that feeling. I could feel only in certain areas, and this was not one of them, compassion, nor pity, either, though I could make the right outward responses, say something like the right words, though it was easy to see through these, I think, for others. Mostly now I felt embarrassed. There were a girl of about 8 and a boy of about 5, and the other one, a younger one, was in a different sort of institution somewhere else, and I gave these 2 the sweets and stuff, and she gave them stuff she had brought, not much, that was, and we were talking, and suddenly she turned the girl round to me, and said to me, look at this, and ruffled back the child's hair, and there was a great white patch of scalp, white, bare of hair. He did that, she said, he hated the kiddies, yet aren't they lovely kiddies? Yes, I said, and smiled rightly at them, their new uncle. Later she told me the girl had said, we won't be seeing this uncle again, will we? And she had said no. This was when we had come back from the home, and we were eating in some place in the Edgware Road, a distressing atmosphere to be in because the place opened on Sundays. No one likes working on Sundays, but the Welsh rarebit was good, I remember that was good. I can remember a time when food was good, strange, not now. I do not remember what she had, what I bought her to eat. The conversation was not much, after the uncle bit. She complained Renee had twice brought men in that week, who had stayed all night, which she thought was not fair on her. She had not felt it was fair to expect her to sleep in the same room, and I did not know what to say, but asked her when Renee would be in that evening, and she said after 6, she finished at 6, so I thought to myself, that gives us over an hour. Then back, I suppose it was about 5, quite warm, still, without the gas fire on, and I undressed her. She said she had never had it in the nude before, oddly, she liked it though, and I was quickly come, and we lay there a little while playing with each other's, and I stood again very soon, and she crawled over me, haunched up, and put it in, and said, just let it rest there, just rest, but I could not keep it still, of course, and she winced a little, and I had to hold her hips to get proper friction, she was so big, but it came, long and ever mounting, the best I had ever, and we lay there panting together for a long while, and I could think of nothing but how I could do it twice within 20 minutes. What then? I must think of it all, remember it all, it must be everything, otherwise I shall certainly not understand, shall have no chance of understanding, that I most desire, that I am here for. I sat up, did not look at her, went to the bath, discovered I had lost the rubber, turned to her, told her, panicking. Forget what she said, all I could do was turn back and try to wash in that awkward space. This is all very painful, painful. Then suddenly she said I've found it, dismayed, and I pushed back the cupboard door, for I was modest, and she was standing by the bed and pulling out the sheath from between her legs and the emission was sliding down the inside of her left thigh, and I was relieved and laughed and she made a face but did not laugh. Renee came in as we were having some tea. Joan had bought a quarter of brawn for our tea. Renee had been on Sunday shift, she was a telephonist, and she shared our brawn and we toasted bread, and Renee made jokey references to what she knew we had been at, and it was all friendly and almost domestic, and soon a man named John arrived, unexpectedly, a friend of Renee's, who just completed the 4, who was very welcome, as it happened, and he told me he was a motoring journalist and he was on his way back from seeing his mother for the weekend. And Renee explained that he did not get on with his wife, and she looked very sad about it, and John looked very sad about it, and took Renee's hand in his, and then we all cheered up again and went and had a drink over the road at the marquee, which had all kinds of hunting scenes painted on its walls, badly, and there was a short-strung piano, or whatever it is called, low, anyway, so that the player could look over it, and we all had a perhaps over-friendly evening and took some back to the girls' room, or flat, and there John took a packet from his overnight bag, and there were sandwiches in it. I can still remember how welcome they were, beef and thickly buttered and thin white bread, delicious. I can still think of food as delicious. And John talked about the car he was then running, and told me my transport home that night was assured, and something he said about cars set Joan laughing, and she said she had had a good reboard today. From which I took it she had not had it for some time before meeting me, and we all laughed and laughed, knowingly, and reboard has never meant the same to me since. The idea of going to bed with a woman, with somebody else, another couple, in the same room, would have appalled me, but now it was so natural, the 4 of us had been together all evening, it was natural, the light was out, and I heard Renee quietly ask what about protection? And John reply, I'm all the protection you need, darling, and Renee seemed to accept this, which I took to be whipping it out just before, coitus interruptus, the Latin came to me suddenly, in fact, from the books, and also that it was thought to be bad for the woman, and I began to think I would like to try that. I began to long for it without the intercession of the rubber, just her next to me, yes, but that night I still used a sheath, and this time it was a long while before I came, and she became rather tired of it, but it was great for me, when I did make it, and she was all right then, stopped her complainings, perhaps she had been dry, unlubricated, then she chattered a lot, I forget about what I should remember, everything would help, if I could, but I cannot, no matter, I cannot recall what I cannot recall, so, I think she had her hand on it all the time we were chattering, but it did not come up again as it had in the afternoon, not hard, but as she fondled it, it was sort of partly distended, half and half, and suddenly she said, "I bet I can get it in backwards," and I was suddenly surprised, and said, "Up your," groping for a euphemism, but before I could find one she understood, and said, "No, you can get put in prison for that, here, I'll show you." And she wriggled round, her back to me, and bent and manipulated until she had it part way in her vagina, and then she said, "Leave it there, just leave it there," and I think we fell asleep then. No, there was one other thing, she said, it must have been before she put it in backwards. "Yes," she said, "when I get to know you better, I'll do it with my mouth," and I thought a minute, and said, "You know me well enough by now," and she thought a minute, and did take it in her mouth, but not for long. And only the head, and I hardly remember what it was like. I mean, there was very little to feel, as she did it, as far as I can remember. John took me home, and I was worried that they should see where I lived, the girls, that is, they came too, but I wanted to get home. It was about 4 in the morning, as I remember, and I was to start a new job next morning, with an oil company in High Holborn, and I was still first at that office next morning. And the first time I went to their gents I stood there in the stall and John Thomas was slightly sore, and I thought towards him, this lot don't know what we been up to, do they, mate? And I thought again of Interruptus and of a time when a sheath would not be necessary, not with Joan, but with someone. No, why think of that again? I am going over it again, shirking the real thing I must think about, the end, the why. It lasted I suppose a couple of weeks, certainly less than a month. The time is not important, the end is, I remember hard, but I remember, work at it, force it, the mind tries hard, does its best, to forget what hurts it, has hurt it, has threatened it to any point, let alone to destruction. We were in the Marquis of whatever one night, a Saturday night, yes, and now I was with Barry, a friend from my old firm, before I went to the oil company, an asbestos belting firm in Hammersmith, vicious 19th century type capitalists. Barry was a salesman and had a car and I was an accounts clerk and did not. I had rung him up and said, "You know we were always looking for enthusiastic amateurs. Well, I've found a couple." And he had taken to Renee, though Renee did not much take to Barry, for later she would not let him have it, but did give him a shine, for his trouble, but that's irrelevant. What happened in the pub is relevant. That evening, careful now, I do not know whether Joan knew him from before, or not, but this man tall, bulky, awkward looking, stub-bled hair going grey about the ears and round to the back of the neck, I can see him still. This man talked to her briefly, perhaps he was only excusing some clumsiness towards her, or something, but he spoke to her, certainly, and I was suddenly jealous, and when she came back to where the other three of us were sitting I said, "Who was that oaf?" Yes, oaf was the word I remember distinctly using it, for it is not a word I use often, oaf, it has too many borrowed class overtones, for me, but oaf, then, a word of limited use, but I used it on this occasion hurriedly, just to hurt Joan, just to express my jealousy, and it did hurt her, I see now. And probably saw then, she did not speak, drank her Dubonnet and lemon, she always drank Dubonnet and lemon, or did she? And did not speak, and Barry must have brought us into some other kind of conversation. He had a great line in chatter with women, suave fitted him, suave, another word I do not use often, but there are some words which fit some people exactly, better than any other words, and suave fitted Barry just right, so right. The other thing was, when we were back in their room and had had coffee, yes, the dutiful coffee made by Joan, the little in return for our largesse, the slight domestic token recognizing that no economic prostitution was involved, for all our consciences, then an atmosphere which I recollect with some surprise, for its freedom. Barry had taken off his shirt and was lying on Renee's bed, and Joan was in her bed. She could not have been naked. No, that's right, how funny now, she got into bed with most of her clothes on, and undressed under the bedclothes, so that the others would not see, and urging me to put the light out, but I was relishing a power, delighting in my control. And made a task out of washing up cups, and at length turned, and Renee had taken her blouse off, and stood leaning her bare arm against the mantelpiece. I can see that posture still, and in my sureness I went up to her and put my arm around her shoulders and said, quietly into her ear, just touching her ear with my lips, "Look at them both lying there, wanting it, but we're in control, aren't we?" She smiled, and I felt then, I'd rather have Renee tonight. I liked Renee much better since I had seen her with John, but some sort of loyalty told me I should not, and so I switched off the light, and went to Joan's bed, and as soon as I was undressed and in beside her she said, "What did you say to Renee?" And I said, "Nothing." And I could tell she was hurt, but she did not press me as we got down to it. I kissed her hard anyway and fondled the slack dug as well as the firm one, and tried to please, but she did not respond very well, and then when I was in I could not obtain a proper purchase. She felt loose, not gripping me, so I asked her to come down onto the floor, which she grumbled at, but did, and it was better with the hard floor under my knees than the flabby bed, much better, and afterwards she got back into bed, I behind her, and from the far side I saw that Renee was still standing whitely at the mantelpiece and that Barry was with her, trying to pull her down onto the bed, this seen in the light from the street lamps out in Sussex Gardens. Joan just lay there. Usually she liked to hold me, but now I had to put her hand on it, and she just let it stay there, not working me up, so that it was half an hour before I stood again, the while not saying anything, my left hand between her thighs, listening to the sounds, movements, from Renee's bed, and when I did stand and turn to Joan for it, she grumbled again, complained, and did not want it another time, but my cock rampant would bear no denying, so to the floor we went again, and with no help at all from her I mounted and laboured long until I came in a great burst, and she breathed or sighed long and hard, and I took the rubber off into a handkerchief and left it near my trousers, or did I leave it under the pillow, and did she find it there in the morning? Perhaps I fell asleep then, perhaps she did, too. Anyway, I remember next asking Barry if he was ready to go, and he said yes, so he and I dressed and then put on the light, and Renee, still in her bra and panties, got up to see us away, quite friendly to Barry now, and to me, but Joan still slept, or pretended to, and I woke her and said I would see her on the Sunday, and then, realizing I ought to try to make it up, solely to secure my immediate future sex, I said I would come about 2 and go with her to see the kids again, and she murmured yes, and I kissed her forehead and went. And in the car going back, this little Anglia the Asbestos Kings allowed Barry the use of, he said Renee would not let him have it, but he had shot his load God knows where, and he did not seem disappointed, and I asked him if he was going to see her again, and this is irrelevant. I certainly felt, feeling that sick awareness which comes with almost everything I have to do with women, that it was virtually all over with Joan, but I expected her to be there that Sunday afternoon, and she was not there, nor was Renee, so I went down to her landlady, who told me Joan had gone away for the weekend, and I was shocked, bewildered, and went to a cafe until 4, the one with the good Welsh rarebit, and then to a cinema until the marquee opened at 7, where the girl behind the bar said she had last seen Joan on Friday night when she was in with a man whom I recognized from her description as probably being the oaf. It was just the betrayal at first. I call it a betrayal, dignify it by such a name, but it was that which hurt me in the beginning, only that, but later all that hurt was missing the sexual release. I did ring her up a day or 2 later, perhaps, and she said she had been down to South Wales to see her aunt, who had given her her dead mother's wedding ring, or was it she saw her dying mother and she had given her the ring as the only thing she could give? Anyway, something about her mother's wedding ring. Yet wait, I saw the ring at some point, yet I did not see her after that Sunday. No, how could I? Cannot remember. The point is, she went off to Wales for the weekend with this thick from the marquee, and she said on the phone to me, "He's not an oaf, you know, he's not. And I left it there. Except that Barry and I a couple of weeks later took two other girls we had picked up in Richmond to the marquee. One's mother owned a hairdresser's in Kensington and the other worked there, and as we came in through the door Joan and Renee were there with the oaf and Joan said, "Oh, here come the boys," but otherwise they took no notice of us, and we did not tell the girls now with us. When we took these two home all my one gave me, the hairdresser's assistant, was a slobbery kiss and an allowed hand on a tit half in and half under a bra, watched from the Anglia's front seat by her employer's daughter. Then I thought of Joan, and missed having the release, at least, and thought of the oaf probably having her that minute, and was very sad and desolate and very bitter and wondered what I had done to make her just desert me like that, was baffled by her giving me up and I still ask, why? Why? Why do I trawl the delicate mesh of my mind over the snagged and broken floor of my past? In order to live, the question does not need to be asked, for me. So this incident, squalid as it now seems, certainly is not as I would now behave these 8 years later, but is this because doing it would bore me, because I know it would not give me release, would not be of any use that I would call use. So, this painful incident, what should I learn from its painful recall? It is now easy to see and to understand that I was too selfish, that is, I did not know at that time about enlightened self-interest, that everyone gives in order to receive, that all actions are invariably for selfish motives however much self-delusion there may be about them, and that the enlightenment is all I took from Joan, and gave little in return. And I did not see at the time how I could not see. It is now difficult to understand that obviously what she was looking for was security, economic and emotional security, and that I offered her nothing that she wanted, being to her only someone who came from an address he was unwilling to have known, took her for a few drinks, and then screwed her, sometimes when she did not particularly want to be screwed. That is clear. And that she went off with the first man who looked like providing some security, even a possibility of a home for the children to be with her. Or is that too obvious, too simple, too naive? What was I looking for? Regular sex, for one thing, probably the main thing. But I did not want other women at the same time. I have never wanted more than one woman at a time, never. So I must have expected from her some sort of closeness, and I must have felt I had it to have believed myself betrayed or let down afterwards, mustn't I? Analyze systematically, then. One, I was too demanding? Yes, probably, but she liked and wanted it, at least at first, apparently even needed it, as well. 2, I was too young? Yes, in the sense I was too inexperienced about relationships, and also that she must have been 28 or 9, or even more, while I was 22, just then. 3, I brought her no security? Yes, in the nature of what I wanted, needed, I could not, did not want to marry her, as a woman, let alone a mother of 3 children, already, and I had little money with which to be generous, earning no more than £8 a week at the time, barely supporting myself, £8 a week at 22, for this vicious asbestos firm, though I did spend money on drinks for her, and things for the children, and I did take her for one meal at least in that place in the Edgware Road. The Edgware Road. Can't remember her name, from college, though, Peggy, Pauline. No, something odder, can't remember, but from college, some years later, I must have been 24 or 5 by then, older than her, going later to college than most was better for me in many ways, bad in others. Prudence or Perdita. Her, I shall just call her, she lived in a women's hostel, student's DOS house, off the Edgware Road, towards the park. Wonder if I thought of Joan then, doubt it, that was a different existence, oh so? Forget what brought us together, Priscilla, was it, some college activity, extramural, certainly, beyond other sorts of walls, bounds, too, no, no. Whatever it was brought us together, not so much me, I was never so keen, but it meant going to this hostel, to her little room, formal, a study bedroom, they called it, whatever it was brought us together, ha. But I remember lying on a deep red, coverlet would one call it, on the bed, anyway, and fingering her, and she loved it, but she would not let me have it, and I lay on her, in situ, so to speak, and I said, look, that's where it goes, it's made for you. But no, she would not, and we went out, to cool down my ardor, as I think she meant, in her middle-class way, laughable really, and had chicken liver sandwiches sprinkled with chopped egg, or perhaps salt beef sandwiches slapped all over with mustard, or perhaps one of each, or both, but certainly at this Jewish nosh bar or sandwich house, on a corner in Edgware Road, it's not there now, had gone the last time I looked, at least. Food again. I wonder I did not take her to the Marquis, Perpetua, we might have met Joan or Renee and that would have pleased me, the irony, at that time, I was very interested in irony, perhaps inordinately, irony, not dramatic irony, which I studied, but irony in life, I was a very ironical person, then. But she, Paula, Pagine, what the hell, I was sorry for, that I had to hurt her, who was not used to hurting, usually it was I who was hurt, but I saw something else, knew something else, Gwen, pursued where I would be hurt in so pursuing, in order to pursue, to be free to pursue. On purpose, that is, who knows, so that I deliberately chose to hurt her, Phoebe, Phyllis, who could not hurt me, in order that I might pursue her who could hurt me, Gwen, this amateur psychology. Ah! She said, yes, when I said sorry, Portia, Poppy, walking again, across Barnes Common it was, this time, that if I did not find someone else she would marry me. No, that was not it, it's difficult to remember, here, try harder. We walked across the common, the sandy lane or path with the white posts beside Mill Hill. I can't remember what I said to start with, but later it was that I did not want to marry her, though I realized I might be giving up the only chance I would ever have. She said the same or similar either out of pique or truthfully, and then said jokily, we'll meet again when we're 30 or something, and if we haven't married others by then, we'll marry each other. But she need not have worried, Polly, Primrose, she married a vicar, yes, though he was only a theologue at the time, not licensed to perform births, marriages, churchings, exorcisms, and the like, not on official terms with God, so to speak, an amiable fellow, words which fit him, not like a cleric at all, really admirable for her, she need not have worried, so. I knew something else, knew someone else, Gwen, but later, of which there is little left, of which there will soon be nothing left, that is not me, that does not, little is left of anything, for that matter, for any matter, no, all tends towards disintegration, towards chaos, I repeat myself. When it was over I saw Petronella again, just once to talk to, really, though I often saw her at college, regretted of course when it was over with Gwen not having Perpetua, Pearl, now yes, then, rather, no, this grows tedious, what am I trying to think of? The last time I saw Psyche it was at the hostel again. I called one afternoon to collect a guitar I wanted to buy from her, very cheaply she let me have it, in the public lower hall of the hostel, the guitar that is, waiting like a visitor, as indeed I was now a visitor, and I recalled the fingering on the bed, yes, regretted I would not be lying there this afternoon, that she would not invite me to her formal study bedroom this afternoon, she said she was busy working, but she might have someone else up there, the vicar for a very good instance, the theologue, rather, the one she was to marry, but perhaps not, perhaps she was working, yes, she did well in finals, better than me, yes, 2.1 to my 2.2, Philippa, Prunella did. Was perhaps working hard at that moment, and my coming for the guitar was an interruption, probably, once I had paid her, in mint tens hilling notes, I remember, but how many, I do not remember, once I had paid her, I went, was dismissed almost, without any sign of remembering the fingering, and the closeness, as though it was not meaningful, as though it had never been, and now I only regularly associate her with ingrown toenails, whenever I have one, because I had one, very painfully, when we were so close, or so close as we were, almost the whole time, with Patience, if that was her name, which it was not, and whenever I have an ingrown toenail now, or perhaps whenever I cut my toenails, I think, what the hell has all this to do with Joan? Discipline, order, clarity, truth. 4. If none of the previous 3 points of analysis, singly or together, completely explain Joan's betrayal, defection, whatever, and they do not, then the only other reason must be a character fault in me, which is unknown to me, and which I will allow to remain unknown for the moment, until I am forced, perhaps by similar conclusions from other analyses of memories, if they are not too tedious, to examine, later. As though reasons help, in any case. What had I from it, afterwards, in the end? New knowledge of my body's faculty. Confidence from consummation of my full intention, for however brief a time. No lesson that I learnt well enough to avoid later painfulness. So where has all that taken me? Nowhere. Where I was before? Perhaps. Nowhere. Here. Here, my knees jammed against the bunk side, my back braced against the stern side, rolled and pitched, dropped and bottomed, flung and held in 3 dimensions by the nomadic sea's subtle kinesis time. Watch affected by falling about on the bridge yesterday? Says 11, just after, still going, could be right, cannot see the chronometer from here, no, is Festi in the bunk underneath, up, lean, sick wave, no, rest, head must rest, be at rest, not move. The unlit lamp, brass, in its gimbals, working like a consciousness. After discharge the extinguisher must be washed out carefully with fresh water, using at least 2 changes. Could call Festi? He would not like to be woken. Anyway, if he's there, what would it prove? Little, it might be any time during his off watch, any time between 6 and 12 in the morning, in which case he would not like my waking him. Or he might just be resting, catnapping, between hauls, at any time, which would not help me at all, which would merely mean I had woken Festi in the middle of the night, perhaps, or at some other very inconvenient hour of the 18 he is on watch, of which he snatches a few down here, in his bunk, a third-hand's privilege, I suppose. Very few of the deckies do anyway, they wait between gutting and hauling up in their mess room, playing dominoes sometimes, with the others, the firemen. Whichever one is off watch. But Festi would tell me, if he was awake, Festi would tell me the time, for he does speak to me readily. Festi, I liked him from the first, when we first started rolling, as soon as we were out in the river, and I first felt sick, it was Festi who found a bucket and put it on the floor by the bunk under mine, and lashed it with string, very neatly, and told me everything on a ship had to be lashed. You lashed everything, and I said I wouldn't get down to it soon enough from the top bunk. Couldn't I have it up here with me, I'd be sick before getting down to it, and Festi said, you'll get down to it quickly enough. And I did, yes, spewed up my hard green pear, the only thing I'd eaten recently. But I shall not worry Festi now, raise my head, see if any of the others are here, reading perhaps, to tell me the time, confirm that told by my suspect watch, the aluminium-painted radiator, the globular lights, down, no scouse directly across, his bunk rumpled, further, yes Johnny asleep, back towards me, dead to the world, he has no watch, anyway. I cannot see the chronometer on the bulkhead, too far to lean out for my sickness, an inconvenience of this bunk, again, in order not to become sickened, worth it, no. All I can do is assume my watch is right, that it is after 11. So, I should rise, lower rather, to the floor. She seems to rock as bitchily as ever, Not so much here as she did across the North Sea, perhaps, no, but badly enough. We eat at 12, I could just reach the bridge by then, stay on the bridge, then eat, perhaps I'm hungry, yes, up then. Everything takes twice as long, merely putting on trousers, easier than my sweater, though, have to hang on by one hand while trying to drag on my trousers, but at least this is possible, whereas pulling the purple over my head, with one hand on the bunk side, seems for long periods impossible, so that I shall soon have to consider sleeping in my sweater, as I now sleep in my pants, and shirt, change them only when the ship is still, which is never. The ship is never still, but when it is still, comparatively, then I change, or when I can stand the stink no longer, which is oftener, change my pants once in 3 days, perhaps, used to change oftener, every day, on land, when it could be done without thinking, now everything has to be done with so much thinking, and with taut effort, and one hand always for the ship, for her, for hanging on as she bucks, and the floor comes up and drops away again, and the matting slides from under my feet, and I thresh around to hold, tighten my fingers against the mahogany bunk side, hold like hell as she bucks, and the floor drops away from me yet again, like a hangman's trap. No, that is too extreme, find another image, no matter, what use are images anyway? For one thing simply is not another, and this is the floor of the after crew quarters, right in the stern immediately above the screw, the transom cabin, they name it, with a sloping floor, which tilts itself to avoid the screw, to leave room for the screw, to allow the screw due freedom in its pursuit of screwing, or whatever. I do not really know why they had to make the floor of this transom cabin higher towards the stern, have a drop of perhaps a foot or 9 inches from the stern, some 10 feet towards the bow. I know the words, I usually find the right words, it is the reasons I am lost on. But for whatever reason, the floor of this my cabin slopes, cants, careens, inclines, which makes a disorientation extra to the hazard of her movements, which are inconvenient enough, for me, and surely no little less for the others, the other 4 who share this space with me, allow me to share it with them, though they put up with much, with many inconveniences, are not sick, though they grumble, and swear every other word, literally, a reaction to the harsh conditions, their speech reduced to words on paper would read near to meaninglessly, would present great problems in its transcription. If anyone wanted to transcribe it, it would be better not cronque. Hauling, yes, I'll go up onto the bridge for this haul, that is, I'll try to reach the bridge, for this haul. I missed the first haul yesterday. You're the first pleasure tripper I've known to miss the first haul, said the mate, and I said I was ill, so I was, that nothing mattered, not even the first haul of my first trip, my only voyage, and I took Duff up again on calling me a pleasure tripper, I who am here to work as hard as anyone, at my own task, and am suffering more than most, am not at any pleasure I know of, but no, they persist in calling me the pleasure tripper. So up the companionway, the ladder, holding the handholds in the teak sides tightly, through the hatch hanging onto the vertical brass bar, right, what's this on the cream walls of the alleyway, brown, smearing the painted surface? Blood, yes, it's blood, it can't be human, can it? No, it's where they brush, from the gutting, where their bloody smocks smear against the sides. Their rubber smocks all gory with the lifeblood of fish, with their guts, their entrails, for which I feel no disgust, though I would not touch the walls of the alleyway, but however, I feel no repulsion against this random blood decoration, against these gut murals, but though I would not touch them, I cannot help it, she throws me, restrains me, pitches, so my squeamishness is irrelevant. Cook and the galley boy working hard, there must be a meal soon, yes, my watch must have been right, yes, good, on, through the bloody alleyway, to a door, a space, I'll breathe a moment, the air is good for my seasickness, almost as good as sleep, far better than pills. The sea, the land in the distance, honed to one general level by glacial action, but broken to the sea in fissures, clefts, valleys, defile, abscissions, cracks, gorges, rifts, ravines, gullies, and crevasses, defined by snow at the highest, snow whiter than the line above it, of cloud surely. Of some alteration in the atmosphere attributable to it and not to the sea, as the sea is lighter than the thin grey layer up to the snow, which merges into the sky where there is no snow, where the valleys fall, the gullies fission, the firths no doubt lands into the land, which does not reassure me as we trawl parallel to it, be it Norway or Russia, Finnmark, or the Ribiki Peninsula, the foreign friendly land in the distance seems less real, so small in relation to the bland sky and the vehement sea, yet I would rather it were there. New wood, hardwood, looks like mahogany, but surely not, handrail, new wood, new brass fittings, on the boat deck level of the bridge, one stage down from the bridge, strong, robust handrail, yet it was smashed last trip by a wave, a great wave to smash this and twist the wrought iron stanchions, the violence of a sea that it should be capable of such damage. They haul, they haul, they haul. The winch groans like some great beast condemned to labor, is barely under restraint, and seen from here on the bridge only between gouts of steam, but heard constantly as a great gnashing of steel dentures, the warp too heard creaking and writhing in travail as it bends itself to the winch's ferrous wool. Below me, at the aft gallows, 3 men wait, at the fore gallows another 2 and Festi, third hand, all 6 watching, relaxed. The winch note rises and falls as the otter boards weave below the surface, I imagine, great half-ton plates of oak and iron which hold the net mouth open, skid their shod heels along the ocean floor, they break the surface suddenly, the aft one just before the other, and Festi shouts, the winch slows with always surprising obedience, and the dog chains shackling the otter boards are transferred to the gallows by men's vulnerable hands. Another yell and the winch sucks and gasps steam, the grooved drum slips and then grips the warp, and up come the bridles, the Dan Lenos, then, with a shock that staggers the whole ship, the ground line is dropped heavily over the side, onto the deck, so suddenly, the great iron balls, bobbins they call them, with thick oak washers, as well, worn black rubber-tired wheels 2 feet in diameter. I wonder this too does not wake me when I am in my bunk, the ground line thundering on the deck, I wonder why it is only the release of the towing block that wakes me, nearness, obviously, it must be the nearness, the towing block is nearer, right above my head when I sleep, if I sleep. The men give no sign of eagerness, of expectation, not looking to see if the cod end floats, too busy almost to look at the sea, the great running cables and loose fittings being all their care, for their own safety, for the protection of their hands and lives from the vicious friction of the running warp and the deadly weight of the swinging shackles. But she does float. The sudden sky of gulls, yawking, drop and fly to a red-pink disturbance on the surface of the sea, the deckies take no notice still. Along beneath me they haul now hand over hand at the net, 8 of them doubled at the heavy brown mesh, and the headline with its tethered aluminium spheres is shortly over the low bulwark. Duff hooks at something, leaning apparently beyond his balance over the side, they stop hand-hauling, someone shouts, and the winch clanks slowly, not straining, to send one line vertically along, a single float attached to it, towards the fore gallows. Now they watch, now they watch. The winch takes a sudden strain, slows, makes up, and by the fore gallows the cod end of the net appears, narrow-necked like a pear, swings inboard against a cork-protected cable, dripping, tied with fish, pinkish red, silver, black, shining, olive green. One red fish, eyes bursting, mouth an oval of overstrain, makes good his way through an interstice just a few seconds too late, thumps down on the deck, kicks once, and lies still. Festi steps into the pen, under the shaking wet cod end which is lined with slimy cowskins green-blue from soaking in bluestone, with a ritual jerk undoes the one knot which keeps the catch confined, and the pens are suddenly alive with a mercury-like mass of fish, bucking and mouthing, start-eyed and helpless, sliding on top of, writhing under and over each other, festy up to the knees of his waders in fish, 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 as he now again ties the single knot in the delivered cod end, shouts, and the net returns to the water to begin once again a descent to the sea floor. The skipper does not endorse my enthusiasm for the catch, even though it is larger than the two I saw yesterday. I begin to understand him as a professional pessimist. I begin to wonder what size the cod end would have to be to draw enthusiasm from him, to raise him from the set anxiety shown in his eyes. His dedication since we started fishing is complete. It would be too much to say he is a different man from when we were on passage, but certainly he now has little time for conversation, or anything but searching for fish. But he does come to dinner. Now, when they have finished shooting, he takes his chance, the more or less coincidence of the end of shooting with dinner time, on this one day. He does not say much at dinner, nevertheless. The mate, Duff, makes up for him, talking nearly all the time, a great stream of East Anglian composed of opinions, almost all of them intelligent, about an enormous number of things, mixed with dirty jokes and scabrous reminiscences and sea stories and fights in pubs and catches he has made. We eat thick soup, savory flavored, I do not know what flavor, perhaps it is pea, or oxtail, but the color suggests neither, and I enjoy it. I hold my plate, the heavy thick white soup plate, like the others, compensating with no little concentration for the roll of the ship, spilling only twice, as she bucks untowardly, and try to show at the same time the interest I do have in what Duff is saying. The chief sits next to me, and says as little as the skipper. Perhaps he is as preoccupied with his engines as the skipper is with fishing. A one-sided conversation as we start upon the dozens of thin slices of beef, the potatoes, the diced swedes in abundance. Duff sloshes soup over it all from an enamel jug, a rough, noisy feeder when he is not talking, tells me this is the life, and wouldn't you like to do this for good, 3 square meals a day which don't cost you anything, all the freshest purest air one could want, the sea the greatest purest element, freedom from nagging women. They call him Duff, the skipper tells me, and I learn by example as he starts into the great sultana pudding we have next, because this pudding they call Duff, and they call East Anglian men puds because they eat so much of it there, in East Anglia, they don't know why, nor do I. Duff used to fish from Lowestoft for the herring he still calls the finest fish to be caught, but there is more money in the distant water haddock and cod, even in the redfish, which some call sea bream, or burgilts, or soldiers, or just those red bastards, and so the Lowestoft men are puds, the mate is the only one on board, Duff by extension. I slop the enamel jug of custard inadvertently as I pick it up, she lurches as I take the weight and I stub the rim on the fiddle, on one of the raised wooden partitions of the table which keep the food from sliding too far about. A fair proportion of the custard finishes in my plate, the tilt was in an appropriate direction, I am fortunate at least in the small accidents, or is it unfortunate, to be having them at all? Nevertheless I enjoy Duff with custard on it, thick doughy Duff, crumbly towards the outside, and just made moist by the custard enough to avoid clogging the throat, and then the little bombs of sultanas which explode sweetly and fruitily and unexpectedly in my mouth every so often, quite frequently, in fact, for he is no niggard with his sultanas, this cook, as indeed he is not with. Oh, boof. Out. That's why I sit near the door, rush, hold it in, through the door, into galley alleyway, hold it in, hold, along, blood smeared, hold gut, overstep, out, can't worry, she pitches, stomach wretches, hold, taffrail at last, over, There goes my dinner, staining white a few fluid inches of the vast sea, but I did enjoy that dinner, that I now spew up, oh, what point, more, that must be all, my stomach must be next up, or so it feels, and the headache comes as well, worse, cold taffrail under my hands, now I notice, cool my head against the pitted red steel, stained with puke, the all-cleansing sea will wash away the blood on my hands, the puke, lie down, should lie down. Yes, relief at failing to stay up here. Yes, door, alleyway, avoid fish guts this time. Down steps, so narrow, steep, brass-threaded, wooden, down. One of the firemen waiting to come up, never talks to me, nods and grins, perhaps at my white face, my sickness. The firemen have their own cabin, 2 of them, almost it is a cupboard, not a cabin, for 2 to sleep in. Watch the jute on the floor, for safety, unsteady. It hits me like this. My gut strains towards my throat and pains me for hours, constantly, really, at the base of the ribs, my head beats, thunders. It is almost beyond, now, one pull and rest, stand on the seat, hand on the bunk side, pull, not on the brass rail, curtain rail will pull away, ah. Yes, beating, head, gut, and heart, ah, no, again. Yes. Just build up pillow, mattress feel as though stuffed with hay, but comfortable, or straw, or grass. Take sweater off to pillow, no, 2 true blues, turn, rest, think, sleep, think, half sleep, think, work out, think, perhaps sleep, think. They told me cats were put to sleep to doctor them. I knew something of what doctoring meant. 4 nights after that I was afraid to go to sleep. I kept awake for as long as possible in case they doctored me after I had been put to sleep. Peter was the cat we had then. I remember Peter. They told me they bought him not long after they were married. So Peter was older than I was. I was there on my own when he died, poor Peter. I must have been 13 or 14, then. The war was over, I know. I was back home after being evacuated. Peter was skinny by then. Feeling his bones through the skin was not pleasant. But we all loved him still. Peter was a country cat. His hair, long black and white hair, became matted under his tummy. Perhaps it was our fault, that it was matted. We should have combed and brushed him more often. And he smelled and messed a lot, as he grew older. But I loved him. I was glad I was the one who was with him when he died. I had come home from school one afternoon. I was always in before they were. They worked up in town. I was in the kitchen making my tea when Peter suddenly went mad. That is, he rushed around the kitchen banging into the legs of things and knocking himself about. He ended up lying panting under the gas cooker. It was difficult to lift him gently from under there. I laid him on the carpet. He was panting, breathing hard and scratchily. I cut a piece of meat from the raw joint there was in the larder, and I gave it to him. That is, I laid it by his mouth as he lay there with his breathing so difficult. He ate it. I was pleased, and I thought he was going to be all right. He opened his eyes and looked at me and I felt sure that he was grateful to me. That is the way he looked. He and I had always loved one another. I grew up with him, he was there when I was brought home as a baby, he was there before I was. Suddenly his poor old eyes closed and his head fell just the short distance to the carpet. I felt for his heartbeat through the old ribs. There was none. Poor old Peter. I felt very sad, though I did not cry. I felt he had tried to eat for my sake, and I was grateful to him for it. We had another cat at that time, as well. They gave him to me, he was mine. When I was first evacuated, it was with my mother, to a farm in the country. They came in one morning, put the kitten in bed with me and woke me up. It was a kind thing to do for a child, was it not? I said, "Is he mine?" And they said, "Yes." "All mine to keep?" I said, and yes, they said again, and I was so pleased it was true. I called him Winky. I expect this was because he kept blinking. I could check on that. My mother would know. When I return. Later Winky grew away from me. He stayed in London when I was officially evacuated without my mother. When I came home after the war he did not really know me. I tried to show him I was his master. He did not like this. I think he must have hated me. He would not do as I told him. This made me angry. I pulled him about too much. He would not stand for this. Cats have limits. Not so long after Peter died, Winky brought down a stack of planks upon himself, and was injured so badly that he had to be put to sleep. That was on a Saturday morning, and I played football for a team in the afternoon. They shouted at me because I played so badly. I kept thinking of Winky. He died hating me, before I had had a chance to put it right. They shouted at me. I nearly cried in the dressing room afterwards. I could not tell them about Winky being put to sleep. Chloroform do they use to put them to sleep? Perhaps there is something cheaper for animals. Thuppet. We used to knock ourselves out with thuppet on a blackboard duster at school. In the bogs, that was, during lunch hour. Other kids used to go to the bogs for a quiet smoke. Doug and Freeman and I used to knock ourselves out. Not all at once, one at a time, two bringing the one round with water from the lavatory pan. Once Doug nodded off in the lesson immediately after lunch and I had to keep pinching him or Gus would have seen. I never smoked. I do not say I was in the habit of knocking myself out with thuppet, either, but somehow it was in the same category as smoking, but more exciting. All the other kids at school used to smoke to look big, I now say, my weak adult joke when asked by strangers why I never started, but I was big already. Not far from poor, as jokes go, but genuinely my own, which is not nothing. I wonder what the manufacturers of thuppet would think. Or Davidoff, for that matter. Let there be no favoritism in the matter of trade names for carbon tetrachloride. First, remember smelling it when I got tar on my trousers from down by the river. There was always driftwood going up and down on the tides. I loved playing there from a very early age. Before the war, I used to think of it as my river. Very few other kids played there. But I used to get very dirty, not only from the tar. All sorts of things drifted down. My uncle once rescued a cork boat for me from amongst the drifting things. It was a flat piece of cork with a stick in it, and on the stick there was another flat piece of cork which was thinner so that it could be bent to form a sail. It looked more like a raft than a boat, when I come to think about it. He went to so much trouble to fish it out of the dirty river. He was annoyed when I put it back into the river. Well, I wanted to see it sail, didn't I? A boat or raft is no use unless it is in the water, sailing, is it? I did not understand why he should be so annoyed. My uncle was tall and I thought he was handsome. He had a wonderful smile and said things which made me laugh. He went in for sports and was often in car accidents. Rowing I remember him doing best. Just down at the end of our road at Hammersmith was the river, and there were many rowing clubs there. One rowing club kept an eel in their practice tank. We used to watch the boat race every year. I was always Oxford. They told me I was, and I accepted it. Later they explained that they had offered me 2 favors when I was a baby in my pram down by the river, and I had taken the dark blue one. I do not remember this myself. But they told me I was Oxford and I accepted this. It does not seem important. It was my first experience of the essential arbitrariness of university matters. My uncle and my mother and my father told me as well that once they were walking with me down by the river past a house bought by Henry VIII for Nell Gwyn. My mother asked why, and my uncle replied for goings on or some such. They tell me that I then said that I had often seen them there together, Nell Gwyn and the 8th Henry. This caused them great merriment at the time. Enough for them to want to tell me of it in later years, anyway. I do not remember this pearl of wit, myself. So much of one's childhood must be taken on trust, seen refracted through others. Especially the earlier parts of a childhood. There was a girl. There always is a girl. There was a little girl called, yes, Dulcie. She used to play with me down by that dirty river, sometimes. Her mother did not let her do so very often, I recall. Dulcie used to play in our garden too, sometimes. We used to play mothers and fathers. We would build a house at the end behind a syringa tree. Not an actual house, of course. We used to mark out rooms with stones and twigs. The plan of a house. The early times we played mothers and fathers were interesting. We spent a lot of time watching each other go to the lavatory. It was very interesting. I think Dulcie's mother must have thought we were doing something nasty because one day she came and saw us and took her daughter away at once. They always watched us when we played after that, and soon Dulcie did not come any more. I could not play just fathers on my own, could I? I lost interest in that game then. Dulcie was at the same primary school as I was. We were both in a class play together. The boys had to wear triangular scarves round their necks. We lined up at the teacher's desk to receive our scarves the day before the play. I worked out 2 or 3 boys ahead that I would be given a purple scarf to wear. Purple was a color I hated. He made me wear it. I cried. But the next day we lined up for the actual play and he gave me a yellow scarf. I was very relieved. I liked yellow. I ran across the playground to the bogs in my yellow scarf and played hoopies highest with some other boys. My mum and my nan were coming across the playground and saw me go in. They stuck their heads in the bogs and saw us. I do not remember who had won. Dulcie had a yellow thing too. We matched. Now I like purple, I have a purple sweater. One changes. I cannot remember what the play was about. All recollection of it escapes me. Dulcie I liked. Perhaps she was the first girl I loved. I doubt it. The teacher I did not like. He told my parents not to give me bacon and fried egg for breakfast because I was too fat. He told them to give me fruit and cornflakes instead. I think he must have been an early social reformer. My parents gave me fruit and cornflakes for breakfast for a while. I did not like my breakfasts then. Sometimes I did not eat them all up. Later they persuaded themselves that this was not proper food for a child, and I went back to bacon and fried egg. I began to like my breakfasts again. The teacher gave some kids cod liver oil and malt each day. I loved cod liver oil and malt, but I was not a skinny enough kid to deserve it. Dulcie was not a skinny kid, either. Dulcie's mum was skinny, though, and she had a square bum and one eye was different from the other one. Like me, after that. The Green Pro, with Terry, no, I was not with him at that, but it was he who pointed out to me that since the disaster of not being able to with the Green Pro my left eyelid had begun to droop and sometimes for days on end I would have a twitch in that eyelid, a sudden tightening of some muscle there, uncontrollable, an inexplicable twitch. But perhaps they are not connected, the twitch and the Green Pro, perhaps it was coincidence that Terry just happened to notice it at that point, perhaps he was unobservant until then, but he is quite observant, more so than most, I would think, and the twitch certainly started within a few hours sleep. These things will sleep. They mislead who say the sea is savage. Are wrong who believe the sea is friendly. The sea is neither and both, is neutral. Men put themselves at hazard on its face. Attribute savageness and friendliness. But the sea merely and mightily is. They wear gloves and rubber smocks, long boots, thigh boots, waders, some even like rubber dungarees, if that is the name. The knife is very ordinary, a single folding blade, pointed, kept sharp on a stone in the crew mess room. They seize one of the fish lying about their feet in the pens, seize it one-handed through the gills on one side, fingers crushing the fine, blood-filled membranes for a certain grip, and cut shortly sideways from this natural opening to the center of the throat. Without taking the blade from the flesh they rip downwards along the belly with ease and accuracy exactly to the vent, and then with a short flick they sever the anal canal. The flap of one side of intestinal wall hinges flabbily, the multicolored guts hang down from the windpipe. The knife is deflected aside in the hand holding it as the fingers grasp at the long cocky sliminess of the liver, which, wrenched away, is thrown into a basket to join many others, a conical withy basket in which the fish livers constantly shudder together with every movement of the ship. 2 more short snicks, one across the windpipe as closely as possible to the head, and the colored guts fall. The second completes the symmetry, slicing back to the gill to leave the other wall flapping. Still with the same hold, they throw up and accurately into the washer, which is like a great open sardine tin with a mesh guard on the far side. Considering the size of some of the fish, they are remarkably consistent in their throwing. I watch the gutting from the bridge. The water in the washer surges with both the movement of the ship and the force of the seawater jet filling it. Each surge spills water over and, at one end, fish, now gutted and washed, edge gently over onto the top of an inclined roller chute down which they ripple faster and faster, to disappear down through the round hatch of the fish room. Those which come out of the washer head first have an easy passage, those which present their tails often stick them through the rollers and thus become stuck. Analogies suggest themselves. The red fish, the soldiers, which for some reason do not need to be gutted, have the easiest journey of all, plumply sliding down the chute to turn half round the circular hatch lip before falling. Occasionally there is a jam, too many tails become trapped, and one of those gutting will come round to clear the chute, and perhaps will pick up those few fish which have not been accurately thrown. Perhaps I have felt, some sympathy for the fish, as for any form of life about to die what appears to be, would be for a human, a painful death, after perhaps some not so short suffering, but once gutted, washed, and sliding down they become absurd, the fish, no longer pitiable, even stupid, without their guts, the flaps of their sides hanging flabbily and unfunctionally now, all ready to be seen as food, no longer as fish. Oh, some of them kick still, yes, there is in some of them still life, of a sort, one might say, the brain I suppose is still intact, the central nervous system too, something of them still works despite the great shocks to which they have been subjected. But what kind of life is that, to splash about in 20 gallons, be flushed out, to arch your back twice in a sad imitation of the old way? The anthropomorphic fallacy. They hose the deck clear of the accumulated guts, debris, starfish, ginnies, dabs, rejectamenta. All disappears in foul surges through the scuppers, doors wide open, and then the gulls descend like white harpies, have been following us like white-winged Erinys, scream in their hundreds as they drop and fall, plunge and plummet, into the gut-lightened sea, squawk and fight over the stream of offal, flap and settle and hit the sea and air to raise themselves with some intestinal particle draped from their beaks, scavenge and hawk and eye each other's lots for chances to improve their own. The anthropomorphic fallacy. The gulls are wild, wary, no tame Thames visitors these, they will not land upon the deck to take their fill of the tumbled guts, far less will they snatch the liver from the deckie's hand as he selects it from the slimy living guts to keep it for its special value, no, but perhaps they are more daring when food is scarcer. A gull on the water attacking a dying redfish through its anal vent is pointed out to me by the skipper. He tells me that the bird is interested only in the liver and that this is the quickest way to find it if no gutter has already separated it for the bird. I feel better today, and the skipper must notice it and think me worthy of conversation. Now is the only time he might have time, between hauls. Even so, his dedication is still intense. He sits on a special seat, fixed by a rod in a column, which was not in place before we started fishing. From this he overlooks the deck, the pounds, and the winch. His knees touch the casing of the fish finder and he glances down every few seconds at the instrument's cathode ray tube. The fish finder indicates by a green line pattern at regular intervals what fish there are in a given depth of water. The skipper's careful hand demonstrates for me how the depth of water shown can be adjusted by a knurled knob, and then he readjusts to 30 feet above the seabed. He explains that the instrument is of only limited use, since it indicates that fish are directly under the ship at that point, while the trawl is perhaps half a mile astern. The skipper nevertheless scans the fish finder as it bleeps, it is after all his only guide to what is happening. There is a great deal of brass work on the bridge. Every day out this was polished, but no one has bothered while we have been fishing. The wheel has a brass boss and a brass band circling either side of the outer rim, and a brass catch for locking it. Brass radiator covers are patterned with holes in simple designs. There are brass speaker tubes to the deck and engine room and other points. They are not used unless the telegraph and telephone fail. The telegraph is a brass mannequin, duplicated either side of the bridge, its wedged instructions plain and unambiguous. Alternate windows in the bridge have crimping levers of brass to lock the half-inch glass into position, and even the circular all-weather window has a center nut of brass. But the radar set, the fish finder and the automatic steerage make little use of the yellow alloy, being finished in various versions of an official gray. The automatic pilot clicks away its points of error from the set course, 4 points this side, 6 back, 3 again, 4, back 7, constantly. The radar glows orange in its hood, darkly cowled, rings round distances, to me difficult to interpret. Behind the skipper as he sits at the fish finder is a linked machine which tongues out a long strip of sensitized paper on which an ink needle has swung, recording fish marks and the bottom, the former as patches of cloud, the latter as a solid mass. Next to this is the SAL log, the speed indicator, luminous pink, the arm now round about the 3½ knots mark as we tow the trawl, whereas all the way out on passage it hovered between 12 and 13. And beneath it the long wave radio on which the skipper calls up other ships belonging to the same owners to discuss catches and positions, its telephone handset and coiled plastic wire seeming strangely out of place in this setting. As the chart room seems a different kind of place from the bridge, it opens off, a third as wide, slightly deeper, has the feel of a study. A large flat top to a chart chest of mahogany, brass fittings, a cupboard, the spare radar set squatting in a corner covered over, and a duplicate SAL log on the wall next to the chronometer. Brass and mahogany everywhere, dark green cushions along a bench seat where I slept that first few hours before the crew came aboard. Next door, also leading off the bridge, is the radio room, about the same size as the chart room, but appearing smaller since it is packed with equipment, with a desk elbowed into a space along one longer side for the operator. The operator on this trawler is Malloy. Before each window is a brass leaning rail, on which it is possible to rest one's arm only at those places not encumbered by the wheel, the radar, and the fish finder. These standing places are towards the sides of the bridge. I can look down at the deck 3/4 forward in 2 places, left and right respectively, or I can look squarely to port or to starboard at 2 others. I have already become used to standing for some hours at a stretch at one or another of these windows, whichever one will keep me out of the way of the watch. It seems the easiest way to pass the time, and the fresh air alleviates my seasickness considerably, makes it more bearable, that is. When facing forwards, in either position, it is possible not only to rest the arm but also to brace the buttocks against the telegraph, which makes for the greatest weight being relieved from the feet whilst yet remaining nominally in a standing position. For the first few times I would be struck almost painfully by the telegraph brass handle as it was rung the other side of the bridge. Indeed, catching the pleasure tripper on the arse unwares has become something of a sport with several of those on watch. But the score is decreasing steadily as I become more aware of the times the telegraph is likely to be rung. Today has been a good day, I have felt less sick, the weather has been better than at any time on the trip, perhaps I am nearer to understanding something about myself. I shall sleep well tonight, or sleep and think, both, about the war, yes, and being evacuated. If any one event or section of my life can be said to be more responsible than another for my isolation, the word is not too strong, then it must be that one. The first real sunset of the trip, as well, today, great blazing streamers bar the sky like long banners at a tourney, the light alchemizes the brass of the bridge into wine-dark gold. Now the short northern autumn day closes quickly, the coast, of Norway is it, or of Russia, appears only as a formal change in the pattern of clouds on our port side. Down below on the deck the lights steadily illuminate no activity but the swell of the water in the washer, and the way starfish and the white bellies of dabs move unnaturally in the bilges. A fish gut hangs like a hank of hair from the iron grill in a pound board. The green bleep from the fish finder now catches the skipper's intentness as he sits over this talismanic yet scientific aid to fishing, brighter now than the sun. Yes, it has been a good day. I shall sleep tonight. It is 4 o'clock. I shall read until tea at 6, and then sleep. And think. This must be carefully in order, as far as I can think it. I was 6 years old when the war started. The first I remember of it is connected with a haversack of light khaki material with thin brown leather facings. The thing I remember most clearly about this haversack is that it had one single pocket on the outside, facing away from me, and that this pocket was just the size to contain the square box of a lion's individual fruit pie, and that in this pocket there was indeed placed on this occasion a lion's individual fruit pie. The exact variety of the fruit filling escapes me. I suspect it was apple. The purpose of the haversack was to contain clothes and other things for a journey, and the individual fruit pie was to sustain me on this journey. It was to be undertaken without my parents and was organized by the school I was attending at that time. I remember once going to school with my haversack and lining up with many other kids in pairs in King Street, Hammersmith, near the Regal, perhaps it was outside the town hall. But we did not go on a journey. Indeed, I do not know by what manner of transport they intended to convey us. I slept at home that night, and was allowed to eat my pie as some small recompense for not having been sustained by it on the posited journey. This false start, I later understood, was one of several scares in 1938 to 1939. Perhaps this one was at the time of Munich. It would be easy to check, but not here, and it hardly seems important enough to worry about for my purpose. When the war did start I was not, however, involved in the official evacuation. My father's mother lived in Westminster, in a little terraced working-class house off Horse Ferry Road, and there was a pub she and my parents went to a lot. Indeed, I think my grandmother worked there as a cleaner and my mother as a barmaid, at various and several times. The landlord of this pub suggested to my mother that she look after his son, who was then about 4, on a farm in Surrey where he had friends who were willing to take in the 3 of us. That is, the boy Timmy, my mother, and myself. There we would be out of danger. Why my father and grandparents were to remain in danger I do not know. Certainly my father had to work, and his work, he was stockkeeper for a bookseller, was in London. This farm was just outside the village of Cobham, and it was more a small holding than a farm really, about 6 acres, a brick bungalow with extensions in asbestos sheet and lath, a barn, various shack outhouses, 2 old bus bodies of which one was used for living and the other as a workshop, these grouped around a yard, with another barn a quarter of a mile away up a track. The bungalow was, I remember, comfortable enough to live in. There was a long glass veranda on the west side, and the lavatory had a thunderbox which the old man used to empty very early every morning, sometimes waking me. He and his wife, both over 60, ran the place with the help of their son, some 20-odd years younger. With his rather unwilling help, that is, for Jack was a buyer of props and scenery for a film company, and spent much of his time in London. He came down at weekends, often with a friend who ran a car business, Mr. Something, whose name either Mad Emily or I mispronounced as Midher, so he became Midher or Mid to me, and to others when talking of him to me. The yard was a good place for a child to be growing, I seem to think, now. The bungalow was on the south side, the barn on the west, and between them came the drive, through one right angle from the road a quarter of a mile away. Mid stored several cars in the barn, at ground level, and the loft was full of film props and junk. A couple of wooden huts formed the northern side, full of small farm implements and having dusty shelves untidy with bottles and packets of Kruskin's salts, and deworming agents. A track led next to these in the corner to the farther barn, and on the east side were a cart with its shafts trained upwards like twin wooden gun barrels, and several more huts and a bus without wheels, engine, and a number of windows. Here lived Mad Emily, whom I was not allowed to see, but occasionally I heard her talking. I watched her food prepared on an enamel plate and sometimes saw it handed in to her. She mumbled only partly intelligibly, dropped certain sounds in her pronunciation. I think she must have been mentally defective. Parallel at the back of her bus was another bus full of farm bric-a-brac. I remember particularly the mole traps, the gins, and being locked in there once by Mitt, for fun to him, but distressingly to me. Behind this again was the air raid shelter, down steps into a black trench smelling of earth, with slat seats and a public lavatory. The farther barn was a curious place, chickens picked at grey grit and defecated whitely while 4 stagecoaches, carriages, stood around, intended once for some film, perhaps, but now slowly rotting, their painted panels cracking, their upholstery musty with the straw or hay stuffing bursting from it, their brass handles and catches blue-green with verdigris, delicately spoked wheels, delicately lined panels, delicately curved shafts. Whenever I have read the Miller's Tale I have set it in the courtyard of this farm, the old cuckolded carpenter, his wife, and the clerk high up in that barn amidst the dusty scenery, waiting for the second deluge. And the window at which the sneaky Absalom had his kiss so hilariously requited has always been for me a window of that bungalow. The pigsties were behind the sheds on the left of the track to the farther barn. The great pigs were feared by Timmy and me, particularly an enormous boar which slobbered with fat and whose slightest movement towards us was enough to send us dancing away from the low flitten wall over which we had been hanging. One Saturday morning they killed this boar. When the slaughterer came we children were gathered in the sitting room of the bungalow and made to sing at the tops of our voices while a lady played the piano with the loud pedal hard down. Either I knew at the time or discovered shortly afterwards that this was to drown any possible sound of the boar's death squeals reaching us. I did not hear any sound. I have a very clear memory of There'll Always Be an England being one of the songs that were played and loudly sung. I did see the boar as meat. There was rationing, of course, then, and the part they did not have to surrender they salted down and hung to smoke in the huge fireplace of a cottage they owned some miles away. Jack did all this processing rather badly and unwillingly, and when we came to eat the bacon I remember it being almost inedibly too salty. The cottage was a place where I very much enjoyed being. It stood by a small brook in which I caught leeches as they clung to stones, and there was an old meat safe on the outside wall where I kept them between visits. The cottage interior walls had on them many flint-lock pistols, old duck guns, shotguns, carbines, perhaps an arquebus, and the like. One night some boys from an orphans' institution not far away broke into the cottage when no one was there and stole many of these weapons. The police traced them easily back to their home by the trail of footprints and discarded weapons and cartridge cases. It is very difficult to remember the order of any events at Cobham, but some of course I can date by outside events, not to say historically. Thus, my memories of aircraft dogfights, tiny black shapes occasionally flashing silver, but what would have been silver? They were not painted silver, sometimes followed by vapor trails as they went higher and once or twice excreting black smoke as they were hit and began a descent. These must belong to the summer of 1940, to the Battle of Britain. A Heinkel 111 crashed in a field not half a mile away, and we went to see it, all black and with a stubby transparent nose. Police would not let us collect souvenirs, but a village shopkeeper had a machine gun from it in his window, with a collecting box. Even nearer, a hurricane came down on a piece of wasteland between the farm and some houses. When they had taken what was left, the pieces, away, I found a small flat fragment of aluminium embedded in the soil, with a nut and bolt through it. I was very pleased with this souvenir. I still have it somewhere. I do not know if it was the pilot of this particular aircraft who bailed out, but one afternoon in that summer a parachute was seen coming down and people on the farm began to run to where it would land. My mother took me by the hand and we left the farm at the top end and crossed the brook in the next field. I began dragging on my mother's arm, fearful, terrified suddenly that the man would kill her. Yes, I remember that clearly. I was fearful for her, not at all for myself. We went through a hedge into a copse, and some 100 yards through we saw the man, his parachute bundled under his arm, walking away with half a dozen other men, walking quickly, in a buff flying suit, with leather helmet and boots. The men did not seem to be coercing him in any way, and though I have always believed that he was therefore a British pilot, I have no other means of telling how I came to this conclusion, perhaps just that he no longer seemed to threaten my mother. I find it rather strange that I can remember comparatively little about my mother at this time. Certainly she was a good mother to Timmy and me, and perhaps it is an indication of that goodness that I have little outstanding to remember about her. She worked on the farm besides looking after us, but was not, I think, an official land girl. There was an official land girl at one time, at least, a lumpish girl in breeches. My father I hardly remember visiting us at all, though he must have done so quite a lot, perhaps even every weekend. Nor do I remember thinking that he must have been in danger in the London that often appeared as a fireglow lighting the sky to the east. We spent some nights in the air raid shelter, and these were dreadful. There were ants' nests, and night lights. I still associate the two. I would long for the all clear to sound from the village, which would restore us to our proper beds. It did not occur to me that it was pointless being evacuated if we had to take shelter too, even down there in Surrey. I learned at Cobham, not formally, for all I recall about St. Lawrence's School was trying to start a gang similar to the one I had been in at the London school, unsuccessfully, for the local kids were just not interested. But in other ways. I learned to read very well, so perhaps the school did do something for me. And I can still remember that afternoon when, subjected to the frustration of feeling quite recovered from an illness but still not allowed to be up, I read my first story. It was in one of that kind of comics which contains both picture strips with speech balloons as well as stories in words with a title illustration, and I read it out of boredom, in desperation almost, after exhausting all that the picture strips had to give me. It was a spy story with a boy hero who sent messages across the channel by means of a petrol-driven and radio-controlled model aeroplane, a highly improbable story, I see now, but that afternoon I read it over and over several times, with infinite pleasure, delighting that I could now read stories. I learned to ride a bike. Mitt used to sit me in the saddle and give me a good push off down the grass path leading to the farther barn. Every time I would crash, often hurting myself. But one time I suddenly found my balance and could ride a bicycle. I used to make model aeroplanes from kits, crudely, and knew the shape of many of the types then flying, both British and German. I knew quite a lot about the war in some ways, not about fascism or the political ideas, not unlike many adults. I was later surprised by the concepts to which I had been unconsciously subscribing, but I could understand a certain amount of the adults' conversation, and someone gave me a map of the Ruhr marked with bombing targets into which I stuck little flags with bombs pictured on them, at random. I learned that alcohol made me drunk. There was in the barn across the courtyard a small barrel, perhaps it was a firkin, a port, kept there by the old man to thicken his aging blood, or for some such euphemistic reason as they give to children. It had an enamel mug kept under an untight spigot, and Timmy and I used to drink the wine which had collected in it. One morning we helped the tap to leak more than it would have done in the normal way, and at lunch Timmy kept giggling and swaying about, and finally he fell off his chair. My mother immediately demanded of me, red-faced and hardly steadier, what we had been doing, and I, giggling, told her. We were sent straight to bed, where we both slept soundly until well into the next morning. I do not think I had a headache at all, but I have never liked port since. My parents thought themselves rather enlightened about drink, I feel. They would always give me a taste of whatever they were drinking when I was a child, believing that if it were denied me then I should become a drunkard later. My dislike of port may have been partly established earlier than this Cobham tasting, since, when on one occasion I was disappointed that the doctor prescribed no medicine for some illness I had, they faked a bottle with water, sugar, and port wine to aid my recovery. Psychologically, they presumably imagined I also learned to swear at this time and in this place, apparently, and was punished for this, too. It was one of the times my father was at the farm on a visit, and both he and my mother overheard me say fuck, as I was digging a little piece of land allowed to me as a garden. I think the word was addressed to a spade with which I had cause to be annoyed. Why, I cannot remember. They stopped my shilling pocket money for a week. Associated in place with this swearing is a room nearby in which I had German measles. The places are in some way connected. The measles, all the worse for being in name at least attributable to the enemy, I do not remember at all, no pain, no inconvenience even, merely the fact of having them. But there was a picture in that room of a lady crouching her bare bottom over the rail of a liner whilst smiling, and underneath the words "every little helps." I could not see how this was meant to be funny, nor did it teach me anything new. I had already found out how ladies whittled. From boys on the farm adjoining ours I learned something about the country. They took me fishing in the brook which wound deeply across their land and behind ours. Bullheads are all I remember catching. Some people called them miller's thumbs. We actually fished with bent pins on a cotton line, fixed to a pecan of bamboo, the classic boys' tackle. They had air guns, the two from the next farm, though no pellets for them. But at least they made a bang, even without pellets. Their farm had long rows of greenhouses, and every so often sewage tankers with flexible trunks and a pump under the armpit would arrive to spread a foul layer of detritus upon the land to be plowed in. They also tunneled like troglodytes, these two, forming a fine pit for a headquarters, shored up with boards from chicken coops and lit in one case by a greenhouse frame. A girl called Sarah, of about the same age as I was, 7, at this time, taught me something about sex. That is to say, we learned from each other. I learned little more, really, than I had from seeing Dulcies. We used to expose ourselves to each other, Sarah and I, behind the air raid shelter. It was the difference that interested me, still, at this time. I think we did it 2 or 3 times, I don't know why not more, perhaps because once my mother disturbed us when coming to the dustbins nearby, though she could have seen no more of us than our heads. Sarah would never let me touch it. I don't remember whether she touched mine. I suspect not. Sarah was the daughter of 2 other refugees from London who were on the farm as guests of Jack, or the old couple, whichever. They did not like my mother and the 2 children she looked after, Timmy and me, and I see now that this was something to do with class. We were working class, my mother and I, and the boy Timmy, as the son of a publican, was scarcely better. The newspaper these people, Sarah's parents, read, which had a column in it called London Day by Day, I now know to have been the Daily Telegraph. Their dislike of us, their bare toleration of us, was certainly shared by Jack. My mother was in fact or virtually a servant. Let me think through that again, clearly, not a servant paid by him, not a servant to him unpaid, but just of the servant class, to him. At least, that is what my memory and my instinct insist to be the truth. To him my mother was to be treated as a servant. Perhaps I am wrong. The old couple bore us as they bore everything. Our presence was merely one of the things which made life hard for them. Life had always been hard for them, it seemed. Mid was an exception. I don't think he was exactly middle class by birth, coming of farm stock, it's difficult to say, but he was certainly so in wealth. I know him now to have been a dedicated motor engineer who worked hard and well for his financial success. Then I knew him as a kindly man who yet often took too far his jokes on Timmy and me, in locking me in the bus, thought of that, and sending the credulous 2 of us off to hunt rabbits with a packet of Saxa in support of his assertion that they were to be caught by sprinkling salt on their tails. But Jack and Sarah's parents, we feared their scorn, their contempt, their disregard of us, which was far worse than Mitt's heavy-handedness. Somehow Jack seemed too educated to be a farmer, and much of what he did, in his sporadic attempts to make a contribution to the war effort, was amateurish and unsuccessful. A granary of corn was attacked by rats and went mildewed, clamps of beet and potatoes were penetrated by frost, the sows ate their farrow, chickens laid less than the national average, kohlrabi and Indian corn were not exactly staple crops. In the top chicken run, however, Jerusalem artichokes grew tall and rooty, providing several meals for the gourmet Jack in the autumn evenings. And I grew strong, and learned, and was myself, whatever that means. Other memories are caught by the filter. I shall only think them, since everything must be considered, not discuss them with myself. I think I have the important thing. Jack taking dead and dying chicks from the light bulb warmed incubator, and burning them in the kitchen range, cream and orange ferrets being slipped down rabbit burrows, and then the cries walking a mile along the country road into the village, the hedges all cow parsley, old man's beard and wild dog roses, the seasons mixed all into one for me now, with Timmy, our gas mask cases banging against our thighs, the rear wheel of my bicycle being buckled by Jack's car. Backing over it, I had been made to believe that it was my fault for leaving it there, but see now this was an injustice done to me, that it was his carelessness that he passed off onto a child of 7, playing in one of Mitt's cars which was stored in the barn, and finding a red light come on when a key was turned, driving a Caterpillar tractor for one memorable afternoon. Harrowing the sun-brown soil till it was turned brown damp, watching an ARP demonstration of the method of dealing with an incendiary bomb by smothering it with a sandbag, information I always wanted to employ but never had the opportunity to, seeing the old woman stand on a chair and reveal hidden in the roof a store of rationed goods, bought before the war or at least before shortages, tea and sugar and apricot jam with kernels, the village kids, who threw stones at us, and at whom we threw stones, the brickworks, vast landscape of smooth brick earth mountains and dusty cranes, catwalks, ladders and rectangular piles of finished bricks, amongst which it was an extreme pleasure for some reason to wander and clamber in our Sunday best until they chased us off, clambering along the low walls and up onto the roofs of the pigsties, half thrilled and half terrified, to cock crow on the ridge, flying model planes from an upturned metal trough in the field, planes made by someone at Jack's studios, and given to us, his only kindly act, as I remember, except perhaps for that in having us there at all. All that has helped me to understand perhaps just one thing in my research to trace the causes of my isolation. I now realize the point at which I became aware of class distinction, of differences between people which were nothing to do with age or size, aware in fact of the class war, which is not an outdated concept, as those of the upper classes who are not completely dim would con everyone else into believing it is. The class war is being fought as viciously and destructively of human spirit as it has ever been in England. I was born on my side, and I cannot and will not desert. I became an enlisted man consciously but not voluntarily at the age of about 7. I have studied closely here these two pictures of myself. Both are school photographs of the kind for which children are marched out in forms and lined up in fives against a neutral background. The first was taken at the school at Cobham, and shows a bright, chubby, roughly fair-haired boy, his eyes burnished with interest. The other photograph is of barely recognizably the same boy 2 years later, anxious, narrowed, the eyes now look as though they have seen most disappointments, and expect the rest shortly. The hair is darker, combed, and hair creamed back, parted, the mouth hard, compressed, in all, the face of a human being all too aware now of the worst of the human situation. This second photograph was taken at a primary school in Broughton, which is a village just outside High Wycombe in Buckinghamshire and about 30 miles from London. I do not understand why we left Cobham, but it was certainly after the Blitz on London was over and there was thought to be little danger. I can remember approximately the date, too, June or July, summer certainly, of 1941. It occurs to me now that there may have been some emotional or political reason for us leaving the farm, perhaps they could not stand us any longer. This seems fairly likely, as I have not heard my mother since speak with any kindness about our nearly 2 years' stay there. I was not in London very long. The only memory I have is of a coalman's horse and cart outside the Hammersmith house and, some quirk of remembrance, that it showed chalked on a board the price as 3/60. A CWT, and, I must have learnt this at school, I knew this meant 100 weight. The stay must have been very short therefore for me to remember nothing else, presumably only long enough for the authorities to arrange to evacuate me officially instead of privately as before. For my area, some division or subdivision of West London, the point to which the children were evacuated was the town of High Wycombe. The early situation is not very clear to me. I stayed with Mrs. Davies, a widow of about 45 who lived in a terraced house backing onto the railway on the western outskirts. My schoolmates know, the school I was due to go to, had had my name put down for but had not been quite old enough to go to when war broke out. This school was more or less together at the village of Broughton, which is to the southwest of High Wycombe. Thus I belonged to this school, being now old enough, they accepted me as one of theirs, but I knew none of the boys and none of the masters. Some sort of administrative error must have arisen, I feel, yes, in beleading me so far from my school. At one point it must have been within a few weeks of my arrival they moved me to a suburban semi of what I now know to have been the worst type, but much nearer to the school. I would not have it. I created a fuss, and within a short while I was allowed to stay with Mrs. Davies yet continue to attend the school at Broughton. It must have been an impressive fuss. I remember it involved not letting the other children at the semi read my comics, and film fun looms large in this connection. In this move or refusal to move I am now retrospectively certain my instinct was right, that is, I instinctively preferred the life which I could sense went on in these old, even obsolete, dwellings of the railway age, to life in the Flitton boxes, or perhaps and more convincingly I just did not want to be unsettled yet again. Anyway, they let me be an exception to whatever rules there were, and I lived in Gordon Road and went every school day on the bus a 20-minute journey across and out of the town to Broughton, to my school at Broughton. The evacuated London school as I remember was housed in a tin hut, originally used I think as a nonconformist meeting place, perhaps Presbyterian. Yes, Presbyterian is the word that comes to mind in connection with this building, a corrugated iron shed with a tiny bell tower and bell upon its roof, crowning its ridge. Here an old but I recall dedicated man taught us. I remember 2 occasions, only 2. One was him teaching us Beowulf, in translation, of course, or retold, more likely, the schoolboyishly gory bit about tearing off Grendel's arm. The other the occasion of my first joke, my first remarked joke, that is. A boy called Hunter came into our shed, an older boy, several classes up, and I told him we did not want him hunting in our class. He clobbered me at playtime. But I had made my first joke. Or at least the first joke I remember making. Poor, perhaps, but certainly my own, springing naturally and organically from the occasion. This is all very loose. Is there no other way? No other way, the other ways have all been tried. No other way. We were in this tin Presbyterian shed because we overflowed the Broughton Village School buildings. My memories of the shed are so few, I must presume, because we were there only such a short time after I belatedly arrived to join the school. Certainly, I know that the school was repatriated, disevacuated, whatever the word is, and that it was probably sometime late in 1941. There was thought to be no more danger in London, I presume. So much of this is presumption on my part. There are ways of checking these things, but I cannot do so here and it would be too tedious in any case. This does not have to be a documentary. Dates are rarely important. The question that I must now ask may be significant, is likely to be important: why did I not return with my school to London? The worst would be that my mother had had enough of me and was glad I was off her hands and did not wish to see me back again so soon after sending me away. It is more likely that she was simply not aware of the position, perhaps thought that. Certainly I would not really impute malice to her. I am quite sure that she thought she was doing the best thing for me in keeping me down at High Wycombe, or in not allowing me to return to London, whichever it was. Perhaps that would be the kindest assumption, that she did not know that I could return, and that I wished to return. What other explanations can there be? I must think harder. But surely in any case she could not have understood the corollary? That is to say, to reply to an 8-year-old boy asking why am I parted from my mother and sent away to live with strangers, that it is for his own good, to protect him from danger, not seeing that this terrifyingly implies that the mother is exposed to that danger from which he is being protected, and that the thought of his mother being killed and him being left was far greater agony of mind than the possibility of injury or death to himself. My father was in the army by this time, and my mother was having to go out to work to keep herself. That might be another reason for it, yes, that she would not be able to give her time, or enough time, to looking after me, though I find it strange that she should imagine any foster mother would care for me as well as she could. Mrs. Davies was a widow of about 45. Her husband had either been killed in the First World War or had died at some later date of wounds received in it. They had no children, but Mrs. Davies had taken in several boys from Dr. Barnardo's homes and foster-mothered them before the war. Boys, she did not apparently like girls. 2 of these were now old enough to have been called up while still with her and were now fighting respectively in the Army and the Navy. She was a dumpy little woman, who smiled often and wore glasses with thick lenses. The smile could be deceptive, as her face tended to retain the shape of it even when she was angry. It was the shape of her mouth, now I come to think of it. She did no job that I knew of, that is to say, she did not go out to work. She must have had a pension of some sort, and I know she received something for fostering evacuees like us as well. She had enough to do looking after us, for that matter. I believe she rented the house we all lived in, though I would not be surprised to hear that she owned it. It was one of a terrace of perhaps 32-story houses which backed onto the railway not far from High Wycombe station, and it was comfortable enough, 2 down, 2 up, and a half-width extension from the back with kitchen downstairs and another small bedroom over. Next to the front door, which opened into the front room or parlor directly off the street, was a passageway, alley, or tunnel which led through between every 2 houses and which provided access to a small yard, the other half-width, and then to a patch of earth available for cultivation or the erection of a small shed, to name only the 2 most obvious of its potentialities. A fence of obsolete brown sleepers thickly marked off the railway embankment from this patch. From the living room trains could be seen running as though along the top of this fence. From the bedrooms on the upper floor there was no such pleasing illusion, as the track appeared in its true relation. The line carried GWR trains to Paddington, and LNER ones to Marylebone. Both companies used saddle tank locomotives, though of different designs, for this local traffic, but there were also namers which often went straight through so fast we could not catch the names. Then there were great American engines which pulled long wagon loads of war material, very alien-looking machines of great power which I later learned were part of Lend-Lease agreements. At the station some 200 yards from the house there were convenient walls to sit upon and collect train numbers, and it was easy enough to gain access to the station itself, at least for short periods, until some railwayman chased us off. There were several of us during the 3.5 years with Mrs. Davies, all London kids. I stayed longest, saw others come and go. Alan and Harry were there when I came. George arrived shortly afterwards. He was 2 years younger. The other 3 of us were all of an age, more or less. They did not go to Broughton School as I did, but to some other, nearer, one. Not only this set me off from them, but also that I wore a uniform, a school uniform. Even when all that London school had gone back, I still wore my uniform. Alan and the others forced me into a position where I was meant to be somehow better than them just because my school wore a uniform. I did not want to be better than them, but since they forced it upon me I may have accepted it eventually out of pique or anger or something. Perhaps my arrogance dates from this point. It is worth considering, perhaps later. We lived nearer the end of Gordon Road away from the station. Just past our house there was a tiny sweet shop and grocer, really a converted house, the front room given over to trade, and from this point the road began to drop and curve away right at the same time. The houses ended, an area of allotments, then the coarse grass of the embankment narrowing and narrowing until it had swung through a right angle, as the road did, to pass under two railway bridges, separate lines built by different companies. As a result of that maniacal 19th century sense of competition, the road formed a T-junction with the London Road 100 yards farther on, by the cricket ground. I remember the walk down that road very well. I can still see the pram shop past the bridge, and some of the objects in the house windows opposite, a lustreware vase, a bright metal model aeroplane on a stand. Turning right at London Road there was a pub with a Simon's sign that had tiny arrows sticking out of it. They pleased me, those tiny arrows, and only long after the war did I come to know that they were actually spring clips for neon tubes. I still prefer to think of them as arrows. Past this Simon's pub were a few shops, and across the road from it a small garage with a petrol line on an arm which swung out over the road to deliver. Just beyond this began the interesting part, for me. The River Wye to a child suddenly appeared on his left through a railing, going backwards through a grating into an arch opening under the shop he had just passed. It moved swiftly and darkly, that river, and God knows where it went from there. Farther over was a mill and some sort of engineering works. It only took a moment to adjust to its flow, the river, but it was a weird moment, for a child. Farther on was a footbridge over the Wye into the Rye, a rectangle of meadowland used as a public park, a recreation ground with a children's playground and paddling pool. The grossed area, perhaps half a mile by a mile, seemed vast to me. It was planted at this time with wood, dead trunks, and other vertical pieces, that is, embedded to stick up at regular intervals in the ground like secular totem poles awaiting the carver and decorator. They were there to make the Rye cronquet. Ah, they haul again, recall me again to my state, to this narrow bunk, the ventilation orifice which plays fresh air onto my face, the curtain rail, which is not perhaps brass, merely brassed, I do not know, I can hardly tell, no matter, think, back again, where was I? The poles on the Rye, which were there for to prevent enemy aircraft landing, yes, that was it, if any should think of doing so. On the far side of the Rye, running parallel to the Wye on the other side, there was an artificial waterway, not exactly a canal, rather wider, but of the same sort of puddled clay construction. At diagonally the opposite corner to the footbridge from London Road this waterway drew its water from the grounds of the Abbey, Wickham Abbey. I now know this to be a posh girls' school, but then I knew it to be some sort of military establishment into which it was difficult to gain access from Keep Hill, though exciting once one had done so. After the war I was surprised to learn it was RAF Bomber Command Headquarters. I do not know why I should be interested, really. It is of no real interest to me, now, that. So, at this end, whence this waterway issued from the mystery of the Abbey grounds, there was a boathouse, with skiffs, punts and less easily nameable boats, no, canoes as well, for hire. We often used to hire boats, when we had the money. Once near that boathouse I found a 2-shilling piece. It was far enough away from anyone or anything for me not to feel guilty about not attempting to hand it in as lost property anywhere. In any case, it made up for one I lost down a drain grating, but that was later, waiting for a bus. But I still remember that as one of the best things that happened to me at High Wycombe, finding that 2 bob. Lack of money was another pain, a deprivation for my simple needs, perhaps my little need for enough money, my uselessness at handling money, has dated from this moment. Perhaps. But, this waterway, canal, whatever it was, I think it had some special local name, one word and an article, like the dug, or the ditch, or something, I could check, at home, but what's the point? This canal had many thick green weeds, flowed very slowly, was about 4 feet deep in the middle, shallowed to 2 feet at the banks. One bank sloped on the other side down to the Rye. I think now the canal must have been formed by an embankment, obviously, and on the other side were trees, beeches mainly, a small copse between the canal and another boundary of the Abbey. This copse was sole deep in beech mast most of the year, or part of the year, and once when we were walking there a squirrel fell to the earth some few yards ahead, bounced, and as soon as it touched again was already leaping for the nearest trunk. We were very startled, we would have grabbed it if we could, but it all happened too soon. It ruined the day for us, that we could have caught a squirrel and did not. Of course, we could not have done, really, but that just made it worse. There were trees as well on the right side of the ornamental waterway, but only for perhaps a third of its length the opposite end to the boathouse. The embankment here was of a different composition, for some reason, it was chalk, and the bottom could be stirred kale and white with a stick, and then tiny fish would dart through the clouds for the deeper waters. There were wild ducks on the water, too, which we would throw stones at while little George loudly and loyally protested that they were the king's birds and that we would get hung if we were caught. I do not remember hitting a bird. Most of the time we were thinking of villainy of some sort or another, often we were actually trying to achieve some piece of villainy, of this petty kind, that sounds too melodramatic, and almost always we were simply incompetent, were frustrated in our attempts. But this canal, at the end opposite the boathouse, a distance perhaps of 1 1/3 miles, the ornamental waterway ended in an ornamental waterfall, a fall of perhaps 30 feet, no more, but mighty and impressive to us. Even now, the word waterfall recalls that place to me, and for years of schooling afterwards an appropriately sized up version served to make real for me Niagara, Victoria, and other falls which were otherwise merely names. It was dark, overhung with knot beech trees, and we could clamber up it, only becoming moderately wet, since the water force was that through a pipe of little more than 18 inches in diameter. This pipe led from the canal above, and was embedded in a concrete walkway across the width at this point, separating the canal from the fall. At the base of the fall there was a deep pool, which, surprisingly, held crayfish, or did I dream this? We called them crayfish, yes, or crawfish, but that sounds like an American word. I remember them distinctly, lobster-like creatures, a rusty brown-red in color, and I think we caught them by accident at first by pulling dead sunken branches from the water and later intentionally by putting branches in ourselves, to which they clung. This does not sound very likely, but it is a distinct memory, yes, a distinct memory. I think we stoned them to death when we had caught them, or threw them back. Certainly we did not take them back to Mrs. Davies's, for she would not have had them in the place. All this sounds most unlikely, perhaps I dreamt it, perhaps someone else dreamt it. God knows where the water went after the crayfish pool. Wait, yes, it ran, or some of it ran past the foot of Keep Hill, a tiny stream, very clear over a sandy, small pebbled bed, with very bright green weeds, and I remember no one ever with me when I did this. I used to lie at length, bathe my face, drink the water, stare at the subtly moving stream floor. That place came to my mind, and the waterfall, when I first learned about geology, years later, after I had left school, the continual eroding action of water, the great rocks, though now I see them as artificially placed and arranged, of the waterfall, and the tiny pebbles and grated sands of the brook 200 yards away. And the meadow that bridge was in, that came back to in a very different context. Once while reading something about witches I placed the performance of a potent female spell, dancing 3 times naked round a house whilst menstruating during a full moon, in this meadow, though now I can remember no house there, nor what result the spell should achieve. At the boathouse end a road backed away through a curve, the curve of the Abbey grounds again, alongside the Y for 50 yards or so, to a road bridge near the main road by the civic buildings. Over the Abbey wall at this point, fence it was, rather, were green houses and some great horse chestnut trees. These latter attracted us several times over the wooden fence and the barbed wire along its top, and once we were caught and shown smartly out by the main gate with an austere warning. Other times we were more successful, harvesting great burdens of milk-crowned conkers. One autumn we heard that conkers helped the war effort, as rosehips did. The center for collecting these was down in the high street near the covered marketplace, Guildhall, or whatever it was. We found enough ripe red rosehips to half fill a jam jar, and enough conkers to fill an old pram. They gave us 3 pence for the rose hips and said that did not want the conkers, had, indeed, never wanted conkers. They were even somewhat rude about it, as I remember. In a fit of justified, I feel, disgust with authority, we wheeled the pram in the deepest disappointment round the corner to the deserted market, tipped it briefly over onto the cobbles as a very satisfying antisocial gesture, and ran, pulling the pram behind, up through the town and away, not pausing until we were certain we had not been followed. I still feel something of that disappointment. Here they were on at everybody to help in the war effort, and when we did, our efforts were spurned. Now, I feel they might at least have accepted the conkers, told us no more were wanted, and thrown these away themselves when we had gone, but the bastards. The playground on the rice wings, roundabout, slide, climbing frame was looked after by an old man, Uncle Tom all the kids called him, a seafaring old josser with a beard and face like the sailor on a player's packet, but wearing a peaked cap. Once he retired, but the local paper said the kids made such a fuss he had to be re-employed. I never made a fuss about Uncle Tom, though I was glad to see him back. He used to rub candle wax on the slide to make you go faster. Just where the road from the boathouse turned there was some sort of official building, yes, a clinic, I remember now. I went there to have my teeth attended to at least once, more than once. Just in front of this there was some sort of shelter, like a bus shelter, a roof, and a skeletal frame. I do not think I ever knew what function it had. At one point I wanted the other boys to perform a play in this shelter, to the public. It sounds now a quite ludicrous and unpractical idea, and I do not think it ever went very far towards fruition. But it was an idea. I can still remember being elated with the romance and excitement of the idea. The play was, I think, some sort of dramatization of The Wind in the Willows, incongruously, pathetically, I see now. Farther along this side there was a mill behind a brick wall, and the river flowed under this mill, naturally, driving I do not know what machinery. The wall was perhaps 4 feet high and easy for us to climb, a foot in the cupped hands of Alan or Harry, back against the wall, a lift up for the last man, and we were standing on the top. We first did this to see what the river was doing after it ran behind the clinic and before it appeared at a bridge from London Road farther up. It ran against the wall immediately below where we had climbed up, and slid blackly under the mill. But what interested us more was that the garden of the mill was full of fruit bushes and trees, black and red currants, apples, pears at least. But at the point the river left the wall a spear-pointed railing began with a vicious segment bowed spikily out into the garden. I suppose it must have been a July day when we decided we would help ourselves to fruit, for the black currants were ripe. We climbed onto the wall, swung out over the segment which bore our single weights apparently safely but which needed careful negotiation if one's trousers, to say nothing of one's privates, were not to be savagely torn. Once round this, it was easy to edge along the railings standing on top of the wall and then drop off onto a wedge of land, cross a narrow wooden bridge over the river, and the fruit was ours. I do not know who saw her first, but I think I must have been the last to see this old woman come running out of the house. Certainly I was last across the bridge and last up on the wall, and I had nearly reached that spiky segment when she grabbed my ankle from below with both hands and prevented me from moving farther. Harry and Alan were over and I saw them running very quickly away towards the clinic, not looking back at all. I felt sickened, wishing it had not happened, trying to shake off the old woman's hand. Perhaps she was not so old, everyone over 30 seems old to the child, this cliché is true, as so many others are. After a very short while I gave in to her repeated commands to come down. What else was there to do? I was never one for stalemate, I liked things decided, even against me. What would I have done now? I might have threatened to smash her face in with the foot she was not holding, but I doubt very much if I would actually do that even now. Then I was really a coward, or at least had a great distaste for and fear of violence of any sort. What else was there to do? She led me by the arm into a farmhouse-like kitchen, with a flagged floor and an inglenook fireplace, rather bare, that kitchen, now I think of it, where she asked me which school I went to. I would not tell her. She said it must be Scale Lane, which it was not, at that time. I said nothing at all. Then she suddenly snatched a diary from the top pocket of my cheap jacket, triumphantly, and found out all she wanted to know. It was one of those schoolboys' diaries which contain pages to be filled in with all kinds of personal particulars, amongst which was included my school and indeed the name of my headmaster, I believe. She wrote these down and handed the diary back to me, smirking and saying that my headmaster would be hearing from her in the near future, then led me to the door opening onto the bridge to London Road whilst still holding my arm in the pinching two-handed grip which she had used to bring me indoors from the garden. I have never filled in personal details in any other diary since, and indeed have always subsequently disliked pocket diaries and have very rarely carried one. This was a Saturday afternoon, I am fairly sure, which meant I had most of a weekend worrying about what was going to be done to me when the old cow's letter reached Mr. Cunliffe. If she wrote before Sunday post, then it would arrive Monday morning and I would be for it some time that day. She seemed in the mood to sit down and write that minute. But Monday passed without anything being said, Tuesday too, and Wednesday. The agonies of conscience, guilt, and fear of punishment I had been in for days began to lessen, and I imagined that an almost unimaginable clemency had overtaken the old woman. Then, right at the end of school on Thursday, just as we were standing by our desks ready to be dismissed, the teacher told me to see the headmaster before I went home, and indicated I should do so now, go before the others did. I walked out, embarrassed, ashamed. Now, this teacher. It was in the top class of that junior school. I do not remember her name. But that means I must have been 10, if I was in the top class. I've jumped, this piece is out of order. No matter. The headmaster had me sit down opposite him, packed his pipe, and then said, without looking up, "So you like fruit, eh?" It had come at last. I felt relieved. Tonight I would sleep properly, the punishment would be over. "Why do you have to steal it?" he went on. I said nothing. "If you want fruit, don't steal it, I'll give you some. You can come any time you like to my garden and help yourself to fruit," he said, still not looking up. I do not remember answering, or him saying any more. Surely I said something? It seems likely that I cried during this interview, very likely, for I cried easily, at this time. He did not punish me physically, the shame of the way he did punish me, by humiliation, by making me feel a pauper, an underprivileged thief to be understood, remains with me still. That same woman teacher who added her own mite to this punishment also inflicted another humiliation on me, about something different, on a separate occasion, that I also remember with pain. I had lost my Bible for one lesson, it had just disappeared from my desk, someone had obviously taken it, so I did the same, took someone else's, but was caught doing so. It seems she was a girl, complained to the teacher, who strode up to my desk, took the book away from me and returned it to the girl and then wrote in capital letters on the board the 3 words thief and liar and cheat. She turned, looked directly at me, and said, "Ugly words, aren't they?" And repeated, "Ugly words." No more. This time, added to my embarrassment, humiliation, was also the injustice of it all. I had neither lied nor cheated, and the theft was only a nominal one, as schoolbooks were common property amongst children, not personal possessions like fountain pens or pencil boxes. She had no right, but she had the power, the power. Everything else at Broughton School. I might as well finish everything else I can remember at Broughton School. This same teacher. What else? A play, yes, with pirates or some species of villain, and soldiers, another species. I was chief pirate, perhaps this was typecasting on her part, had my words written out in her square hand on lined paper with just a few previous words as cues, in a different colored ink, but I was ill for a few days, and when I came back she had given my part to another boy, a boy who I can still see in a white shirt and red sash, with a black patch over one eye, holding a stripped willow stick as a sword. Perhaps this was another way for her to hurt me, to make me play the villain, and, when I had accepted this role as at least an identity, a secure place, to deprive me of even that. I was made a soldier, one of a group who came on at the end, a very small part. I do not remember a performance, but I do remember costume rehearsals. Fat Burston was too big for any of the soldiers' uniforms, and I suggested that the teacher's Miss Hearn, I've just remembered her name, Miss Hearn, I suggested that Miss Hearn's coat would do for him, which was a short red jacket with no lapels, and unexpectedly she agreed, even seemed to commend me for the suggestion. There is a photograph of the cast of that play somewhere, at home, all of us standing on the school steps. I do not remember what I look like, but perhaps that is where I have the image from of the boy with the willow sword. Miss Hearn's was the top class. I was a milk monitor. Yes. Fractions, I missed an important lesson on fractions one morning by being milk monitor, by taking an inordinately long while to carry round the crates to each classroom, on purpose, with another boy, and it was years before I caught up on fractions, yes, years, though I was so relieved not to have to learn them that morning, so relieved, but is that significant? A significant gratuity, yes, one of the points at which things are decided, in which life is directed, yes, for I did not lack brains, I did not lack the capacity to learn, but at this point this capacity was directed away from maths and towards nothing else in particular, went inwards upon itself, I suppose. I believe, all aptitude aside, I could have been made interested in maths, in the scientific side, was ready material to be formed in one shape or another by a sufficiently good teacher, my brain could have been made to apply itself to anything. It was generally applied to nothing, except perhaps itself, whatever that may mean. I first knew love in Miss Hearn's class, I think. Love, that is, as distinct from the peering at genitals with Dulcie, and Sarah, were their names. This girl I do not remember the name of, I am not good at names, so. It started with looks, as these things do, loving looks across the classroom, looks which encouraged me to believe she felt the same, or similar, love, a kind of burning inside the mind which left no room to think about anything else. It must have been St. George's Day, Empire Day, that is, 1942 or 1943, I suppose, more likely the latter, for we were in class listening to a radio program from round the world, and even now I associate waltzing Matilda with that girl's face, pretty in a sharp, small way, and that love I felt between us. I took it that one stage further, fatally, I wrote a note declaring this love and gave it to her at playtime. This destroyed the love, I was surprised and disappointed and pained to find, for I saw her giggling with her friends over the note, and later they were all giggling at me. Then the other boys knew from the other girls. This was a betrayal of my fine, intense emotion, and it ceased as a result. I did not worry about its loss so much as the embarrassment of having to stay in the same class with her, an embarrassment that has been repeated so many times since, oh so many times since, in classrooms and offices, rooms of all kinds and various forms of transport and, oh, so many times. Burston, Fat Burston I had a fight with in the playground, over I remember not what. All that lunch hour we circled each other round the playground, neither landing a blow that hurt, both afraid not so much of the other as of violence, as of pain, as of blood and crying. Eventually after a long while I pretended to be hurt by a low blow of Burston's, broke into something convincingly like tears, and went round complaining that I had been beaten by a foul blow. At least it ended it, the fight, at least both of us could claim not to have lost, even both to have won, clever resolution, I feel now. I was never one for stalemate, again, I liked things decided, either way. Would force a decision against myself if necessary. How often have I done this with girls, with love relationships? Far too often. In the playground another lunch hour a boy cut his arm, the fleshy part midway between his elbow and his shoulder, on the pointed railings between the school and the road. It was a pyramidal sort of wound, as deep as the two cuts were long, with much blood. I did not actually see him do it, but I was near enough to realize what had happened. I volunteered when Mr. Cunliffe asked for eyewitnesses and told him that the boy had been climbing the railings and had fallen backwards, cutting himself before he had had time to hold with his other hand. It seemed obvious that this was what had happened, though I had not actually seen it. Perhaps I did deserve to be called a liar. The playground had a great shed for us to use when it was wet, and along one of the shorter sides of this there were lined half a dozen or so galvanized water tanks with wooden lids. These contained the emergency water supply for either us, or the village, or both, in case the mains were damaged by bombing. They were green and slimy inside, and I consciously feared the occasion upon which I would need to have to drink from them. I was one of the monitors who drained these tanks every Friday afternoon and refilled them from a tap in the main building through a long black hose. I was given several menial jobs like this. I see now, having been a teacher, I recognize this as being either because it was thought absence from learning would do me harm less than anyone else in the class, or being done out of spite, out of a desire not to be put to the necessity of even looking at my face. This was Miss Hearn's class again, the top of the juniors. One other thing about her comes to mind. We read, that is, two boys I knew, read in the local paper that the mayor or someone like that had visited the central kitchens where our school dinners were cooked, had plunged his hand into a sackful of school greens and had found them mushy. Yes, mushy was the word. I think that was probably the time mushy first entered my vocabulary. One of the boys on my table put a cutting of this incident next to his plate as we sat eating school greens, and Miss Hearn came up and screwed up the cutting and said she wanted to see every scrap of everything cleaned up off every plate, particularly the greens. We cleared up everything, but it was brave of the boy who did it. Miss Hearn was a right all-round cow, now I come to consider it. But it was wartime. Perhaps she had some justification for her impatience with us. But the meals were very poor, I do remember. The main school buildings were an island in a sea of playground. On the side nearest the road there was a flagpole, up against which we used to play cricket with a tennis ball and an old bat with a very springy handle, all falling to bits. I can still remember the sensation of making a hit with that bat. No bat was ever the same. Afterwards, they were all too stiff, had too little latent power of their own. I remember the construction of the flagpole, two side pieces with a bolt through the top and through the pole itself in the middle of them. I realized they must have bolted this one horizontally and then swung the top up and the end down and bolted it there. Perhaps it was through observing these things that I was poor at cricket, could not concentrate. I was usually out to the first straight ball, after I had won my innings either by a catch or, very much more rarely, had bowled someone by my all too orthodox action. I could never make a ball spin. Perhaps no one could make a tennis ball break on asphalt. Could ask Zulf, he would know, when I return. However, we also played football with a tennis ball in that playground, at the other end. I was better at football, though not by any means outstanding, and not as good at that time as I later became. Right at the top end were shelters, air raid shelters. I remember being in these only once, as part of a drill. They were dark, cold, dank, and again I hoped, as with the emergency water, that I would never be called upon to use them in earnest. Nearby was a children's drinking fountain at which, once, having splashed my face with water to cool myself after a hot playtime running about, a girl asked me, astonished, if it was all sweat on my face, and I, lying, said yes. For some reason I cannot at all explain, this memory is closely associated with a chromium Bosch cycle dynamo. Beyond the shelters a path led up to a patch of ground with elders beside the path. This land, perhaps it was an allotment, belonged to the headmaster and was cultivated, though the word suggests something far too sophisticated, by the children as their gardening lesson. We grew cabbages, sprouts, lettuces, parsnips and other vegetables for that man. Pressed labor we were, and never tasted a green leaf for our trouble. Nor do I remember learning anything either. I hated gardening. It was not as though we were providing our own mushy greens, either. Not always. We did not always have dinner at that school, for we sometimes went to a secondary school, a big boys' school, not far away, for school dinners there. They were no better, I feel, for probably that was where the primary ones were cooked before being transported half a mile up the road. But there was more to do afterwards there, on a great grassy open space with the occasional tree and a swimming pool at one end. Not that I went swimming much there. Once, I think, when a man taught us rather badly to try to swim, I did not learn from him. That was another thing about the war that caused us to miss things. In peacetime there would almost certainly have been someone around with interest and special knowledge to have taught a difficult case like me to swim. The same is true of all the other teachers who were not there, who were at war. At least the probability of there being someone there would have been greater. Perhaps I delude myself, perhaps I am what I would always have been. The big boys at this secondary school would make expeditions a mile away to see one train pass at a road bridge, the lunchtime express or something, in order to collect its name and number. Their dedication impressed me, so did the standard of football they played. Returning to our own school we passed a baker who sold good cream buns, which of course could not have been made with cream but which were still delicious. That baker's is weirdly associated with Wimbledon railway station in my mind, and with an announcement in the papers at the time that rye was going to be used in bread. That does not seem very logical, to say the least. No mind is logical, logic is not a quality of mind. At a sweet shop and stationer's someone started a craze for buying flat boxes of 6, was it? Anodine tablets, dissolving them in water in a small bottle of aspirin size, and drinking the pink liquid as though it were lemonade or some other children's beverage. No one came to harm of this craze, that I knew of. It seems very fortunate and most unlikely. Next to the secondary school there was a hut, a workman's cafe, an eating place where more than once, or was it only once, I queued up at the side door, from which warm smells from the paraffin cookers blew, and bought a slice. This was a piece of white bread about 1.5 inches thick, thickly in proportion covered with margarine. This was after school. I was hungry, it seemed natural to go there for something to eat. I was hungry. I had the penny it cost, the slice, to spare. I enjoyed it, I remember enjoying it. Next morning in assembly the headmaster, without mentioning my name, remarked adversely on a certain child from his school who had shown it up by being hungry and satisfying this hunger at such a common eating place. It was some time before I realized he was talking about me. It was humiliating to realize it. Another humiliation. I felt they all knew it was me. They probably did. These things get around. I was only hungry. I see no shame now, despise them for taking their bourgeois offense. The class war again. They made me their enemy. I am satisfied that they did. They will have cause to remember me, have had. My clothes, too, were a source of shame, or, rather, of anxiety about shame. I felt anxious lest my clothes should bring me to feel shame, that others were looking down on me because of my clothes. I was an awkward boy, heavy. I grew quickly. My clothes were never expensive ones, often of the cheapest kind. I led them a rough life. I have never had enough clothes to change often, to give clothes the rest they are curiously said to need from time to time. I wore everything to destruction, to rags for the totter, quickly. My mother had little money, my father had only the pay of an RAOC private. Clothes were rationed, on clothing coupons. I remember my parents buying me 2 jackets once, for 13 coupons. They saw this as a bargain. One jacket was normally 13 coupons and these were only 6.5 each, half the usual. This was because they were made of sackcloth, that they were 6.5, gray, the texture was loose, like that of sacks I had seen at Cobham. Even when they were new they looked shoddy. More than one kid commented on the slackness of the weave, embarrassingly, the coarseness of my sackcloth coat. One I wore to school, one I kept for best, ha. My shoes were always wearing out, I was heavy on shoes, I went through them. The toe caps would be disfigured by a transverse dent in them about 1/4 of an inch from the end, then the ridge thus formed would get scuffed white, or leather color, and a hole would form. Though before then holes would have been worn like a contour map through the solace. My body caused these things, it was painful. I was always short of money, obviously. But it was not exactly money I recollect being without, it was being without so many of the things bought with money, tritely. I had pocket money from my mother, half a crown a week, or even 5 shillings it went up to, perhaps, I do not remember, so it could not have been important to me, money, as such, as itself. It was all the other things I lacked, I felt I had missed, felt I deserved, perhaps. Once in that school hall at Broughton I was one of those in charge of a raffle at some sort of open day, fete, and I put a half-crown from the receipts into my right trouser pocket. I was sure no one had seen me, there was a great press of people round me, everyone felt excited, there was no way I knew that the money could be checked, yet nevertheless after about half an hour I put the money back. It was pure fear of being found out, not any moral decision, or one prompted by conscience. That hall is associated with another memory, 1 minute's silence for the First World War dead on an Armistice Day anniversary. We were told to think of the dead, and one thought of soldiers being killed, that is, one thought viciously of the killing, not the dead. No, that was what they wanted me to believe, to think, but one would not, no. Stern and another boy called Mervyn come to mind as the only names apart from Burston I remember there. Once more last the hall. The headmaster on my last day there saying farewell at assembly to his top class, wishing them well at the local secondary, all except me, he explained, whom he had promised to allow to go to Scale Lane. We had all taken the 11 plus, though I do not think they called it that then, and Eric and I had taken a special exam, different from the others. I realize now it must have been a London 11 plus, not the Bucks one, for Eric, who was another name I remember now, and was a leftover, the only one apart from me, from the London evacuation, Eric took it at the same time as I did, and passed, or was chosen, or whatever. I did not, was not. I can remember sitting the papers in the headmaster's study, room, the two of us, 3 rather. Afterwards Mr. Cunliffe looked over my paper, kept me back, said couldn't you do even that one? He seemed surprised as I shook my head. Is that all about Broughton School? That is all about Broughton School. I can remember no more. It bores me, anyway, Broughton School, now. I am glad to be done with it. Scale Lane was much nearer to where I lived with Mrs. Davies than the Broughton School was, and I think I must have asked to be sent there, in view of what I remember the headmaster saying that last day. But I should try to keep things in order, chronological order, so what things happened outside school before I went to Scale Lane. I tried to run a stamp club in the front room at Mrs. Davies's. There was this book, I think it was called the XLCR Stamp Finder, a green pamphlet rather than a book, yes, which told you how to organize and run a stamp club. I held a stamp treasure hunt, concealing stamps about Mrs. Davies's formal front room, under the legs of chairs, between the keys of the piano, such like places. It was not a success, the others found them too easily. And I had to supply the stamps. Though it pleased me that Alan found an 8-penny British that he needed for a set. I forget the other games we played at the suggestion of the XLCR Stamp Finder, but there were others, I assume. My organizing did not end there. But there was only one meeting of the Gordon Road Stamp Club. The lavatory at Mrs. Davies's was outside, out of the back door, down the yard a few paces, through the coal storage, past the wooden rollered mangle, and sharp left. There was a pool of water once in there, and I showed it to Jim, who was home on leave from the Navy at the time, and he said it was someone who could not aim straight. But I felt guilty about it, and not about my aim, either. I suspected I had slammed down the seat too hard and broken the pen. It leaked badly round the rim when it was flushed, which was how the floor became wet. I denied direct knowledge of it, truthfully, as I did not consciously do it, break it, and Mrs. Davies fairly reasonably and without recrimination paid over £1 for a new pen. But for several days I was worried, very anxious. It seemed a very big thing at the time, rather ludicrously. It represents for me when I think about it now something like the very type of my anxieties. Jim I think was briefly home when I arrived at High Wycombe, though he went into the Navy soon afterwards. He was small and fair, one of the Barnardo's boys, serious and not very approachable by us evacuees. He worked in the furniture trade. High Wycombe is more concerned in the woodworking industry than in any other. It was Jim who made us our sledges, from beechwood chair parts, more or less the back of a chair, the curved side pieces forming the runners, with stretchers in between. These runners were rubbed with candle wax and the sledge could then be used on grassy slopes in dry weather. They were enjoyable enough to use, but a burden to carry up to Keep Hill where there were some fair slopes. To reach Keep Hill we went across the Rye, past the waterfall and up a short track which ended by a chalkpit. At least, we always called it a chalkpit, though perhaps it had not been dug, was merely a natural escarpment. You could go another way, along London Road and down a lane with a closed walls ice cream depot on the corner and a cottage with a large antique sign outside, which I would always mispronounce to myself, on a crook in the lane, which led to the track up to the chalkpit. The sledges had a rope on them by which to attempt to steer, but they were extremely inefficient in this respect. The slopes were from the side of the track, perhaps a fall of 6 feet in 15 yards. I always associate the song Old MacDonald Had a Farm with those slopes. Why? The chalkpit was far too steep, sheer at the top, for us to use sledges down it. But we enjoyed climbing it, and once we ran down it, this was exhilarating. I fell over perhaps a third of the way down, rolling head over arse anyhow and breaking a small mirror in my top pocket. I grimly accepted it meant 7 years bad luck, and whenever I had bad luck in that period and even afterwards I thought of my breaking that mirror. My father gave me a steel mirror some time later, either chromium or stainless steel, which I could not break, an army one. Why did I need a mirror? The chalkpit it seems to me had tiny blue flowers growing on it at a certain time of the year, but perhaps this was not so, perhaps it was a blue butterfly, the chalk blue or something. I could check. At home, I can check practically nothing, now. Blue flowers or blue butterflies, then, a most delicate shade of cronquet. They haul again, yet again, interrupt my thinking. No, I must not allow myself to be recalled, who am recalling, when recalling. I remember the grossed cap of the chalkpit very well, the trees there to climb. I feel sure if I went back there now, yes, 20 years later, that I should be able to climb those trees. I should recall exactly how, that is, they would have grown, but so have I, more so, in proportion. I would be able to stretch easily for holds which were very difficult before. And there we went nesting, finding few, and other boys telling us they had fried blackies and thrushes' eggs in a cocoa tin lit over a wood fire. They were just a mouthful, they said. I was repelled by the thought, they might have been addled, or had partly grown young birds in them. It did not seem cruel to me, nesting. I did not think of it as in any way cruel, no. That was a place so thick with years of beech mast that it came over the side of my shoe, into my shoes, uncomfortably, where I remember them telling us that, though we were up trees, our trees, at the time, yes, Alan and Harry and I each had a tree, and George always stayed at the bottom, sometimes crying, sometimes telling what were obviously lies about what he used to do when he was with his father, to make up for not being up the trees. He could not climb, was too afraid to climb, being young. Once a Yank drove a jeep up the easier slope beside the chalkpit, at right angles to the precipitous part, paused, and we wondered whether he was going to try to drive down the scarp. We knew these jeeps were supposed to go anywhere. But he did not go over. He saw us looking, from our trees. It was in the evening, and he reversed in an arc and shot off down the milder slope onto the track, and down towards the road. There were lots of Yanks about in High Wycombe, particularly in the last years of the war, in uniforms of smoother cloth than the English forces, and with gaudy insignia on their shoulders. I suppose they were something to do with the Abbey, the base, and so on. If it was not there they were all billeted, in the Abbey grounds, then I do not know where they lived in High Wycombe. In the town we kids would ask them for chewing gum. Got any gum, chum, was our rhyming mendicant catchphrase. Perhaps once in 50 times of asking were we given chewing gum, in flat packets, delicately flavored, so much more interesting than the English kind, which came in a different shape, with a white sugar coating. We knew they used to go out with English girls, and we knew that there was often trouble with English men because of this. Once a Yank quarrelled with his girl across the street from me, in London Road, near the Rye entrance by the garage, a fairly tubby little man, and she turned and left him standing there, and he shouted after her, "Now look what you've done, you've broken my heart." The woman just went on walking away. And I was sorry for him, but I asked myself why he did not follow her, and could not answer. We could get into the Yank camp, into the Abbey, from the top of Keep Hill. It was a difficult climb over barbed wire on a high railing, but we would use branches, both dead and on nearby, almost overhanging, trees, to help ourselves. Once inside it was good, what I now know to be a plantation of young spruce, then we just thought of them as Christmas trees. At least once we took food in there and made ourselves a camp and lit a fire. But they made it very difficult for us to climb in after a while, and at one point there was even a guard patrolling the top of the grounds, along the netting where the Abbey grounds were adjacent to Keep Hill. On the legal side of this fence we more than once found used sanitary towels and sheaths hung up on shrubs, decorating the spiked hawthorn bushes. We called them jam rags and spunk bags, and I do not think we were very clear as to what they were used for, but we knew they were connected with sex, and we believed they were the work of Yanks. I do not think love touched us at this time, I am not sure. But there was a scheme we certainly talked about a lot, capturing girls and tying them up in order to do what we liked with them, though what it was we would have liked to do is very difficult to recall accurately. Certainly to look at them, yes, to investigate their genitals, to make those parts less private. One day we even took some string up to Keep Hill with us, but we were not able to bring ourselves to seize any girls even though we saw some about our age who looked to be just what we had in mind. At the last, it was simply far too embarrassing, hardly less so now. What other places? The caves at West Wycombe, and the church with the ball on top. We made expeditions out of going there, usually on a Sunday, and climbed the stairs to the tower parapet. A quadrilateral roof, its lead gouged, scrawled, initialed, supported the ball itself, which was much larger than it had seemed from below. A vertiginous set of steps with chains for handholds led into the ball. A terrifying climb, I remember making it only twice. Inside the brass-sheeted ball were 4 portholes, through which the view was of course scarcely better than from the parapet. Wooden construction. Room for perhaps 12 disciples on benches around, a table in the middle, or was there a table? It was built in the 18th century, for a Dashwood Earl or some such title, and was alleged to have been the scene of orgies. At least, they played cards up there in the ball. The caves under the hill were hollowed out of the chalk to provide metal for the road that runs a straight collimation into High Wycombe. All this I think I knew at the time, all this useless history, but I may have picked it up later. A prominent site on the road to Oxford, as the motoring handbooks say. Yes. There was and probably is a fake mausoleum up there, too, built by the same lot, rather half-heartedly, nearly derelict then, the stucco fallen in places to show the cheap brickwork underneath. The caves I remember enjoying, going in with a lighted candle bought from a man at the entrance, slimy dirty chalk walls, treacherous stepping, a chamber or hall at the end with cribs off it in which the members of the Hellfire Club, dressed as monks, were supposed to have taken their women, dressed as nuns, for purposes which even to my inexperienced eyes there seemed to be insufficient room. Did I know these things at the time? Or later? For I went back several times, yes several times, after the war. This is tedious, has no relevance. We boys used to race, scramble up that hill, up the sharp scarp side, through rough grass and tripping in places where the chalk had broken away vertically, to the top, panting like old men. Yet it is compulsive, the memory has no stop, is only partly under control, bubbles on. Once switched on Booker was another place. At Booker there was an aerodrome from which tiger moths drawled over Broughton School many times a day, many times. They were yellow, the tiger moths, trainers, and we kids were always rather contemptuous of them, who had seen Spitfires and Blenheims, Hurricanes, and Beaufighters. But Booker I remember better because of walking once near there to a football match, in my football boots, 4 miles past the ground, because I had misunderstood the directions to the ground. Miles it seemed I walked into open country until an elderly man put me right, a kindly man as I remember. I arrived just at half-time, played the second half at center forward, badly. I could not play very well then, I must have been 11 or so, I was better later. By the time I was 18 I was playing for the ATC team which won the Spitfire Trophy against the whole of England's ATC. But that walk at Booker I remember bitterly. I was crying at least part of the way, from frustration, towards the end, before the kindly man, as I remember. I was mad about aeroplanes at this time, indeed at earlier times, there had not been a time when I could remember aeroplanes not engaging some considerable part of my attention. Any flying films that were on I would try very hard to see, though they were grown-ups' evening rather than children's Saturday morning pictures. Somehow we, for Alan or Harry would come to, would try to dodge Mrs. Davies's uncanny system of knowing where we were without actually being with us, and go to the pictures, though we might have to leave early, before the film had perhaps finished. One such flying film I saw was Target for Tonight, guiltily lying to Mrs. Davies afterwards, hurrying to bed quickly from the bad temper she fell into, she knowing we were lying but not what about. A man in a flying helmet is all I remember from that film, no face, just a head in a leather flying helmet. Perhaps there were American aircrew in that audience that night who would die in the air the next. That is fanciful, smacks of fictional speculation. Another film I did not see was The Phantom of the Opera, which was forbidden to children, as a result of which I have always since wanted to see it, knowing nothing of it but its title, but somehow never have. Both were on at the Odeon, but did they have Odeons then? The name? An Odeon-type cinema, anyway, there were only 3, and the other 2 were the Rex and the Palace. We did not often go to the Palace, and even less often to the Rex. Our Saturday morning pictures were at the Odeon type, cowboys and thriller serials and soppy kid stuff, and one I remember for its enthusiastic signature tune, Anchors Away, American that must have been, and stuff which must have been patriotic and English and sometimes boring. When it was boring the kids talked and mucked about, and you would see a constant bobble of heads across the screen as kids went to and from the bogs, while when it was good no one made a sound or moved. I saw the Belson newsreels at the Palace, why I do not know, that must have been at the end of the war, even just immediately after the war. I remember the warnings outside the Palace about the nature of the newsreels, the insistence that they believed they must be shown. I do not remember what I thought of them. I do know what I am supposed to have thought of them. I was only 12, at 12 I did not have much judgment of these things. The Palace I also remember for the time Mrs. Davies took me there, not for her taking me, but that she gave me half a Mars bar out of her own sweet ration, the kindest action of hers I recall, as such, though now I am adult I see that she must have been one of the kindest of women to have taken in evacuees at all, for next to nothing. Though she must have felt a need out of her own lack of children, but having found a motive, a reason, so what? She used to drum her fingers rhythmically, Mrs. Davies could beat drum rolls and so on, did this even in the pictures. She taught me a little how to do it, starting very slowly, moving my large fingers. I preferred in the pictures to feel the velvet pile of the seat standing firmly against my finger pads. Near the Odeon type was a temperance billiard hall where I can't think they let kids like us wander in and watch the play, and once at least I bought there a dry cheese sandwich, and I seem to remember buying food with much of my pocket money at this time, whenever that time was, any time between 1943 and 1945. Compensating though, again, what use are bloody reasons? And near that the grocers where we bought pearl barley for our peas hooters, to be arraigned by teachers for our wastefulness, our filthiness, our lack of patriotism, but there was never a sweeter peas hooter ammunition than pearl barley. It was not as though it tasted good as food, anyway. All. No, but go on now to Scale Lane, enough of the earlier past. This works in chronological order as far as it can, if it works. I begin to suspect I shall wish I had never started on this examination. I keep surprising myself with my own nastiness, with my own limitations. But on. Instead of the bus ride to Broughton, first of all, there was a walk to this new school, a secondary school, Scale Lane, fairly new buildings, on a hill over High Wycombe to the east, northeast by east, perhaps, a long walk, certainly, but an interesting one I really enjoyed, for the period I did it. I went down the hill from Gordon Road, across the triangular patch where 3 roads became one, past the barbers, and up an asphalt path with an iron handrail, very steep, glad to haul myself up by the handrail, at times, at some points, though often I would take a run at it and reach the top without needing to hold. At the top of the path, past a few houses, there were open fields and hedges, and the roof of the school could just be seen over the arc of the hill. To reach it I turned left along a hedge hawthorn, I remember, May in spring, later, with red berries we called bread and cheeses, though they never tasted remotely so to me, and elders, shrubs like that, which merged into a copse, or spinney, I never know the difference, of tall spindly trees, stubby bushes, undergrowth, perhaps 200 yards long, perhaps 15 yards wide. I remember coming across the words copse and spinney and realizing with delight that the wood on my way to school was one of these. Which one? It never bothered me, I liked both words, I liked the wood too. Wandering through that copse I could imagine myself into all kinds of situations, set all kinds of weird fantasies and imaginings there. After this copse or spinney, I would turn right up another path, of yellowish clay, up the hill beside fields to the edge of the school grounds, to a side entrance. This was the short way to school. There was a longer way, along roads, up Totteridge was it, hill, which I used when the weather was bad. It had to be really bad, however. The only time I remember going that way was when several inches of snow had fallen, and I was snowballing up Totteridge Hill with other kids on the way, and suddenly I felt ill, faint, my heart drumming, and I had to sit down on the pavement against a sapling in a wire guard, or I would have fallen, have fainted. Many kids passed and took no notice, in the way boys do, through embarrassment, or self-interest, or whatever, but one boy, perhaps he was a prefect, inquired into my sitting in the snow, helped me up, accompanied me to school. I forget whether I was sent home or not on that occasion, as a result of that illness, shortcoming, whatever it may be called. But on another occasion I was sent home after fainting. I felt the same feeling come over me whilst standing in the hall waiting for assembly to begin, and I turned to tell our teacher, who stood at the side against the wall. Before I reached him, I blacked out. The other told me afterwards that Mr. Prophet caught me before I fell. I was in the staff room when I recovered and went home an hour or so later. Mrs. Davies was, I suppose, surprised to see me. I felt well again very quickly, and went down the town to buy some fireworks. That dates the second time of fainting, for the fireworks never let off in November 1939 were available for victory celebrations in May 1945. The reason I remember being happy at this school was because I very quickly found myself a character I could accept, could even be pleased with. I found I enjoyed schoolwork, and that, most surprisingly, I was very good at it. I do not think I realized at that time that I had been sorted out as not worth a grammar school education, and that I was not really competing on the same level any longer. But relatively this was unimportant. This newfound confidence was almost wholly due to my class teacher, Mr. Prophet, a wonderful teacher, full of that kind of enthusiasm which flattered boys by appearing to assume that they were equals, by its sheer communication to them, a man who, I see now, must have overcome the liability of his physical appearance. He was small, about 50, bald, red-beaked, dry-skinned, and he wore metal-rimmed spectacles and slum-mocky grey tweed suits, an invitation to disrespect by outstanding teaching technique, by his character alone. My first-year class respected him completely. I do not remember him ever having even to threaten physical punishment. I still respect his memory more than that of any other teacher I ever had. Now I see it was perhaps his intelligent resentment of the educational system which had declared us to be less than first-rate and implied that therefore we were hardly worth bothering with, even at our own levels, that he tried so hard and so successfully with us. He was so good, particularly with those who must just have missed grammar school entry. He gave so much to us, put so much into his lessons, organizing them so well that they stretched the abilities of the best of us, yet still were not beyond the capacities to learn at least something of the worst of us. But perhaps I go too far, project an ideal teacher onto his memory, but not very far past the truth. He taught us English, besides being our form master. We did not even resent him calling us by our surnames all the time. At the end of that first term, Christmas 1944 it must have been, we had exams, and I came second of the whole class. It was my first evidence of something I had always hoped, had in a way known but not believed, that I was in some ways at least better than others, that though I was working class and embarrassed by my clothes, I was yet better than some others at some things. The confidence this gave me was enormous, of acute importance, and it was given very satisfying public acknowledgement when, at the beginning of the spring term, Mr. Prophet arranged us in the order in which we had come in the December exams. There, at the back to the teacher's right, sat the boy who had come first, I forget his name, another quiet boy, and I, in one double desk. I was particularly encouraged because the two hitherto established stars of the class, Nobbs and French, to whom I had until Christmas considered myself far inferior, had come third and fourth, and were now to my right in another double desk. I can remember only one of Mr. Prophet's lessons in detail, one in which he coaxed us into telling him of what wood pencils were made, and how pre-war Japanese pencils were of such poor quality that they tended to break very easily, because they were not made of the best wood, cedar wood. But many elements in my basic education must have had their foundation in Mr. Prophet's classroom. While none of the other teachers commanded my respect as Mr. Prophet did, I can remember several of them very closely. The geography master, tall, sunburned, bald, taught calmly and well. He once asked for volunteers to take a message to Spring Grove School, and, even though I did not know exactly where this was, I volunteered and was accepted. It was raining, and the way led down the hill from the other side away from my copse, or spinney, a path across a sloping field which could be seen from this teacher's classroom. I was told not to run, but did so very briefly down that path. I can see myself from that classroom, and as myself on that path, a double vision. One boy reproached me for running. When I returned, I forget who he was, pedaling. There was a music teacher who kept very strict discipline, even from the piano, a specially short cross-strung one, over which he could look whilst playing. We sang I can't remember, but it has words by Pope. Years later I learned at college the words were by Pope. Yes, where'er you walk, that was it. And one day I heard that teacher's voice, as strict and disciplinary as ever, on a school's broadcast when I was myself a teacher and one afternoon used the BBC program to cover up that I could not myself teach music. I remember the headmaster coming into my class only once, and my answering correctly his question about the name of the Brahmaputra river in northern India is it, and him insisting that neither a forward nor a backward slant was desirable in handwriting. Oh, and a mnemonic he taught us, that I still use, as to how to tell port from starboard. With a bottle of port you can never pour it all out, there's always a drop left. The only one I remember disliking was the history teacher, a graduate I suspect, who was in his early 20s, curly-haired, with dark-rimmed glasses, and him only because he breathed rancidly over me, too often. Once was too often, garlic I imagine now, though then it seemed connected with small black sticks like charcoal that he chewed during lessons. He went up for the VE celebrations, on VE Day, and told us about it, about waiting in front of Buckingham Palace for the King and Queen and Mr. Churchill. I was not impressed even then, I just wanted to go home, and resented him, not a Londoner, being able to go there when I was still forced to be down at High Wycombe. He kept the library, a dark place for some reason, in this new light building, not a very good one, as I remember, full of old books in tatty bindings, some without spines, perhaps inherited from some older school. A hobby I picked up at Scale Lane was religion, which was fostered fervently by the gym master, ironically enough, in his lunch hours. Every day it seems like every day a group of boys would meet in his gym and hold a Bible study session, at least, that is what I think they were called. One of us would select a passage from the Bible, read it, and then expound on it, with the object of illumination for all. It was a hobby, yes, now I look back, there was involved no question of belief. I could have done the same for any other text on any other subject, I imagine, at that time, for I made it all up, the interpretation. But it pleased the gym master, I assume, that we would thus be exposed to such as he thought good. Would it worry him that in my case it has done me no good at all? Rather, I hate the propaganda of such as he, or his church, of his God. But perhaps such hatred does not have its origins in what he tried to do. I feel no real malevolence towards his memory. I still remember the guilt I felt for some time at not corresponding with him after I had returned to London, and I still have the Bible he inscribed, though someone else had given it to me, some time during that period at High Wycombe. The boys at that school I remember far less well. Nobbs seems to have been thin-faced, handsome, with fairish hair, while French was definitely round-faced, large-headed, with very fair hair. I went up to French's house once, on the west side of the town, near the Thames Valley bus station, but the only thing I recall is that we were in the kitchen and someone told me French's granny cut his hair. Ha, perhaps it was French's granny. And there were some girls there. French could attract girls. It becomes confused here. At the point. Did I find no friends at this school? Was I isolated there? Is this the point it begins, where I find the cause? Think harder. It seems I was satisfied with the friendship of the boys who lived at Mrs. Davies's, perhaps we were a close group, as if a family. At the end of the war, towards the end, that is, these boys went home, one by one, until I alone was left with Mrs. Davies. Perhaps that was when she took me to the pictures and gave me half her Mars bar? But there was a boy at Scale Lane I had become friendly with, Bates, his name was, I called him Batesy, they all did, who offered me his friendship, and I remember him doing so on a school stairway, that sort of glitter in the composition, when I had told him the last of Mrs. Davies's boys had gone or was going, and I said, no, I preferred to be a lone wolf. That was my actual cliché, I remember using it, remember the definite sense of foreboding, thrill, of the term, of the romantic loneliness I was choosing for myself. Now that should seem important, that is as obvious a cause no, as clear an example, an early example, of my isolation, as I have yet dredged up. But of what importance is it? Ah! But I did become friendly enough with Batesy, did with him whatever it was I had to do that involved a second, though I always kept the main part of myself within me. Remember shooting an arrow into Batesy's spare leg just above his Boy Scout's sock, with the 2 green bands on navy, and it made a just pierced round blue mark. The arrows were thin shoots of a reddish-barked shrub, ideal for the purpose, having a heart of hard whitewood which sharpened well. I shot at Batesy's leg out of boredom, from about a yard, and was surprised that he did not retaliate or even appear to dislike me after the first sharp pain had passed. That was up on Keep Hill, beyond the sledge slopes. Mrs. Davies did not like me going around with Batesy, no, and perhaps he knew this. Perhaps this is why he put up with my shooting an arrow into his leg, that I was in some way superior to him, could withdraw my company from him. A bit fanciful. Was Batesy a member of an undesirable class that Mrs. Davies should want me to have nothing to do with him? Were there lower classes than the one I belonged to? I had not thought so, no, I had not thought so. Perhaps Mrs. Davies wanted to keep me to herself? It does not seem likely. But certainly contact with Batesy lessened, and when I left High Wycombe I do not remember saying goodbye to him. As for girls, there were 2 as I remember, only 2. The first had the same surname as myself but sent back my only note, tentatively arranging a meeting, with the most untentative repulse, listing as places we would not meet, one by one, all those I had suggested. She was several years older, but the second girl, who lived just a few doors away, at a butcher's shop, strangely enough, was more my own age, 12, at this time, and I used to exchange abuse with her, for a period of some months, nothing more, until finally I was able to insult her by telling her I was leaving High Wycombe, and she me by saying good riddance. It was difficult to meet girls while at Mrs. Davies's, or perhaps it was that I grew shy with puberty. 2 other girls I remember meeting, being keen on, in connection with some expedition made with the Scouts, involving a trek cart, carting stuff of some sort or another from one part of High Wycombe to a fete, where we gave kids rides on the trek cart and broke the shaft of it by dropping it when loaded onto the path. There were 3 of us, and I think we must have picked up these girls there, perhaps they were girl guides, at that fete, 2 of them, yes, I felt left out, that the other 2 would get the girls, perhaps they even knew each other, from before, or one of them did, while I knew only the boys, neither of the girls, until the fete, until that day. We took the trek cart back to headquarters, and one boy said he would report it to the scoutmaster next day. Then we went with the girls to the fair which was that week on the Rye. I did not feel out of it, then, 5 was a loose number, we all gave. But I had to leave early because my mother was coming down for the weekend, that evening. Ironic, that she who came so rarely chose the evening just when I so rarely too had something else which might have kept me from missing her. For the missing was a constant of my life. And when I was forming a real part of some sort of group but something would have happened, it always did, to throw me back, yet again. My mother slept in Mrs. Davies's room upstairs that night. I was glad to see her. I took her a cup of tea that Sunday morning. She suddenly said, "Listen." I heard the drone of an aircraft. It passed us and began to fade. Then suddenly it stopped. "A buzz bomb," said my mother. There was a dull explosion some way away, and then she told me about the buzz bombs or VLS they were having in London, and I was terrified for her. That bomb landed in Hughenden Manor, I believe, if that was the name of the place, harmlessly. It was the first around High Wycombe, later there were others, in some way off their set course for London. My very occasional weekends in London with my mother and Granny were now no longer allowed. Perhaps that is why on this occasion my mother had come down to see me. The Scouts I joined twice, different troops, that is. At one time I was in the Scouts and the Cubs at the same time, shook fearfully at some singing jamboree as Akela saw me in my Scout's uniform but said nothing, to my relief. The first Scouts took me underage because I was big, and pushed me through tenderfoot very easily, it was enough for them that I could repeat knots once under instruction, though I certainly could not do them the day afterwards. It was this troop's trek cart that I helped to break. Later, at Scale Lane I joined another troop, more keenly run, which I enjoyed hardly more. It was not that I was not interested in what they were doing, for I was, but I wanted to be interested in my own way. I wanted to enjoy myself in my own way, which was not necessarily their way. I failed as a member of that group as I have failed as a member of all groups I have ever joined, gangs, schools, cliques, churches, clubs, scouts, youth clubs, football teams, cricket teams, tug-of-war teams, tennis doubles, all of them. As here, too, it is repeated, for I am on this trawler, on the crew list as supernumerary, even, but not of the ship. Even from Mrs. Davies and the boys I became estranged, towards the end, mainly because of that eagerness for knowledge promoted by Mr. Prophet, my capacity for observing too much, so that no topic of conversation could arise from either her or the other boys, it seemed, without I would say, I know, and soon my I know became a catch-phrase of ridicule and attack against me. But I did know, I would say to myself, and perhaps here my arrogance began, perhaps this surprisingly again showed me I was better even than certain adults, or it may be that I knew it all the time, and this was merely confirmation. This observance was part of a visual excitement which took its most extreme form in the photographing of everything catching that attention with a pretend camera, which was a small metal object, cylindrical, about half an inch deep and 1 in diameter, with a sighting hole and a clicking catch. I picked it up on a tip, with 1-2 for Batesy, and I cannot imagine what it was designed for originally. A real camera I remember seeing only once, when my mother came down. It was probably the same weekend I first heard a buzz bomb, a camera she had borrowed, and managed to find a film for, as they were very scarce in wartime, or so I believed, and we took some snaps, I would call them, up on West Wickham Hill, near the mausoleum. Letters from my father, from North Africa, from Italy, from Germany, photographed letters, small, the paper crackling, just reproduced largely enough to read, saying all the things we would do after the war was over. I was infected with the details of the war, wanted to fly, read every Biggles book several times, and the aeromodeller, made models which rarely flew, when they were meant to, and solid models which I wished were meant to, since they were easier to make. Even at one point started a program of self-training to fit me for the Air Force as a pilot at 18, I think a book, some sort of training manual, came into my hands at this time, and it was this which started me off. It was my first great enthusiasm, and like others since I kept it secret, guarded it against the ridicule of others, the dampening of others. This must have been when the other boys at Mrs. Davies's had gone, when I was thrown more in upon myself, that I kept it to myself. This enthusiasm for flying continued until the time I was due to go for national service, when I opted for the RAF, told Dorothy I just wanted to make sure I flew in the next war, underwent aircrew selection tests at Hornchurch before actually being called up to see if I could make the thing a career, passed as a radio operator but was failed on medical grounds with the perforated eardrum scarlet fever had left me with as a child of 3, and was discharged the service accordingly. Now I do not want to fly, have not since then wanted to fly, perhaps I may again one day as a hobby, yet I remember the passionate enthusiasm with which I wanted to fly, then, for years, and wonder at the waxing and waning of enthusiasm. Perhaps the only happy man is the one who has no enthusiasms, but perhaps that cannot be achieved without having at least an enthusiasm for not having enthusiasms. That is too easy. What use are such statements? Another enthusiasm at the same time, which must be connected, I think, have been incorporated in the self-discipline, self-reliance, was a secret society I formed with Batesy. It had its headquarters in a certain tree, difficult to climb, but low, hawthorn I think it must have been, where we hid all kinds of formulae, little bottles of pink anodyne liquid, the occasional unused Durex we found in its packet, matches, and other valuables. Two other kids we allowed to belong to this society, who were not very enthusiastic, who did not turn up to meetings very often. When Batesy and I saw them once some weeks later, they did not even seem to remember belonging. But someone found all the things in HQ, robbed us, and we found these two and accused them. They denied betraying the society, but we thumped them just in case. Batesy and I were bigger than they were, but not by much. This society was perhaps an expression of a desire to lead, to organize. Not that I wanted to lead, I saw nothing good in that, but that things had to be led, things had to be organized, and other people did not seem very good at this. No, that's not it, exactly. Some people were. Mrs. Davies was well organized, Mr. Prophet and the school were well organized, but there were other things which were not, and if I did not do it then I saw nobody did. A common fallacy. But I did. I think I tried to arrange something similar, a society or a camp, in a furniture cronquet. Ah, yet again. Yes. Now, the secret society, flying, no, another society, this time in a factory where they made chairs, or rather the factory woodyard, a camp in amongst the great piles of seasoning beechwood, stretchers between each piece to allow air to circulate, but we too often were found there and chased out by workmen, especially when we drew attention to ourselves by riding a wheeled platform on those short stretches of rail intended for moving stacks of wood about the yard. On one occasion a great splintered shaft, of triangular section, fell on George, the sharp ragged side gashing his forehead and nose. We led him home screaming, streaming blood our handkerchiefs could not absorb, to Mrs. Davies, who washed and bathed him and found the wound of course to be far less bad than it looked. That could not have been connected with the society. John, or George, was it? Had gone home by then, gone back to London. But we played in the woodyards at various times at High Wycombe, not just me on my own towards the end. Mrs. Davies had a cousin who worked in a very good baker's shop in the town where we used to go on Saturdays and buy a lardy cake, which was a wonderful cake. The lardy cake, with what bloody relevance has a sodding lardy cake to me now? I've had enough of High Wycombe and being evacuated, surely I must have exhausted it by now. The pain must be exorcised, the tedium of interest, of making myself regurgitate all this, for what? Think, then, analyze, then, this estrangement from home, from London, parents, younger self. Blank. What use are analyses, reasons, causes? All I am left with are just things, happenings, things as they are, happenings as they have happened and go on happening through the unreliable filter of my memory. But try. What else is there to do? First, the obvious. The pain of being parted from my parents was far greater, and more real, than the danger from bombing, from dying. The given reasons for my being evacuated, that I would be out of danger, with its corollary that therefore they were in danger, was unacceptable, or seems so now, for at the time I had no choice but acceptance. The thought of my mother or my father being killed, which I could conceive, was far worse than the thought of myself being killed, which I could not as meaningfully conceive. If any of us had to die, I wanted it to be together. This thought was often with me, but not exactly as a thought. I could not have formulated it like that then, but rather as a threat, as an accompaniment to everything I did. Was the liberality of my parents. I remember having 10 or 15 shillings and sometimes as much as £1 a week pocket money in the years after I came home, immediately after the war, when I was only 12 or 13. Was this in some way, for they had little money, an attempt to make up for sending me away during the war? A payment in acknowledgement of their debt for my neglect? Perhaps. Perhaps not. Yet I know of others in my generation who were evacuated and who look back on this period as a golden one in their lives, who were sent deep into the country, to great houses in Somerset, to America even, and to whom life has never been so wonderful with their parents as it was away from them, whose characters were beautifully formed and transformed by this transplantation from London to some alien place. Perhaps I went to a graceless town, appropriately but not gladly to the working class part, as well, and perhaps my complaints were too easily countered with promises that all would be different after the war, that all lacks were attributable to the war, and of course this was not so, and of course I was affected by the disappointment that nothing was ever after the war as good as it had been promised to be. As I have said, I repeat myself. Back, where I was, where I am. Sleep. Long sleep. 3 parts of a moon tonight. The sea swells and subsides, swells, swells, subsides, swells, subsides, 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 swells again, impossibly consistent, constantly varied, continuously backing, sliding, rolling, foaming, breaking, perpetually owning and destroying, breaking down and synthesizing, accepting and enfolding, encompassing and losing, giving and demanding in return, drawing. A far side bridge window frames a rectangular selection for my vision, a screen of stars and sky unrolls upwards as she rolls, ends to give place to blackness starred and streaked with the luminous foam, which in sequence on the reverse roll has the stars return, now rushing downward like pinpoint lemmings to the sea, over the teak cliff. No one on the whaleback, rarely is, it seems, once or twice, rigging the cod and derrick while we were coming through the fjords, they went up on the whaleback, not that any man would be there from choice as she dips her nose into a sea and it breaks hugely over the bow rail, one section of which has been bent by some great earlier sea. The spray over the whaleback tonight reaches the pounds where men stand gutting in their smocks and oilskin sou'westers. It is rough tonight, force 6, they tell me, just bearable for fishing. They stand there stolidly, ripping and severing, pitching the disemboweled fish into the washer, and then the military progress down the chute. Duffs watch, but the skipper is here as well, he hardly seems to sleep at all. Even when I come up here in the middle of the night, the skipper is still inevitably here, in his high chair, the green squiggles of the fish finder cathode repeated distortedly in the mirror of the bridge's shiny ceiling. He talks to me as he watches, tells me of his boyhood in Ireland, his sailing out of Dublin at 14, fishing, and of his rise despite himself, almost, to command this trawler, of his fears that one trip he just will not find fish, that he will lose his touch, though he has a great reputation for finding fish if there are any to be found, of how other skippers have been emptied out of their ships, emptied out is his phrase, by the owners after unsuccessful trips. The skipper is a hunter and a gambler, guessing and watching and feeling where the fish may be, his only written guide a notebook which records for years before what he has caught, and exactly where, at each time of the year. Most sane, most calm. Even when he swears it is sanely, calmly, roll you bastards. He'll say to the seas, and if they could feel this it would hurt them far more than Duff's or Festie's comprehensive sexual and blasphemous imagery. The skipper I have heard raise his voice only when men's lives were in danger. From the bridge starboard windows he keeps a watch on their movements as we haul, and shouts through the high down whenever someone seems about to put himself in jeopardy from the warps, or the great links of the dog chains holding the otter boards. He has never lost a man overboard, unlike most skippers, nor had one really seriously injured, on his ship. He tells me about his family, promises to show me photographs of them he keeps down in his quarters. He tells me how before the war they threw scampi back, except for some they cooked in a bucket for themselves, as there was no market for them. He tells me he goes every year to Dublin for a holiday, where the Metropole in O'Connell Street serves a most excellent plate of scampi, or Dublin Bay prawns, as the Irish will have them. He tells me of the day they were buzzed by a Russian helicopter in these waters and shortly afterwards saw an irregular mass of flame shoot at great speed above them, and heard it some considerable time after it had passed them. A Russian missile of some sort, on its way north to the testing ground in Novaya Zemlya, so it seemed. Suddenly he is tense. I feel this rather than see it, on the darkened bridge, glance at what he has seen, another trawler is cutting across us, on a line that will take her very close, a Norwegian stern fisher, very new, all her deck lights far brighter than ours across the narrow sea. The skipper does not give way, she passes relatively safely, and suddenly Scouse shouts her gears up. and there is no more tenseness. If she had had her trawl down, it is likely ours would have fouled it, but she was between hauls, and I can see the ramp at the stern up which the cod end has been hauled. Duff talks to me about her design, saying they are still experimental, stern fishers, but he does not really express an opinion. Probably the benefit from not having to haul the net in by hand would be only marginal, would relieve the harshness of trawling very little. I lean again on the brass rail in the posture my body knows very well, now, relaxes comfortably into, which takes account of every movement of the ship except the very worst. There is a moderately heavy cross swell, and for the first time I do not object to the constant movement, not that I enjoy it, for I do not, but I can accept it now, even anticipate it most of the time, becoming a climatist, no, becoming a seaman, or so I hubristically pride myself. Duff tells me he caught the cook in the galley this morning crimping a meat pie with his false teeth, and asked him if he hadn't got a proper tool. Yes, said the cook, but that I keep for making holes in doughnuts. I laugh, yes, laugh a lot, then think it is a toll joke, but nevertheless Duff enacts it very well. I cannot find fault with his telling. In any case, he theatrically withdraws into the chart room, ducking his head to avoid the lamp in gimbals, leaving me laughing. Scouse too tells jokes, leaves his bar to lean on the one next to me where Duff was, asks me what is the proper length for ladies' skirts. I cannot guess, he gives me little time to guess, before telling me a little above 2 feet, and laughs himself far more than I do, who laugh only at his laughing at such an Edwardian Christmas cracker joke. Scouse mistakes my laughter for enthusiasm and plies me with others. What is the difference between a tree and an aeroplane? I refrain from telling him the obvious, out of sarcasm. My sarcasm is beside the point, here. And there is a satisfaction in knowing the answer to questions, being told the answers, to any questions. Not knowing answers, however banal or guessed at already, is frustration, is incompleteness, is to be avoided. So, one sheds its leaves and the other leaves its shed. Scouse roars, and I do too, entering into his spirit, reflecting at the same moment on the length of time since any aeroplane left any shed. This one's intellectual, says Scouse, should suit you, you'll know the answer to this one. What was the difference between Shakespeare and Queen Elizabeth? Queen Elizabeth I, that is, not the one now, it wouldn't work if it was the one now. And is delighted at my ignorance as, after the briefest of pauses to establish it, he says, one was a wonder and the other was a tutor. And I really laugh this time, mainly because 3 years doing a degree in English had not enabled me to make a guess nearer than that indicated by the subject's respective sexes, or sex, since some will have it that Shakespeare was a woman, and yet others that Queen Elizabeth, the first, of course, was a man. Another, says Scouse, roused now, what is the difference between a thought, a sigh, a motor car, and a monkey? I shake my head, accepting my ignorance, not having any idea what could conjoin these disparate objects. Ah, says Scouse, a thought is an idea, a sigh a dear, a motor car too dear, and a monkey you dear. I laugh as before, but Scouse suddenly feels he might have offended me by calling me dear, that I might think him queer, or bent, so he hastens to tell me about his wife, to assure me that none of the things I have heard about sailors at sea happen on this ship, and indeed I have seen or heard nothing of the sort. There is no atmosphere, no hint of anything homosexual, on this ship. Scouse was married 2 years ago, and has no children. I try bloody hard every time I'm home, he says, but so far no luck. On his last ship, he became stuck in a cycle of 3-week voyages that meant every time he was home his wife had the painters in. I felt like bloody Dracula, he says, in this Liverpool accent. And since trawlers are turned round in less than 60 hours, it gave them little chance, Scouse and his wife, less than the best chance, of her conceiving. The only way for the cycle to be broken was for him to leave that ship and sign on another more propitiously timed. In any case, Scouse seems to think the move was a good one, as the skipper, he nods and lowers his voice, catches fish far more consistently than his last one did. This last time home, Scouse tells me, his wife having been told by other fishermen's wives that 3 in the morning was the most favorable time to conceive, she was setting the alarm clock and waking him up for it. The ship-to-ship phone burbles our name, twice, briefly, and the skipper leaves his seat to lift the receiver from the rest where it vertically hangs. It is a nearby vessel belonging to the same owners, and the skipper gives him the size of our last haul. I notices that he underestimates it, 30 baskets, he says, when, from what I have been told, I can judge it to have been nearer 40. There is this rivalry between ships, each captain for himself, since each is paid directly proportionately to the amount of fish he catches, so when they are on fish they keep quiet about it. Whereas the ships of other countries cooperate much more closely. When one trawler of a Russian fleet finds fish, for instance, he radios at once to all his sister ships and the fleet joins him to trawl the area clean. Not that we are at the moment on any large quantity of fish, the fishing is mediocre, not good, not bad. It is now about an hour since we hauled, and they have nearly finished the gutting, so that the deckies will have a good hour before the next haul in which to relax in the warm mess, eating if they wish from the cheese and oddments the cook leaves out for the watch every night. I remark on all this to the skipper, who tells me of the harvest years just after the war, when the seas had hardly been trawled for 5 years and were crowded with fish, or so it seemed, of how one haul at this time would not be gutted before the pounds would be overflowing with the next, men working every second of their 18 hours watch, tells me how skippers would in these circumstances give their men a 4 hours break to sleep, and then put the clocks forward 2 hours and delude them into thinking they had rested twice as long, and how there was no need for such deception now, when every year less fish was brought to market, when more and more countries increased the numbers of their fishing fleets. We listen into, eavesdrop on, a long, boring, almost one-way conversation about cars, on the ship-to-ship shortwave radio. Some captains yatter all bloody day and night, says the skipper. But he keeps it on, listening to this man's sporadic and repetitive accounts of an accident with his Zephyr. The other captain to whom this man is speaking hardly replies at all. In the background pop music can be heard, and I ask why the deckies do not have it on our ship. They don't need it, says the skipper. Onto the deck below a strange gaunt figure, out of keeping in a naval greatcoat and peaked cap, wanders, the long spout of an oil can protruding from one sleeve, as though in place of a hand. Without looking up he goes to the great steam winch below us, directs the spout and ejaculates oil into the womb of the slowly hissing machine. Then he turns and returns, an old man for this life, the second engineer. A curiously bizarre incident, the oil can a bizarre instrument with which to minister to such a monster. I hunger for fruit. We have fruit only for Sunday tea. Last Sunday tea we had tinned peaches, the only Sunday I have been aboard, but these are so little like real fruit, tinned peaches, at least unlike the acid biting that I require at the moment, of a good apple, or an orange, or I could even welcome a lemon. As it is, that tinned peaches seemed not really fruit at all, though I did eat them, several helpings, hoping they would stay down, but no, I was sick immediately afterwards, as so often. Up came the tinned peaches with the pork and stuffing we had, too. Sunday at sea is like Christmas, every Sunday at sea, but up it all came. Relief that I have now gone a day and a half without being sick. Perhaps I have grown used to it, at last, have found my proverbial sea legs. Certainly I anticipate the movements of the ship far better now, and though I always feel as though I might be sick, I can fight the feeling, and win, and not be sick. I sit in the wireless room, with Malloy. He says little, Malloy, but what he does have to say is interesting. A being shipwrecked on a desert island, yes, in the Pacific, in the war, and being rescued by a Negro. The chair I sit in rocks and slithers to the limits of its restraining tether. Apart from this movement, being in the wireless room with Malloy is not like being on a ship at all. Here is the place on the ship least like being on a ship. But I hunger for fruit. I mention there not being much fruit in our diet to the skipper, who looks at me, then says there is an orange on the ledge in his day cabin which I can have. He always brings 10 pounds with him each trip, he says. I am grateful, decide at once to have it now, and leave the bridge on the lee side, another indication of my new seaworthiness. Down the bridge ladder, holding firmly to the rail as I have learned to, everywhere, through the brass-fitted teak door, out of the weather, past the gyro steering unit nodding away to itself on the top landing of the scuttleway, and through into the skipper's quarters. The finest part of the ship, soft seats round two sides of the day cabin immediately below the bridge, curtains at the portholes, carpet, furnished incongruously like a perhaps lower middle-class best sitting room. I see the orange, and take it, a medium-sized one, not South African, I am relieved to see, which means I have avoided a moral dilemma in which I would have had to concede a principle. As I leave the skipper's day cabin I decide to eat my orange by myself, and the only place I have found on this ship I can feel I am by myself is on the boat deck, at the stern. I move straight out from beside the sperry, therefore, along past the engine room skylights, the galley funnel, self-inflating life rafts, past ventilators and the jury steering gear, the lifeboat falls, to the rail at the very stern. Ah, I see now, how could I have not seen it before, that this is where the emergency exit from my cabin comes out, the escape from the transom cabin. The moon a pendant orange, stars like no easy image to hand. Perhaps this will be the night I see the aurora borealis. Both hands are needed to peel an orange, so I lock one leg through the lower rail for purchase against the pitch and roll, bite the skin near the starred dimple, and spit the piece into our wake. The other pieces I also throw into the sea, watching them sink and vanish into the yellow-green foam, then sometimes bob up yards farther on, pleased that I can do this at sea, unguiltily, whereas on land it would be unsocial. The sea takes this rejectamenta as all other, and assimilates it. This orange peel will be broken down into its constituent elements very rapidly, before anyone could ever see it, in the sea. I think. Ah, a good orange. A fine orange. Juice, a minimum of stringiness, a most welcome orange. Eat all edible pieces, waste no tiny piece, a precious orange. How welcome, how satisfying, how depressing it will be when I have finished it. Yet I was warned that I would miss fresh fruit, and therefore ought to take some with me by the official who dealt with my application to come on this trawler, who agreed to let me come on this voyage, at the same time as he told me I would find the ship's tea strong and liable to react strangely on my stomach. Very accommodating, this man, and these owners, to let me come, to provide me with sea boots and oilskins, a donkey's breakfast to sleep on, yes, very kind. And a taxi arranged to meet my train when I came up, in the middle of the night, for she sailed on the morning tide at 4, on the 13th, as it happened, though not on a Friday, a Thursday, the 13th of October, at 4 in the morning. I had like a condemned man my last good meal on the train coming up from London, a good meal indeed as train meals go, with a friendly waiter who had few people to serve and who gave large portions if they were wanted, as they were, by me, thinking this was the last meal which I was fairly certain I would not see up again, for it would be digested more or less by the time the ship sailed some 7 or 6 hours afterwards. And the taxi driver very friendly, as well, used to these night calls to take men to ships. I don't know how they stick it, he said, of trawlermen, I been out as far as the Spurn light vessel and that was enough for me. He said the men born, drawn, or forced into such a job were rough, indeed, there were known to be at least 2 murderers, discharged after their sentences, sailing from this port. He lit a cigarette and then put it out almost immediately, saying he smoked too much as a result of being given tips in the form of a packet of unexcised 20 by men off the trawlers. That conversation, that journey through the well-lit, ordinary, and deserted late-night streets, dominated by the dark Italianate outline of the tall tower, I remember well. Perhaps I noticed it particularly because things familiar all my life as a city dweller I was no to see again for 3 weeks, was leaving behind one life, what I had known as life, for something entirely different, something, a set of circumstances and an environment, completely foreign to me, where no one I knew, no part of my past life, could reach me. Since I had told no one where I was going, I was then somewhat uneasy as I was driven in that console towards a ship of which I knew only the name, about to make a voyage I knew not where, since I was told the skipper alone decided this, and often only at the last minute. A voyage whose duration was uncertain within a few days of 3 weeks. And as we turned along by the North Quay there were the trawlers waiting, tied up, first a grey, clean modern one, then another showing up white painted in the quay side lights, and farther on a dark, rusty black trawler. Oh, let it not be that last one. Something said in me, and with the first real apprehension not for going to sea, but for going to sea in that dark ship, I felt the car not stopping at the first, nor the second ship, and I wished it then to continue past the third, but the taxi driver was braking and peering at the name on her bow, and then said this was my ship. My apprehension was released by knowledge, by the acceptance of the known after the dismay of the possible. Only her bow, her bridge, and the boat deck stood above the quay edge. I waited in my heavy coat, carrying a suitcase and a duffel bag, wondering where I boarded her. I could see no ladder and no gangway. Then someone shouted at me, and I saw a light just where the curved rusty rail of the ship touched the quay side, and went there, and there was this small white-haired old man, shining a torch up at me and saying, "You the pleasure tripper?" I supposed I must be, the name of the ship was right, anyway, so I handed him my bags, which he took without grace, and I stepped across and down what looked like cast iron gratings onto the deck. It was very dark in the shadows where the quay lights did not reach. The old man led, shining his torch on the deck behind him, along the deck, pointing out I should be careful over the high step of the door openings, into a passageway. Immediately I began to feel cramped, for I had to carry one bag in front of me and one behind, and either shoulder banged against the sides as I went. There was one light in a door off this passage, and in here the old man went. I was glad to put down the bags and feel freer in the opening, which I could see was the galley, long coal-fired ovens with special divisions on the top to prevent things sliding about. Obviously, I had suddenly a vision of a pot of boiling liquid flung over a cook by the action of the ship, a realization of the hazards of cooking at sea. The galley was lit by a single carbide lamp which hung hissing from an H-girder. It was made of copper, with the ship's name on a brass plate soldered to it, and had a straight spout on the end of which the brilliant white flame stood. Seeing me look at it, the old man said there were no lights because the steamer had not yet come aboard to raise steam and start the generator. The galley was warm, and well kept. The old man told me he looked after this ship while she was in port, more or less lived on her as a kind of caretaker while she was not at sea. He had sailed in her until he retired a few years before. He had with him another man, about 50, perhaps for company. They showed me the lavatory, and they offered me tea, for which I was grateful. It did not taste as strongly as I had been led to expect, was quite pleasant, though a different drink due to the evaporated milk with which it was made. They did not seem curious as to why I was going to sea, which fortunately saved me inventing reasons. I could not just say, I want to give substantial yet symbolic form to an isolation I have felt most of my life by isolating myself, in fact, by enacting the isolation in an extreme form, by cutting myself off as far as possible from everything I had ever known before. The old man's mate said, "I don't envy you your job, there's a force 10 gale warning out for the Orkneys." I asked whether that would be on our way to wherever we were going, and they said it might well be. Last trip the skipper went to Iceland, his catch made £7,000, and he might well go there again, or to the Barents Sea, or Bear Island, in either case probably going up through the fjords. Before I could ask where exactly these places were, the old man said, "You'll be sick." I told him I had tablets for seasickness. "They'll be no use to you," he said, "you'll be sick until you bring up your green bile. You've got to bring up the green bile that's been there maybe since you were a child. And once that green bile's gone, you'll be all right." he said, and his mate too said, "You'll be sick, but you'll fucking eat afterwards." "Doctors recommend sea voyages for bringing up the bile," said the old man. "Once you've brought up your green bile you won't get TB, nor cancer of the stomach, nor any trouble with your gut at all." I had apparently chosen a bad time of year. The autumn equinoctials had well started, and a hurricane which caused damage on the coast of Florida had moved across the Atlantic and was blowing itself out in the North Sea. That was why we should probably go through the fjords. "You can get dirty books in Norway," said the old man's mate, "with girls in their natural state, though the words are not in English." Then he seemed anxious I should not believe all the bad stories about trawlermen which he was sure I had heard. Though they got drunk on shore and did some damage, they were not anything like as bad as they were made out to be. Suddenly the lights went on, and mate says the steamer is aboard. It was nearly midnight, and I said I would like to try to sleep a little before we sailed. "I don't know where your bunk will be," said the old man, "but I've put the box with your bedding and stuff in it down in the transom cabin." I told him I had understood I would probably have a bed made up in the skipper's day cabin, and the old man said in that case he would take me up to the chart room where I could stretch out on a seat and sleep till the skipper came, which would be about 3. After he had left, I went for a walk alone, feeling the deck under my feet, the clean wooden boards lined with pitch, and then up onto the whaleback, a word I knew and relished and could now put a place to, looked again at the 2 trawlers tied in front of us, and at the low buildings on the quay, then went back, feeling very tired, to the chart room. The skipper startled me awake when he came into the chart room. I introduced myself, thanked him for agreeing to have me on this voyage. He was not unfriendly, but not friendly, spoke little, firmly indicated I was to sleep in the transom cabin aft with the deckies, which was not welcome to me since I had been hoping for something more private, more comfortable, but I was prepared to accept hardship, had prepared myself for it, so was no more than disappointed. I found my kit in a big cardboard box in the biggest of the 3 deckies, cabins, bunks for 6, right at the stern. 7 or 8 deckies sat around, some drinking, others dropped in from time to time, talking of what they had done when ashore. A short, not quite tubby man of 45 or so took me in hand, kindly, Festi, the third hand, found me an untaken bunk, cleared it of clobber old sea boots, canvas bags, rope, a small torpedo-like thing and helped me to place my donkey's breakfast in it. I climbed up into the bunk, noticing at once and using the ventilator, directing the aluminium spout from the trunking onto my face. There was a small shelf on the bulkhead side. Here I thought I would keep my pills, Dramamine, and aspirins and so on. And a pencil. I took a Dramamine tablet. The deckies were not drunk, but certainly had been the evening before, were morose now, yet in good spirits, paradoxically. They talked of Mick, who had sung at a nightclub, central teeth to the canines missing, and another man who claimed to have started a fight at a dance hall. Yet again they were concerned for me to know, like the old man, that they were nothing like as bad as their reputation, plied me with drink as if to enlist me. Stagg, in particular, more drunk than most, nearly an old man, kept telling me almost aggressively that he was not a drunken troublemaker like I thought all fishermen were, and had to be reassured by Mick and Festi that I did not think badly or him, and even if I did, who cared? As soon as we began to move, I went up onto the bridge, out of interest and also, sentimentally, even fearfully, to take my last sight of land for 3 weeks, as I thought. Not that the land was much like land as I had always known it, docks and gant rise and sea walls and flat, flat, flat. The skipper said nothing as I came, nor while I was there. He seemed to concentrate almost over intensely as he took us slowly out of the basin and through dock gates not so very much wider than the ship. In this he was aided by 2 or 3 men on the whaleback, the great figure of Duff amongst them, ordering and swearing, glancing up at the skipper from time to time. The deck was lit, well but not brightly, and several men were tidying, one swearing at the fish lumpers who had left the ship in such a mess. Stag came onto the deck, old and somewhat unsteady, to be sent back by Duff as not being needed, or perhaps because of his age, or because of his state. Once we had passed the dock entrance there was nothing to be seen but lights, and, though we had begun to feel only the slight swell in the river mouth, I already sensed that my balance was not as certain as it was, and that headache which is still with me is part of the seasickness and of being at sea, so I went off the bridge, excusing myself to the skipper, down off the boat deck, to the rail, hanging on to the safety line, where I stood hoping the air would cure my incipient seasickness, or at least postpone it, where Scouse found me, and talked, was friendly, told me which the various lights were at sea and on shore. Every second I felt more and more sick, the nausea hung in my head lower and lower every moment, would reach my gut soon, did. I rushed away from Scouse, half apologizing, glad I knew where the lavatory was, pleased that I had had the foresight to have asked the old man just where it was, where I collapsed over the pen, knees on the dirty wooden grating, retching. Felt some part of me just below my solar plexus trying hard to force its way up my throat, and spewed just a trickle of acid spittle into the bowl, and, worse than I had expected, this retching continued, though I brought nothing up, had nothing it seemed which I could bring up, except my solar plexus, or whatever it was under it that was loose, or seemed so, and which now began to pain me every time I heaved. I saw no sense in being there and heaving nothing, and I wanted to lie down, remembered it did help, or was supposed to help, lying down. As I thought, I'm glad I been sick. I'm relieved all the wondering whether I would be or not is over, for it's bloody awful but it's not unbearable, intolerable, I can stand it, I do still want to stay, I am going on this voyage and I am not going to try to back out now, or regret it. How did I manage that companionway down to the cabin? Fell most of the way, perhaps, but climbed into my bunk determinedly enough. Festy underneath said eat something, and Johnny opposite said eat for Chris' sake. And all I had was a green pear bought in the market the afternoon before I came, 1 pear out of 3 pounds, which were all I could carry, ludicrously small amount now I think of it. They were all gone in 4 days, those green pears, spending but a brief while doing me hardly any good. The last fresh fruit until this orange, which was valuable, so valuable, that now I know I can do without more until we return, know that I have come that far, have gained that much control, will not have difficulty in not bringing myself to beg another from the skipper. As I can stand standing here on the cold boat deck, as long now as I choose, bearing the cold, bearing the wind, bearing whatever weather. Worn edge mahogany oh carefully lift head not so bad, not so badly the head this morning if it is this morning. Arm lift arm, asleep, still, the arm, with the watch, yes, after 9, missed breakfast, no matter, not hungry, can wait till midday, yes, but look forward to it, not feeling sick, though still the headache, still that, I'm almost used to it, accept it, bear it, but I'm over the sickness, for the moment, I feel, how marvelous, yes, this happened the first time I was seasick, I seem to remember, the only other time I have been seasick, between Penzance and St. Mary's, going across to the Scilly Isles, yes, with the Cypriot girl, whose name was Eva, yes, Eva, who was sick too. We had come down to Penzance on my old motorbike, a BSA 250 it was, pre-war model, which I loved, but she could really only do 60, and I always lied about her age, as too about Eva's who was 28 to my 19, and married to a Cypriot who sent her to England occasionally to live with her mother, for cheapness, since he could not afford to keep her in Cyprus. No, I am deceived, misled, it was Malta, she was Maltese, I used to buy her sweets and she'd say I like Maltesers and I'd wittily reply, I know, you married one. But she was only Maltese, herself, her mother was English, that was why her husband could send her home to England sometimes, for months at a time, and it was one of these times that I had met her. Ian and I had picked up her and her sister at Richmond Ice Rink one evening, and I had gone for the older one, thinking it was time I found someone experienced, and she was, though she was not wearing a ring, and she never let me have it, the cow, never brought herself to adultery, I suppose, being a Catholic, though that mattered in this special instance very little, with Eva. She and her sister were left alone at the time we met them in this house at Twickenham. The mother was off abroad somewhere with the father, who worked for a foreign airline, El Al perhaps it was, or Air India, Near or Middle East, I forget which, as a mechanic, and I would go over many nights, on my old BSA, after working in an office all day, and sit with her, Eva, or go to the pictures. Some picture about Lords was one we saw, I remember, shit I thought it was, but it pleased her, and I was always trying to please her. When we came back, or when we were alone, sooner or later, we would kiss deeply, tonguing and sighing, and I would feel her breasts, which were good, and then slip my hand between her knees, and sew up her skirt and over the elastic of her panties, and it was all very juvenile. I realize work my finger on her clitoris until she had had enough. I never knew whether she came or not, probably she did not, I suspect, but she never returned the pleasure, for me, when I embarrassedly indicated that she could, that I would welcome at least that. She said once I knew where I could go if I wanted that sort of thing, up Piccadilly. Whether we should have it properly was decided very early on, as I remember, one Sunday afternoon, after she had cooked spaghetti for lunch. She taught me how to cook a good spaghetti. I offered to wash up and she went upstairs to rest, she said, in her room, and of course I later followed her. She seemed partly drunk, and indeed we had had some wine with lunch, but not much, and I lay with her on the bed, and fondled her, and she said take me, yes, just like that, it was, and I being 19 and unpracticed, thought hard and was prepared contraceptively, and went outside to the lavatory, and while I was there, just about to put the thing on, this lodger came in, downstairs, and went into the room next to Eva's, and somehow I could not with him there, and I went downstairs again, and sat and stared at the photo of a nude baby on a plump cushion that was Eva young, and nearly cried over my innocence or lack of experience, and knew that we would never, just knew. When later she woke up, she asked why I had not taken her, and cowardly I told her I had no contraceptive, and she did not want to have a baby, did she? And she was horrified, or pretended to be upset, about my thinking of using a contraceptive on a Catholic girl. And there sexually we stayed for months, she not wanting me to use protection and me not willing to risk committing myself with her to the extent of starting a baby. We even went on holiday together, that summer. It only lasted spring and summer with Eva, down through Devon and Cornwall to Penzance, where we stayed the night and left the BSA and crossed next morning to the Scillies. The ship looked quite big when we first saw it beside the quay at Penzance, but even before we were off Land's End it seemed very small compared with the waves. I was seasick within perhaps half an hour, after eating an apple and seeing someone else sick, and was led down far into the ship, where I lay down and was slightly better. But I can remember still the pulse of the engine, faster as the screw came out of the water, slowing as it was immersed again, and the slowness of time passing. 5 hours it took, that day, I think, and it was a rough passage. In any case, it was a rough stretch of sea, for 7 currents we were told met in those straits between the Scillies and Land's End. Eva would not let me have it on the Scillies, either, of course, though we had an interesting enough holiday. I was such a fool, an innocent, really, for standing for it. It taught me not to, later, though. The voyage back to Penzance was calm, I was not sick, and remember recovering very quickly from the outward trip. Not here, as there is never a chance to be still, 3 weeks of movement, my body never still. Eva's face. She had a flat face. Oh, that is not to say that her face did not have its promontories, its protrusions, its irregularities, for it did, but it seemed flat, her face, Flatness was the impression one gained from looking at her face, that I gained a face just like, rather like the green pro the cow. Made my left eyelid twitch. Terry noticed it drooped after that. Shame, my two eyes became different from each other. I noticed it twitched, could feel it. Irritating, but could not see it in the mirror when I tried to catch it doing it, so no one else can have seen it, and good, I have not noticed it doing it since I came on board. This trip has at least rid me of that, so far, of my left eyelid's twitch. That was upsetting, so it must be therapeutic. This facing of the past, of all of the past, must be. I've lost my twitch. Good. That face like Eva's. Eva went back to her husband on Malta. As soon as the summer was over, she did not like the English climate. Eva, returned on a mail ship from Southampton, where I saw her off, was surprisingly allowed the day off from the asbestos firm where I worked, wept as I left her. Yes, wept at our parting, like a woman or a child. She must have been embarrassed, but I left her before I need have. She wrote nastily afterwards, a card from Lisbon, or Gibraltar, that she had hours to wait on her own at the ocean terminal, because I had rushed off, weeping, could stand it no longer, and her one or two other letters much later were nastier. She was having a baby by this useless husband, and wanted nothing more to do with me, at which I felt sorry for the last time, then swore at her, and determined to learn by this experience, from which I had little else, that I would always take at least sexual satisfaction from such as she, as Eva, with her flat face, or give them up, did too. Yes, Laura, for one instance. Laura was more a success. I did make love to Laura, yes, very satisfactorily, perhaps as a result of my experience with Eva, some 2 years later, perhaps 18 months, not that she was not keen, or that I had to push it very hard, for she was, and I did not. She was the first I ever had without the sheath. It was good. I remember her for that, Laura, I do remember her for that, at the very least. And for what else? She hurt me, too, had me on the rebound from an Arab student, who returned, saying he would send for her, to marry her, which he did, in the end, and not so very long afterwards, though she had to pay her own fare. She used me in a sort of revenge, a sort of cocking an English snook at the Arabs, I suppose, for committing her to them. She worked on wages in the same office as I did, and the physical attraction between us was such as I had never known before, like that of a magnetized steel bolt for its appropriately polarized nut, so much so that I do not remember any real preliminaries, like going to the theater, or to the pictures as being necessary. Yes, we did, we went to see Hedda Gabler, at the Westminster, I think it was, but this was merely for the sake of form. Very quickly, it seems, she had invited me round to her room, which she occupied as if it were a bedsitter, in her parents' house in Kensington, and we were immediately kissing as soon as I had arrived. Suddenly she broke away and muttered about changing into something more suitable, a ready-made phrase, that, from any number of romantic stories, and I stood there fingering my stand, and she came back quickly, from the bathroom, I think it must have been, with only a long, loose, nearly transparent dressing gown on, and stood up against me, and dragged my flies apart and undid my belt and slid my trousers down and pulled at my briefs as I took my jacket off, and took in both hands those this disinvestiture had all been directed to, then pulled back her dressing gown and lodged me between her legs and threw her arms about me to bring it to her closer and keep me close, and at one point it slipped out, as I was taller and it had of course a natural bent upwards, and she eagerly, yes eagerly, pushed it back again and then shortly decided this initial coquetry was unnecessary and pulled me down onto the bed and at once sought to take me between her thighs, who had expected more preliminaries, but was not by any means insisting on them, she pulling up my shirt so that our flesh met the more closely and introducing me all unsheathed as I stood into the soft sheath of her vagina. A stroke, a second, and I came. So had I been excited, so could I no longer contain myself, but still stood, I was surprised to feel, so kept on with my stroke until, It seemed a long while later, she said, "Have you finished, then?" And it was all slightly embarrassing as I stood up, pulled my shirt tails down, and searched for my pants, elastically reduced to an easily lost article, but she eased the embarrassment. Laura gracefully indicated she was satisfied with my as if tyro performance, while at the same time giving me security in the continuance of our loving, by saying, "And next time take your shirt off." The other times were 8, I counted them. We lasted only 3 or 4 weeks, and still unsheathed, she using ginnamin, herself. Usually I would come round in that time, those 3 or 4 weeks, after the Latin lesson I had in the evenings with a tutor in Holland Park, perhaps at 8 or so, and she gradually became less and less interested in me, and she talked about her Arab and took a part-time job as an usherette to earn more money to pay her fare out to him, while yet denying to me that she was doing this. And though after the 4th or 5th or 6th time I did not exactly have to force her, once she said, "How did that happen?" Afterwards, as if she had decided not to let me any more, but her will had been too weak. And she would not take her clothes off or help me in many ways, so that I had to push her briefs down at the front as she lay and insinuate myself into her, which was not uncomfortable or difficult, I was surprised and pleased to find. But soon her will held, and she would just not let me, and I was of course, angry, and ruined whatever bases of a real relationship there were. I see now it was wholly physical, on my part too, and that she grew tired of it sooner than I, but at the time I wanted it to be a lot more, and was hurt and bitter when it finished, for it was love, of a kind, and not to be rejected as I thought she had rejected it. Obviously it would have been intolerable to remain working in the same office as Laura, so I used a slight cold as an excuse to take a few days off from those commercial bastards, and found myself another job in another office but far away from Hammersmith, in the West End, a better job, too, and I had been meaning to leave for a long time, but had not done so, out of laziness, inertia, and so it was good in a way that this trouble with Laura forced me out into a new job, not that I stayed in it long, for I did not, the new job, as within a year I had taken my Latin and been accepted to do an English degree course. But that last evening with Laura hurt. My parents, I had had some duty visit to make with my parents to the country. My father drove us in a hired Vauxhall. What interest is that? I had an attack of herpes on my lip, at the corner of my mouth, felt the small vesicles swelling and irritating all day long, tried to reduce the unsightliness at a pub we stopped at for a drink in the early evening on the way back, but succeeded only in making the sore place bloody, suppurating, and more obvious. He dropped me off at Kensington High Street, my father and I walked the rest of the way to Laura's, said my good evenings to her military father and stunted mother in the hall with the first middle-class pleated silk lampshade I ever saw, and went up to her pine-partitioned bed-sitting room. She would not kiss me because of my herpes. It was as simple as that. This temporary ugliness was made the reason for the unwantedness of myself, for her. There were ugly words said as well, and an ugly scene, to complete the romantic cliché of it all, to end the same sort of affair a million others have had. And I left, after forcing on her my ugly herpes in a kiss that smeared her with the harmlessness of my blood, the ugliness of my lymph. Trite, the affair with Laura, casual sex, if anything ever deserved the cliché, but I wanted it to be more, I wanted it to be more. She made it that, kept it small, not me, she. I was even prepared to offer her, did offer her, that I would give up my Latin, abandon hopes of going to university to do an English degree, if she would stay with me, which meant marriage, and I swore I would become a successful accountant, as then I was a clever accounts clerk but contemptuous of everything to do with it, if she would stay with me, not go to her Arab, marry me. It was as well she did not. Of course, I too would soon have exhausted the physical side, and she was dim, of course, of good parents, middle-class Presbyterians. She, after an expensive education, took a job as a cashier at a serve-yourself in Kensington High Street, which is where she met her Arab. The whole thing bloody disgusts me. But the sex was good, at first, I'll say that for her, Laura, I soon made sure I recovered from that wound, having learned from Eva. Yes, I took to a lesson from Laura and her Arab, went straight out on the romantic rebound and found another girl for myself, picked another up within days, went out with Jerry in Edgware Road, Joan her name was, lived in Sussex Gardens, went back with her the first night. I been through all that once, not again, the cupboard bathroom. And the missing letter, no. Yet now I think of it, why did I not think, remember, that I had had it without the sheath with Laura, when I was with Joan? Oh, what matter? I counted with Joan, too, and I only managed it 9 times with her, as well. For ages that haunted me, that record, that with no one woman had I ever managed it into double figures. No, a strange intercession at this last digit of those invented by the Arabs. No, that too could be no more than coincidence, with Arabs. But I still felt pain at the defection of Laura, as I saw it, for years afterwards, could remember her small face and the way she slightly dropped each shoulder in turn as she walked, for years, and that first way she came into her room in the loose dressing gown, and how she almost sucked me into her, took me naked deep into her woman's mysteries, such expressions. Yet thinking of what I so easily term her betrayal, it may be I am too harsh. She told me right from the beginning she was involved with the Arab. I cannot complain of deception, and what I do complain of is perhaps no more than that she did not do always what I wanted, was not always or even ever what I desired. My fault if anyone's, again. And did I love her? Certainly, no one till Gwen did I feel so hurt about, and certainly I loved Gwen, certainly. At last I come to think about Gwen, who have tried so long to put her from my mind, now, 4 years later, have succeeded this far, in not thinking of her on this voyage at all. She was a wound, yes, an area of pain, a death of a certain part of me, of course, but not consciously, no, just as so much smegma under the prepuce of my consciousness. What am I doing? I ramble, when this should be important, this should be selective. I should not just think of Gwen generally, of the happiness. For there was happiness, of the love, for there was love, I did love, no, but of the significant, of the meaningful, of that which has since formed me, influenced me, twisted me into a solitary, if it has, that force which has set in train the constant movement of this voyage, and my mind, myself. For her leaving was far worse than Laura's returning to her Arab, saving her fare in shillings to fly to Iraq or Lebanon or wherever it was, far worse than Eva's going, which I could weep over, sincerely, for Gwen's failure was such that I could not weep, was beyond crying, wanted only to be on my own to celebrate this death within me. So think, only those things relevant, and happiness, such joy as there was, is not relevant, not important to me now. So think, selectively. The German tour. Something of a release from that useless study of Anglo-Saxon, a tour lasting perhaps 3 weeks, to German and Danish universities with a play, Shakespeare, of course, Much Ado About Nothing, good title, not my choice, chosen by academics in both England and the countries we were to visit, but I was chosen to produce it, or direct it, as I preferred to call it. My first real experience of the isolation of command, the only time since those early attempts to lead in the landscape of my evacuated childhood. And I did not enjoy it this time later, either. For it was not as though they were professional actors who could be replaced if they would not be disciplined, who were used to discipline. They were students who had to pay £25 each towards the cost of the tour, and who saw it therefore as much as a holiday as a performance, and who were undisciplined as most students are, seeing this period as their last chance of real freedom before the iron gate of responsibility clanged to after them. And I have no taste for authority, for ordering. The acquisition of it does not interest me, and the exercise of it bores me. I agreed to direct this play because I thought that having to study the mechanism of it in such practical detail would show me how it was done, how it worked, that I might learn from it something of use to me. In this I was mistaken, for it taught me nothing that I did not know already, and for weeks put me in an exposed, isolated situation of great anxiety and self-doubt. and before it was over I felt humiliated, too, by some attitudes of unreasonableness. I felt, on some of their parts this becomes woolly, tortuous, pull it together. Gwen was my Beatrice, then, and because of a late defection I was compelled to play Dogberry, the fool to her beauty, which was in many ways a true reflection of our relationship, for I was foolishly in love with her. That is, was made foolish, to look and act, by the singularity of my love for her. People said I had given my mistress or lover or girlfriend a lead in this play out of partiality, but I am sure that she was the best actress of those available, and also that she did the part very well. And if being director did isolate me, she at least had other reasons for being on my side, at least had other reasons not to disregard my orders, which orders were only in the interests of producing the best performance of that mediocre, old-fashioned play which was possible in all the circumstances. But many of the cast were just not interested in that side of it, were irresponsible. Oh, how miserable and unworthwhile the whole thing seems to me now. What embarrassment, shame, and humiliation it recalls, the German tour, bloody get on with it, then, selectively. It is a measure of something. That I was so in love with her, perhaps, of course, that I cannot remember the cause of this great row we had, Gwen and I, at this place called Halde, in Denmark, an old house not like an old house, in wooded grounds, largely, where we were to perform before students. Halde was a student organization, yet I remember it as the row which finally established that we would never be closer, even though we went on for 4 or 5 further months, I in my delusion, she taking what she needed from me and deceiving me for the rest. Oh, this remembering is not only so painful, but so boring to me, I have no enthusiasm for it. Halde, I must remember Halde. At least I can do the bloody scenery. At least. A fairly large house, red brick, stone facings, Dutch gables, a circular drive to the door, entering and leaving on the same road through an ungated pair of piers, and when I say piles on piers I do not mean hemorrhoids on the harse-holes of the aristocracy, the old joke about elm and its uses, from Gordon. There were many wooded areas, few open ones, a good-looking lake, with a ruin on one side. Not romantically, it was not a romantic place, the trees being firs mainly, occasionally deciduous. Were they? I don't know. Why should I know the trees, have taken note of the trees of the student guest house in the middle of Denmark? I am not like that. The house itself was good, of a kind, pine paneling, a fine hall and staircase kept rich and authentic. Elsewhere the rooms were students' functional, the same as students' rooms all over Europe. But there was auxiliary accommodation in sheds, huts, whatever, away from the main building, students' rough iron frame bunks, and perhaps what started my bad luck, from which the row led, was that I was one of only 3 men who ended up in this inferior bedding, who, without standing on my dignity, or perhaps it was being pompous, to expect as director and as leader, when anything awkward needed leading, I should have slept in the house, more comfortably. I still cannot remember what the row was all about, but it was violent, bitter on my part. I feel sure it was that she would not do something that I felt she should, that it was her duty to our love to have done, or to what my concept of our love doubtless was. But I do remember walking out into the night, burning with the injustice of her action, indignation riving myself, out into those cold woods, wet with dew, or rain, my brain hardly containing the frustration of it, for what could I do? I could not break with her there and then, as I would or might have done at home, privately, could neither leave the tour nor publicly break with her. No, I had not the courage to do either, preferred to isolate myself within myself, bad. And anti-romantically I preferred not to stay wet out in the dank woods, so came in and went to bed early, very early, and this was our first night at Halde, to shiver under insufficient blankets, rage hammering at my sanity, my rightness put in jeopardy by her wrongness, her stubbornness. How odd that I can remember so well the state and not the cause of it. There must be something relevant in that, there must. And that uneasy place to sleep, Sleep is important to me, I can endure a lot when I know I have a place to sleep easy. And I could not sleep for hours, in that place, listening to sounds from the house, of music, of dancing, like a servant in the outhouses hearing the junketings of the great in the great house, and this was added to my resentment, that I was excluded, to my bitterness against her, for causing it. And the embarrassment of knowing that the others knew, that one of the two who slept near me would nod at my buried shape on the bed, and grin, knowing I had quarreled with her, and would be glad, for one envied me, perhaps, or because to another I was the representative of authority or power or something. But the other, in fact, the only one who did come while I was awake, was kindly when he did come, sat on my bed and talked to me about ordinary things, served to remind me there were ordinary things, suggested without saying that he sympathized, was good to me, in short, for which I was grateful, and afterwards I, who was so meanly prone to keeping myself to myself, went out of my way to repay him, Patrick, yes, whose qualities I just because of this began to notice, more than I would have otherwise done, and am grateful to him. I was a mean bastard then, for they are fine qualities. I ramble, my constant fault, these are irrelevancies. Think what it was I rode with Gwen over, it makes it laughable if I cannot know what caused so much pain. I cannot, it is laughable. We met next morning at breakfast, Gwen and I, and oh, the pain, and the only thing I thought of to avoid making the courageous steps of either leaving the company or ignoring her for the rest of the tour was to climb down, to make the overtures, even to pretend it was my fault, even, to humble myself before herself, with her wrongness, her solitariness. Ah, that is it. No, anyway, she saw the advantages of this approach, of this solution, for she was in the same situation, then, really, now I come to see it, and gave in with little Grace, who had great grace, and knew that something had been established, and that even if it had not been then the same battle, whatever it was, could be fought again on more favorable ground at a more favorable time. So we were one again, ha ha, and had a brief scene that morning in the room she shared, locking the door, that no others could disturb us, in which we both said we were lonely, would always be lonely, and that therefore we could never really love anyone. That sounds romantically silly, now, and at the time I was concerned only with expediency, with making it up, so that a face should be put on things, until we were home. And I forgot about that declaration of mutual individuality immediately afterwards, lapsing into my illusion again, that we did love, that she loved me, rather, for certainly I loved her, certainly that was no illusion. It is an indication of my love for her that I could delude myself about her part of it, her reciprocation. But later she was to say, when I was bitter at her failure, that she thought all had been made clear at Hald. I have been through some rough old emotional times, it becomes clear, yes. So have the women, to be fair. Always I was trying to make them conform to some concept I had of what a relationship could be. If I could conceive it, then it should be attainable, a dangerous concept, I see, if applied to many things, to any other thing, perhaps, demonstrably untrue, in fact, but I certainly believed it to be true of something I could see between man and woman, and still believe it, still search for it. And Gwen conformed when it suited her petit bourgeois mind, and deceived me when it did not. Circles, I go round in circles. So then, what else about Hald? The performance we gave was poor, as I remember, the stage had no more than a 12-foot opening, and the amateur conditions gave rise to an amateurish performance when we were capable of doing much better, did do much better, in other places, on proper stages. Running heavily through the woods in my thin cheap gold and black dressing gown to bathe in the lake, with her and Patrick and others, the pine mast, if that is the word, yielding dankly under our feet, the same slimily present as we entered the lake, shallow at this point, unpleasant underfoot, that we were glad to breaststroke off, kick our feet clean of that slime. And there were leeches, too, that's right, when we came out there were leeches cupped on our feet, not painfully sucking, but loathsome enough in their possibilities, and Patrick made erudite jokes about medieval medicine, which made it more bearably. And the ruins we visited, too, taking photographs of each other in the ruins, on the walls, one of Gwen where her bathing costume was so similar in tone to the sky as backcloth that she appeared to have nothing on, until you looked very closely. What else? Dining room scenes, with announcements in several languages, which we actors parroted, once, quite funnily, to us, yes, but not probably to them, perhaps even embarrassingly, I don't know. That will do about hauled. Anything else on that tour? Photographs taken there too, in Hamburg, could look them out, if I had them here, to help with the memories, to establish the causes, manufacture the reasons, evolve the bases, confirm the findings. Oh Christ, this is getting tedious. But it must be exhausted, the subject, of its possibilities, in case the key, the whole point, is there for my finding. In Copenhagen there was a party for us in an upstairs room at some students' union, where we all were drunk on Carlsberg and Akvavit, and where Gwen and I came closer, enjoyed at a window throwing telephone directories to a Welsh member of the company outside who took them, ran, dummied, and kicked for touch. Where some sort of local police came and inquired what was going on, as was their duty, and being honestly answered that it was a student party, left us civilly to become drunker, after accepting each a bottle of lager themselves. Where the Raven, one of our rustics, made a spectacular exit through a door, theatrically crawling backwards to gain attention, having forgotten that there was a steep flight of stairs immediately outside that door. And where Stuart and I fought a duel through the streets of that capital, holding our blunt prop naval ceremonial swords by their wrong ends, laughing all the way. Eventually to collapse onto student bunk beds, where on the bottom of the one above mine I cut my knee badly, after bouncing, felt no pain, but woke in the morning to guilt about the blood low on the sheets, as if I had been raping dwarf virgins all night. The performance at Copenhagen was disastrous. We acted on a bare dais in a ceremonial paneled hall, with blackouts instead of curtains, and two poor entrances. One was a door with a step down and behind it a landing of a marble flight of stairs, the other door was at the foot of these stairs, after passing through which the actors mounted by a wooden flight of steps to stage level. This flight had a handrail on one side only, and I suppose it was lucky that only one actor throughout the whole performance chose to step down on the wrong side of that handrail in the dark. The blackouts confused the props men too, who, altering scenes, were often caught in jeans and shirt sleeves in Renaissance Italy. For no reason that I knew, during the second act this ornamental staircase, green travertine and bronze balustrade, became flooded with water, that is to say, water came from the upper stories, gently, half an inch deep, taking the stairs as a formal waterfall, just wetting to our uppers, and continued down into the basement, where a dance orchestra played just loudly enough to be overheard in the auditorium. But the audience, such as it was, 50 poor Danish souls or so, took it very well, quickly entered into such spirit as we were able, considering the wrongness of everything, to assume, and clapped the itinerant scene shifters as they were caught, who took a bow, appropriately, and thought themselves very Brechtian, and at the end we were clapped mightily, several blackout calls as if we had given much ado about FA the finest, most definitive performance ever, and we went out on a final appropriate note by half the cast being caught for an unexpected call. This lighting was by a man called Chance, lighting by chance, it said on our program, and so it bloody was that night. Whereas at Hamburg everything went well, the right size stage and neutral setting for our scale of acting and paucity of props, a good audience and efficient control of things of which we were glad to have been relieved. And at the beginning, since I was not on for some time, I quietly went round to the back of the hall and there watched part of the play, and was pleased at what was my production, seeing it distanced, my only real moment when it was all worthwhile during the whole tour. And Gwen was really so good as Beatrice, she gave a new kind of life to Shakespeare's fustian lines, for me, made his old-fashioned overwrought convoluted phrases sound like sense even to Germans, which was more than I could relatively do for the plot, or anyone could do for it. For that matter, Shakespeare is a great poet but a useless dramatist on today's stage. And in Hamburg I was at peace with Gwen. For some reason, this city was the setting for one of the good times, and even when a man called Falk, "My name is Falk," he said, like Falcon in English, and he flapped his arms even when this organizer of our visit kissed her theatrically, in a fatherly manner. I was not jealous, for the first time, who was generally jealous if any man so much as looked with more than general interest at her, a sign of my insecurity, of course, and in this case of my temporary sureness of her and of our love. And in Hamburg of course we went to the Reeperbahn, as all tourists do, after our performance on the first night, and went to a jazz club where the sharks let us listen to the jazz for buying one drink, which cost a great deal of my little money, but did not bother us after that. A Swedish band it was, I remember, and the drink was not real alcohol or even real coke with it, which latter annoyed me, but not Gwen. Oh, and before we went into this jazz club, we went into a pintable place and an attendant asked me if Gwen was over 18, in English. We must have stood out as being English, and we laughed, for of course she was, but afterwards she was slightly annoyed rather than flattered by this. And on our way home, or back to our digs, hers in one and mine in another, place, that is, on a tram, a disturbing, Kafkaesque thing happened to us. First of all, the tram seemed not to pass through the place where we were sure it would, had been assured it would, where we wished to get off, and then, on the first time past this posited place, I glanced at the conductor a few seconds after I had looked at him before, or so it seemed, and it was a completely different man. All sorts of rational explanations for this came to us then and later, but none really explained it. And, after the third trip on that same number tram, twice in the original direction with once in the opposite direction in between, we gave up and took a taxi, first to her digs and then I took it on to mine. I still remember Hamburg with affection, as being the one town I saw to which I would like to go back, to spend some time in Germany, except perhaps for Munich, yes, but Hamburg. And one member of our cast went sailing for an afternoon on the something sea and overturned and had to be rescued by the local water police or whatever they were called, and they came round to our digs the next day demanding some sort of fee for rescuing him. I do not remember how that ended, whether he paid them, or stalled them off until we were on our way to wherever next, which I believe was Munich, far down in the south, in Bavaria. The tour was not very well organized geographically. There were these great long train journeys in between. But Munich as a city I took to at once, as so many do, I find, its great wide streets, Baroque churches, beer gardens and halls, and the great Rubens in the Alde Pinakothek. We swam in the brown Isar by a footbridge, one afternoon, I remember, and one morning were invited by the mayor to breakfast in whatever the German equivalent of parlor is, the city hall, anyway, the whole company. Where I sat next to the mayor, who showed me how to deal with the fat white hot sausages we had for this odd meal at 11, he cut his in the middle, stuck his fork in the end thus exposed, of one half, cut straight along the skin towards the tied end, and then, holding down one flap so formed, rotated his fork to peel the skin neatly off. I was impressed, and cut decisively across my sausage as I had seen him do. A jet of hot white water shot a good 18 inches into the air, most of it returning to my plate. "Ha!" said the mayor, "nothing more. These sausages were made of tripe, I supposed, or that at least was the only reasonable thing I could think of to account for their color. They tasted quite pleasant with the stein of beer each of us had as well. Gwen I could not talk to, we had been separated by some kind of protocol. They made us very welcome in Munich, and I still feel guilty that the standard of our production was not really worthy of them, or of me. God knows where we went from Munich. This is all out of order. Back to Cologne, probably, where we spent our first night, on the way to Frankfurt, in a converted air raid shelter, built of massively thick concrete in the shape of a church, hopefully to escape the attention of bombers, which in any case at night could hardly distinguish between houses and factories, offices and churches. When our party arrived there that night, it was interesting how those men who were paired off with women already quickly arranged to take double rooms together so that a later change could easily be made to allow the pairs to sleep together. It was an automatic pairing, without any previous arrangement being necessary, an instinctive decision, as we saw that another man's thoughts were the complement of ours. And the girls did the same. I thought little about anything except sex, at that time, at that age, 25, and nor it seems did others, in that at least I was with them. As a result of these arrangements, Gwen and I shared a cell-like room without windows, tired after the train journey from London. And the performances there on the way back were mediocre. The whole stay in Cologne was boring, mediocre, being the fag end of the tour, all of us tired of new things constantly, the 1 or 2 night stands in strange cities. As I am now tired of remembering the whole thing, which brought me so little in return for the great amount of emotional energy, time admittedly willingly filched from my degree, love, yes, love, wasted on a poor play and an uninterested cast. Forget it? No. Finish off Gwen. As soon as we had returned, in the train from Dover to Victoria, in fact, when we were all reverting to being our own individuals again, I relapsed into very painful anxiety for us, for our love, and also worried, that she might see again an old boyfriend whom she had confessed had broken her heart. How trite this all seems now. Good. During the rest of that summer vacation, which disturbed me greatly, and all the peace we had had, for despite the quarrel at Hald we had been together more continuously than at any other time, as if in marriage this now disappeared and was replaced by unease and a foreboding of future pain and loss, through which I could feel myself already achieving a kind of piety. It was agreed that we would marry the next year, after finals, in almost exactly a year, and I knew that the test of those coming months, and the ultimate test of whether or not she would actually marry me, were going to be very painful indeed, for me. And somewhere, very small, all but disregarded, I also knew that I was not quite sure of our love, or that she was what I wanted, that she would be the answer to my questions about sex, about love, about art. Yet what else was there to do but proceed as though she was in love with me, as indeed she said often enough she was, and that it would work out well. At the Tivoli in Copenhagen one evening we exchanged money for disc tokens to gamble on fruit machines, and, when we unexpectedly won and went back to the woman who gave change to convert our winnings, the woman's face showed scorn, such enormous contempt, at our hope for this, without needing to use a word of rejection. From that moment, I feared seeing that scorn on Gwen's face, that I should expect her to keep her word, to mean what she said about loving me and marrying me. There were several months of that fear before I did see that scorn, that contempt, before she betrayed me, Gwen. And still I went on seeing it, during that uneasy period between love and hate after betrayal, and into hate, for 5 years of hate, until now, when I begin to feel indifferent, certainly do not hate, no, merely want to understand. For years it was with me, as, hearing accidentally of some new betrayal, or realizing some new betrayal, I would think of what I was doing while she was betraying me, and however good that thing was, this betrayal would ruin just the memory for me, the memory even tainted by it. When I heard of her taking up a job after we left college it came as a shock. I had not liked to think of her as having any life at all outside me, the effect of which was to set me worrying in a further way. I had the hell of the thought of her marrying and of the news of her marrying being given to me at a moment when I could not take it, would break under it. And once, when I went to stay with a friend in Cambridge, a friend of hers spotted me and followed us into King's College Chapel, stood talking to us. I hated him, questioning me at length as to what I was doing now, presumably to retell to Gwen, and said I would not have liked Cambridge, which was full of suits, should be glad I had gone to London, whereupon I inquired how he should know what suited or did not suit my character so well, and he replied that he knew my character because he knew what Gwen was before she met me, and what she was now. This hurt me, that she should take from me so without giving what I needed in return, what I felt I had a right in all equity to receive in return. And I hated any conversation in which she was mentioned, it disturbed me, sullied me, especially in this place, whose late perpendicular would now always be associated with this mean man, who said also that Cambridge students of engineering would not come into the chapel since no one could understand logically how it still stood, stupidly, as though we were tourists, and associated with that woman, Gwen. So, not in mitigation of past love and enmity, just past hatred, of her for what she did, but because this is as much hers as mine, something we had, or seemed to have. This is woolly, indeterminate. I must try to analyze more, not just go over things, over and over things, the past, glorying in, almost, rather than analyzing, now the hurt is past, over, enjoying the sex, vicariously, too much on sex, perhaps, no, it is important, so little else seems really relevant, though there were of course long periods without girls, or with useless girls. Time. I ought to get up. Time. Headache still, always, but not sick, 10, half past, yes, get up, wash, watch the gutting for an hour, or so, lunch, they call it dinner, will give me a good excuse not to stay out on that cold deck in this cold weather, for longer, unless I choose, can stand it, no. Up then, no trousers to put on, sleeping in them, just a sweater, just as well, there's a lot of movement on her today, weather must be rougher, blowing up, I suppose, but I'm used to it now, more or less, which is not to say I cannot be thrown about, was yesterday, in the galley, returning a plate late, was thrown by a sudden movement, barked my forearm on a vertical girder, yes, still hurts, head just missed, legs folding under me, plate and spoon took off across galley, felt a fool. Though only galley boy there, who was nearly thrown as well, so neither of us laughed. So careful. The price of safety is eternal vigilance, in this case, again, the verity of the cliché. So one hand out for self, holding on, up the steps, through the hatch into alleyway, along, onto the engine room gratings, along past the dully bright cylinder head cover, the asbestos-covered pipes, the blasting warmth of the silver-lagged boiler, to the officers' quarters under the skipper's suite, where I am allowed to use the washroom and lavatory. One hand holding for self, again, it is difficult to pee like this, with the target moving, or the projector moving, reminds me of pissing on people's lavatory seats when a kid, to annoy them, to pay them back for whatever it was, no room for such gentility here, it is beside the point, marginal, every time someone leaves the porthole open, forget to secure the brass butterfly nuts, a sea splashes in and cleanses it out, the great jakes, the sea, and so on, and so forth, as I said before. So, now wash, easy enough to do with one hand, yes, shaving would be almost impossible for me, though the others all shave, it seems to me, not every day perhaps, but certainly they are not noticeably growing beards, as I am, as I decided to, though she did dare me before I came to grow one, and keep it for her to see, scratchy, it feels, of course, prickly, growing slowly after an initial sprouting, 12 days now, is it, hairs grow in all directions so that it looks most random, untidy, sloppy, unseamanlike, and though it started off fair it has now turned a kind of reddish brown, as if I had not fathered these hairs, illegitimate hairs, hirsute bastards, but it does feel good upon my upper lip, to brush back gently with the pads of my index finger and thumb, to feel the length of my mustache, and the hollow beneath my lower lip, to evacuate, and piles, to pain, as if this voyage were not already enough of a paradigm of the human condition, piles, the unmentionable condition, so many people have them, they say, but no one talks about them, paradox, merely suffer them, treat them with suppositories, like these, the best shape, this make, like bullets, Dum-dum bullets, really, not allowed by the rules of war but very comforting to those fundamentally afflicted, dum-dum, round-head, but tapering from the shoulder. So that, pushed in a little way, they go the rest themselves, a most accommodating shape, made by Messrs. Boots the chemists, very well, the most shapely of all the suppositories I have come across. But nevertheless difficult to insert, they all are, need both hands really, but judge the pitch, allow for the roll, made it, hole in one, but one of these days something unexpected is going to happen, like yesterday in the galley, and I shall be found dead or unconscious in a very peculiar situation indeed. So out, to walk the thoughtful walk of the man with piles, in these noisy oilskins and slum-mocky rubber boots, to stand alongside the men gutting, among the pounds, though not to use a knife myself. Ah, the sea is getting up, the weather is noticeably worse than last night. Hang on to the strung cable, do not touch the warp, directed round the double drums of the fair leads, across the deck, stand just as the pounds, announce I have come to read the entrals, smile, Festi, Mick, Stag, Scouse and the decky learner do not smile, but look up, seem glad of any diversion, though, rib me about my seasickness, the while gutting. At closer quarters, the gutting impresses me even more with its speed. I time Scouse on one of the bigger fish, a sprag, he calls it, which is a medium-sized cod, small ones are codling, and really big ones, of which we seem to have caught few, are presumably cod. It takes him 9 seconds to despoil this great fish of its intestines, throw the liver into a basket, and hurl the remaining 20 pounds or so 15 feet through the air into the washer. There is an athletic dedication about Scouse's gutting, a certain sadistic pleasure in his cutting strokes. But Stag stands there stolidly, cloth-capped, gutting automatically, economical of movement, saying nothing, thin-faced, gaunt even in the artificial bulkiness of his yellow skins, just as he probably has done the last 40 years, or more, from a boy of 12. Mick talks as he guts, intermittently, usually to rib the decky learner, often quite harshly, intending to hurt a boy of 16, for what reason I cannot think. None of the others reproves Mick for it, and certainly I cannot interfere. Yet suddenly, when Stag notices a metal marker on the tail of a jumbo haddock, and hands it without a word to Festi, it is Mick who insists that the fish, worth 5 shillings for the evidence of its travelling when taken to the Fisheries Research Laboratory on shore, be given to the decky learner, insists it is his by tradition or some sort of right. Then a moment later he throws a catfish across at the boy, a cruel joke, since the fish has a wide mouth vicious with pointed teeth which can wound dangerously. Festi tells me about this catfish, since it is the first I have seen, long and somewhat eel-like with a fluttering continuous dorsal fin, mottled darkly on olive, the squat head nearly all mouth, says some trawlermen will deal with it by offering it the warp to bite, which it will do tenaciously, and then it is hanging in an easy position to gut. The decky learner, however, picks it up through its gills in the usual way, in its turn, avoiding the savage mouth, guts it efficiently, and throws it away from him, all without apparently noticing Mick. Festi points out such other curiosities as there are in this haul, several half-halibut, not really halibut but a bastard breed produced by some miscalculated union in prehistory, which are worth keeping, however, for the reasonable price they fetch, something like an overblown version of the catfish, but bigger and black and called a jellicat, which Festi stabs cruelly in an orange-colored eye and heaves overboard, saying we would only catch it again and even for fish meal it is not worth keeping, as so much of it consists of water, dab, small flatfish which are not kept, and small skate, which Festi says they call ginnies, and which he shows me to have genitals to copulate to reproduce like mammals. Speaking of this with a delicacy which contrasts oddly with the dirty stories he tells me at other times, and saying also that he thinks the skipper is wrong not to be keeping these small skate the strip, as they are worth something, are very sweet to eat, and he throws the one he was showing to me into the basket which goes to the cook for our meals, for there is fish as a choice at every meal. I must try a ginny, which has another meaning for me, but not now to think of that, and a great squat, green, lumpish, bulge-eyed concertinaed parody of a fish, which Scouse seizes, balances on one hand with the other held flat at right angles across the thing's eyes, a mime I do not understand until Festi explains it is a camera fish, and Scouse says he has taken a snap of me with it, before he pitches it weightily overboard. There are, too, lumps of a cream-colored petrified substance which Festi tells me they call duff, and he looks round for the mate, as it too is like suet pudding. Some vegetable matter which grows on the seabed in this area and of which the net can become full if the skipper does not avoid those patches. Experience has shown him it grows on. The other fish I know, cod, handsome, gleaming olive green, most unlike the sad grey slabs I have seen hitherto at fishmongers, for cod seems to lose most of all in appearance by being long out of water, haddock, with thumbprints either side of the neck and a black line down each flank, red fish, their great deep-sea eyes burst, their mouths bloated with a bubble formed from some depressed urist intestine to make them look as if blowing bubble gum, their spiky fins perhaps raising perch-like once or twice before they, sooner than most, die, and Coley, or Seth, long, snouted, plump, dark green, handsome. I ask about dogfish, seeing none, ask if they come over the side barking, at which, surprisingly, they laugh, but are rather disgusted when I say I eat it often in London, that as rock salmon or rockfish it is popular, for to them it is a scavenger, looks like a small shark, is of that family, and therefore not acceptable to them when there are so many clean fish to be had. Their favorites are the small codling or baby haddock, 80 or 100 fillets of which the cook must prepare, fried in egg and bread crumbs, or batter, every day. Stag and scouse, gutting in the deepest pound, fish up to their knees, now slide with their boots sideways a mass of fish towards the others. Make raising a pound board to allow them to pass under. Flat on the deck lies a huge skate, 4 feet across its wings, and I remember now seeing it caught up in the mouth of the trawl earlier, and the skipper assuring me it would be washed down into the cod end sooner or later. This haul, in fact, I see now. Stag guts it where it lies, white belly upwards, then gestures for Scouse to help him throw it into the washer. Peering at the mass of guts and green excreta which now begins to outbulk the remaining fish, I notice that there are small fish in amongst them, far too small not to have slipped through the 5-inch mesh of the net, and upbraid Festi jokingly for catching the small ones. He looks at me, does not answer, but seizes the largest of the sprags still lying near his feet, rips at its belly, then cuts delicately and removes from the sprag's stomach a small haddock, perhaps weighing half a pound. The silver of whose scales has only just begun to be dulled by the sprag's digestive juices, which he hands to me with a grin, watching my fascination and disgust. This gives Scouse an idea, for he says, "Come and look at this, pleasure tripper." And he fiddles carefully with the guts of a flat brown bastard halibut, snakes twice into the thick mass and then lays on the flat top of the pound board a bloody piece of gut, which I quickly see to be pulsing and very soon afterwards realize to be a heart, still beating, a fish heart still with some kind of life left in it. "I've known a heart go on beating for half an hour," says Festi, 3 hours, during the whole time we were gutting, says Mick, "a whole watch," says Scouse, and I know they are kidding me. I peer at this intral, watch its life beating away, interested and disgusted yet moved, and think of several different omens this particular sacrificial object could portend. I feel the cold, as a result or not I cannot tell, but I feel cold. I cannot understand how these men can tolerate the cold for long stretches like this, gutting on an open deck on a day like this, when an occasional wave will break hard against the side and send spray like a shroud over them as they work in the pounds. Obviously they are used to it, yet yesterday Scouse said that no fisherman ever gets used to it except it, at any rate, for the money it brings, they say, but there must be more to it than that. Perhaps they are all that physical type which can withstand pain more easily than others, is relatively unaffected by it, simply does not feel it, but, to look at, these men are physically so disparate. From down a hatch to the fish room a voice bellows, "Is the pleasure tripper up there?" And Duff's head follows it, just his head, like Joe Canaan from the Green Cistern, but grinning, alive, a little red tam o' shanter on his head. And he invites me to inspect his fish room, which I am quite glad to do, imagining at first it must be warmer down there than on the deck, then remembering that the fish are packed in ice. Down through a coal hole-like hatch, dropping straight onto a pine fish slimy inclined chute, fortunately just 4 or 5 feet long, landing on my feet, crunching ice. A great sprag nudges me in the back immediately afterwards, kicks once, and is then seized both-handed through the gills and round the base of the tail by a man whom I have not seen before, which seems incredible. Did not know he was on board. Perhaps he lives down here. No, impossible. He lays the sprag neatly next to others, of a similar size, packs ice round it, and sockets into place a wooden board. I see now that part of the fish room is skeletal, with metal supports which are made into compartments with boards, some wooden, others of corrugated aluminium. Here are packed layer upon layer of fish in ice, according to size and according to kind, the cod with the cod, the haddock with their kin, solidly. We stand on one 8-foot layer. We have caught that many, and are now filling a second layer, perhaps another 8 feet deep, the width of the ship and half its length, a great many fish. Measured in kits, each of which equals 10 stone, packed like sardines, ha ha, sometimes still kicking in the ice as they are put down. Occasionally, if such movement annoys a man at his neat shelving, he will bash the head with a piece of ice or the end of a board. The other one of Duff's assistants is Joe, an older man I have seen before, who silently shelves haddock, methodically, tidily, mechanically. The area for working in is relatively small, since the space without fish in it is packed with ice. As the ice is taken for the fish, so more space is exposed, more skeletal forest, for use as storage. Duff asks me if I am cold, sees I am, and hands me a pick and grinning points to the ice wall forward, behind the chute. I take the tool and, bracing myself carefully against a support and timing my blows within the movements of the ship, I begin to break down the ice, crushed originally but now adhering together in a mass, into fragments which form into mounds at my feet. When the freed ice is nearly up to the top of my sea boots, I take a shovel and send it in great arcing showers to the feet of Joe and the other man, and soon I am very warm, take off my scarf and skins, work in sweater and trousers like the others. For a breather, I watch the care with which they pack. Remember someone saying before I came that this mate has a great reputation for the condition in which he brings his fish to market. Talk with them about this method of storage, presumably the best, for some reason, though to my eyes packing the fish at once in boxes or kits at this stage would save the trouble of it being all unpacked from the ice by fish lumpers in port and then put into boxes. I am well warm by the time Duff calls me off for dinner. The skipper is worried about the weather, says we shall have to give up fishing for a while if it worsens at all. I say that I have noticed the occasional bad roll which submerged the concrete scuppers alongside the rail, even submerged the top of the rail, submerged it, not just broke over it, and Duff reassuringly says he has seen it do that up to the engine room skylights, which are up on the boat deck and on the center line of the ship. Mind you, he adds, I was bloody scared at the time. Fear of this ship sinking is one thing I do not have, cannot conceive even, for she is so demonstrably well fitted to her element, to her job, that I cannot imagine what conditions could overcome her. She rides all the seas I have seen, and we had force 9 across the North Sea and off the Norwegian coast as successfully and confidently as I, a landsman, could wish. I can see why Corb took some of his examples, parallels, from ships. This trawler is indeed a machine for going to sea in, a machine for catching fish, shipshape, and in this bare functionalism lies her beauty. Certainly, she has no conventional beauties, for me, which is to the good. She has a very narrow beam for her length, for her less than 800 tons, but function, function, function. The whole ship is dedication to the concept of function, and that is what makes her so beautiful to me. Except when, as now, she throws custard about, soaks my trousers with the sweet thick custard from the enamel jug as I attempt to pour, both burning and messing me, simultaneously from the galley through the hatch the sounds of two voices cursing as she threw something at both the cook and the galley boy. I retire to my bunk to change the trousers, wash off the custard, hang them in my very efficient airing cupboard, and then decide to spend a while in my bunk in case of further accidents in this weather. The only other time I lived this kind of corporate, community existence was in the RAF, for a short time, since I was in only a short time, and that only in reserve flight at Paget, with the other rejects who were waiting for their discharge, all sorts, the odd serious disease, and 3 or 4 like me with perforated eardrums. They did not like people with perforated eardrums in the RAF. I never did find out exactly why not. Some said it was because if the other ear went they had to give you a pension for the rest of your life, which would in many cases be a very long time. Others said it was because you might have to fly high and unpressurized and you could not do that if your ear was perforated. Others said, and the idea has never left me, that it was because meningitis bugs could go straight through to your brain. Anyway, they never told me why, just made me step out for being hard of hearing in that right ear at a medical inspection, and then a doctor tested it. Banging a huge tuning fork in a deep score mark on a table and pressing it over various parts of my head, the while saying, "Can you hear that?" And me saying no, or yes, as the case was, and when the doctor went out one of the IRC orderlies said, "Looks like you've worked your ticket, mate," and I thought, Christ, now I shall have to think of getting a job, of deciding on this career I am expected to devote myself to. And they did discharge me, with a certificate excusing me from national service on the grounds that I was unlikely to attain full medical fitness on account of a suppurative otitis media, which I must say has never given me much trouble, only discharged a custard-like, fluid which stank when I was a kid up to about 15, and only did that when I had a cold. I am very slightly deaf in that ear, and I suspect also that this perforation is the reason why I can never tell any difference between mono and stereo. They found this imperfection on my second day at Paget, the reception camp then, which must be known to thousands of my generation as a damp and foul dump near Warrington in Lancashire, but they kept me 3 weeks before my discharge came through, in this reserve flight, which had nothing to do with flying but was a scruffy Nissen hut in which all we rejects lived and slept. And though we had had no training, we were still expected to march up to meals at the canteen as though we were trained airmen, and as we could not march properly were brought back in the evenings in what would otherwise have been our free time to learn to march. 4 hours it seemed, the bastard of a corporal, this was, in charge of us, and we drilled. I quite came to enjoy it, but for the compulsion, saw a possibility of the pleasure of doing something simultaneously with others that I only ever felt before whilst singing in a choir. And we had only parts of uniforms. I had a couple of shirts, socks, and boots, no blues, best or working, which I was rather sorry about. And they made us bloody bull the hut, too, polish the floor till it shone immaculately, without any polish, too, officially, and lay our stuff out on our beds in a way we had not been officially shown, and generally be like real airmen when we were only passing through, were not to be airmen yet were treated as though we were. Yet in some ways we were luckier than other huts because we able-bodied reserve flight men were sent to work in the hospital each day, cleaning floors like chars, and we could steal polish to keep our floor buelled for the officer's inspection. The hospital was an interesting place, though the work was boring and there was not even enough of it. I would try to work it so that I had the floor of a matron's or nurse's room to clean, work like hell, and then relax and read her medical handbooks, particularly those on sex being my first choice in medical reading, at this time. I never saw the matrons or nurses, pity, they were always out, working I presume. The only women we did see were NAFI bags, as they were known, in the evenings, when we bought NAFI food, which was only marginally better than the issue, which was terrible, eggs in cellophane jackets, tinned beans, tea thick with tannin and bromide. And we used to cook toast and stuff we bought in Warrington by the cylindrical donkey fire in the middle of the hut, which was cronquet. We're hauling, that's early, the weather must be so bad that we're giving up fishing till it blows itself out. Where was I? The hut. We were proud, if that is the right word, since we had to do it, of our polished floor, so much so we kept squares of blankets inside the doors for anyone coming in to step on and traverse about on. This had the pleasingly dual effect of protecting and polishing the shit brown lino. Anyone who did not use the squares had in the middle of the night his bed turned upside down on him. There was no privacy, as there is virtually none here, which I missed, which I lack. I heard some new jokes, to me, at least, and the sex stories of other youths which may or may not have been true but which were certainly interesting. I learned to sew buttons on for myself, and to patch a tear, but not to darn. I contracted the worst cold I have ever had, which lasted for weeks after I had finally been presented with my ticket. I saw the sex films meant to put irks off dirty women who could give them VD, and was accordingly disinclined that way for several days. I did no firing, held no weapon even, and the only aircraft I saw there were the decorative Spitfire and Hurricane, preserved like modern fossils on patches of grass at the camp main gate. I made no friends, hardly an acquaintance, talked little even to the men in beds either side of mine. I read a lot, brooded a lot on a girl called Dorothy who was in effect affianced to me at the time. We were that close, haha. Designed a model aeroplane based on an amalgam of all the features of all the designs in a book I had on aeromodeling. My brooding over Dorothy, her lower middle classness, the way in which she was directing our to-be-married life, the direction in which she was forcing my life, was very much involved with brooding on my future now that, very unexpectedly, as I had since 14 been conditioned to accept that my 19th and 20th years were only to a very limited extent going to be under my control, I had seriously to think of a job that would as soon as possible enable me to marry, and soon as possible afterwards provide me with enough money comfortably to support a wife and in due course, or sooner, children. This brooding depressed me, for marriage seemed both desirable and dull, inevitable and avoidable, certainly not an end in itself, as which it was presenting itself and presented to me. What I earned money from was made to seem by this irrelevant, arbitrary, and I felt it should not be. One thing I did decide, was sure about, was that I was not going back to being a bank clerk as I had been in the 6 months between leaving school and being called up. I could not stand any of the work, the people, the atmosphere. But what I would do I just did not know, and could not think, and I could not even think of anything I would like to be, except the impossible things, like a writer, or a film director, or just rich. I had gone at 14 for 2 years to a secondary school which specialized in turning boys into clerks and accountants, and girls into typists and secretaries, and I could therefore keep accounts, type, even do shorthand, though very slowly, and was fitted, even trained and qualified, after a style, to be a clerk in some sort of office, which fitting was dismaying to me after my experience at the bank. The whole point was that such work involved repetition, often quite complex repetition, but nevertheless basically the same sort of thing day after day after day, and that while I was sometimes interested in doing a thing, and I have always been interested in doing a thing for the first time, even for the second time, until I had learned, not to say mastered, it, my interest would go immediately I had done so, and I would then be bored almost to shouting with it. I have always liked the new, though not in all things, not in marriage, for instance, a condition of which seems to me exclusion, oneness, with one person only. My parents in all this seeking of appropriate employment were no help and no hindrance, that is to say, while they made no attempt either to press me to take a certain type of job or to dissuade from another certain type of job, they yet did not indicate to me what jobs there were to be had for our sort of class, for the sort of person I was, from the sort of background I came. The examples even of the rest of the family, a driver, greengrocers in the New Kent Road, the odd laborer, were not of much use, and certainly neither my father nor I wanted me to follow in his footsteps as a stockkeeper. So I brooded on this, there is no other word for it, unfortunately, I even came to resent the disability left as some sort of medical legacy after having scarlet fever as a child of 3, which had resulted in my so having to brood and think of my future 2 years earlier than I had expected, almost had hoped, realized too that, though there were obviously unpleasant sides to national service, that indeed these might form the major part of the life, there was also a better side, the companionship, the fitness, a sense of some purpose even if I disagreed with it, a chance to travel, and a freedom from having to make serious decisions. And I had felt when I went in that in some way national service would improve me, harden me, and save the love I had for Dorothy, which wore away daily through her bourgeois aspirations and my regression into working class habits in self-defense, in defense of myself. Perhaps though it was fortunate that I was rejected by the RAF, for it might have coarsened and dulled me as well as toughened and honed me, and I might even now be stuck with an unsatisfactory wife, or divorced, or some such mess. As it is, it was very painful at the time, since in classic middle-class style she found someone else whilst still at least nominally attached to me, not engaged, that is to say, but attached, betrayed me, which hurt far more than her loss. I am glad I did lose her, now, and was not. No matter. She is not relevant to this present inquiry, this present state. Even our love-making was bourgeois and petty, incomplete, and unsatisfying. And I hardly remember anything of her now, only things, comic things, like how her nose was in the way when I first kissed her, which was in the pictures, in Richmond, or somewhere like that. No relevance, no interest, go on to something else. When I take my mind off, I feel the bucking, I must force myself not to be sick again, but thirsty, yes, drink, I have a can of beer somewhere, yes, in the corner between my mattress and the bulkhead, open, difficult, and it will splash, fizz rather, IPA, spray, all over, can't help that, no, lever in the point, hold face away, spray, spray. Can't even be bothered to wipe away. Who's to condemn me, here? Brace myself between the side of the bunk and the side of the ship, carefully judge the can in hand in relation to my mouth, drink, a delicate manoeuvre, a tricky judging. This beer is strong, straight from the punctured can. But not cold, since I keep it here, and this cabin is kept very warm, comfortable for us, but not good for keeping beer, but better than nothing, now, or going up to the skipper's day cabin, to the case of beer he let me buy from him, where it is not so warm, where it keeps that little cooler. I asked the cook if I could keep it in his cold store, but he said it would be frozen solid there, suggested I leave it out on deck somewhere, certainly it would get cold enough there, but who's to know if a sea might not wash it overboard, or someone take a thirst to it. As it is I keep it in the skipper's day cabin, yes, and the bottle of whiskey he let me buy, too, which he does not allow everyone on board, for drunkenness at sea is diabolical, to a seaman, apparently, a matter of endangering life, and so on. But he trusted me with a case of cans, 24, and a bottle of whiskey. Perhaps this export whiskey is purposely different, for it has a strong, burnt taste I have not noticed in this brand at home, or perhaps it is that my taste is so affected by the seasickness that nothing tastes as it once did. The beer, too, is not what I would have chosen, myself, being a strongly tasting IPA, but the deckies seem to like it. It was chosen by their popular vote. They have 2 cans a day each, given out at midday, a ration they call it. I have heard no complaints that it is too little, and they pay for it themselves, cheap enough, on board, no excise, nor on cigarettes, nor chocolates. For some reason the skipper keeps chocolates as well in the bond just outside Malloy's room. I had a box, at the start, but my stomach let me eat just 2. But the beer I drink cheerfully enough, though it is not exactly to my taste. The taste is not particularly mine, for I am thirsty a lot on this ship. I drink it to break my thirst, one swallow from the can, straight, until I feel the click in the back of my throat, which breaks the thirst. I drink it to break my thirst, not to get drunk. The whiskey I am sorry I bought, though it was only a few shillings, for I do not enjoy it. Perhaps I can take it ashore, home, or give it away on board, have a farewell drink with the deckies. That's the first time I have thought of the end of the voyage. So there is an end. There will be an end. Yes, already we must be over halfway through. And it seemed not endless, that's a stupid word, but indefinite, though I knew 3 weeks as a length, as a unit, it was less than a month, which I knew about, well enough, but those first few days out, across the North Sea, it seemed indefinite, the length of the voyage, and very quickly the deprivation of the sight of land for that length of time was grievous, unexpectedly, and when, the weather in the open sea being bad enough to justify the cost of a pilot in terms of time gained in steaming speed, the skipper decided to go through the fjords. I was relieved, delighted at the prospect of another sight of land, even though it had been only 3 days, or so. This was the 4th day. And carefully I watched from the bridge. On the first day I really felt that I might be able to withstand the voyage and not jump overboard, or die, possibly, for the first lump on the horizon which they told me would be the southernmost stump of the Lofoten Islands, and for about 15 or 20 minutes they said they could see it, and I sectored that horizon again and again but could see nothing, until at last I did, a burr on the port side far forward, and realized how much keener than mine their eyesight was, how much better adapted to seeing at sea. And as the Lofotens came up one by one, mere great rocks at first, I was pleased for the first time that I was at sea. I, who had not expected to see land for 3 weeks, grasped at the visual relief of these variations on the flat horizon of my outlook, and was glad. And it was then too that the skipper told me we might land on the way back, at a place called Honiksvag, where we would pick up the pilot for the return through the fjords, if we needed fresh water, but that we would not that day put into the southern port for a pilot, as they came out by boat to us waiting in the channel. As they did, 2 pilots, friendly but austere, to leave us at this Honiksvag, which I saw not to be much compared with most towns, but which I certainly hope we stop at on the way back. Fervently, almost, I hope we put in at Honiksvag for water, even if it is only for a very short while. Surprisingly, as we came out of the fjords after 24 hours of smooth water and she began to roll and pitch again, immediately I was seasick yet again, just as I was the first few hours out. It was as though I had gained no immunity, as it were, from the earlier sickness, but as soon as she started rocking after a smooth spell, there I was, back where I had started. Now try to sleep, the beer helps. Ah. Ah. Green blue mahogany beer, can the wood, the Polish sheets, no pillow, sleep, no movement, no movement. The ship is not rolling, or pitching. Or hardly. Up then, not sleepy, time Christ, it's 7, I must have slept all of 12 hours, more, amazing, my capacity for sleep. Now, here, there must be some physiological or biochemical reason for it, surely, yes. Now, what has happened? Why are we still not in port? We must still be at sea, yet last night the sea was violent, and we were far out of sight of land. Festi, is Festi underneath? No, and Mick's asleep, dare not wake him. Get up and see, then, only thing to do, good to be up for breakfast, for a change, anyway, half an hour, up on the bridge then, for a little while, then, dress, easy now, no movement. I should seize this opportunity to change my underpants, or otherwise my balls will be in danger of rotting off. Ha, with the dirt, no chance to bath yet, or wash down even, filthy, but there are so many more important matters than washing, that really it is marginal, of little account. So then, clean pants in airing cupboard, my locker, warm to the touch, to put on, good. So, clean shirt as well, push hair back, feel brighter than I have done for days, purple sweater on top my overcoat, just remembered, seeing it, that I brought it, but have not needed it. Either I am in the warm, needing only a sweater extra, sometimes not even that, or I am out, in the cold, on the deck, in skins. The skipper greets me with theatrical surprise as I come onto the bridge, asking if we are to have the rare pleasure of my company for breakfast, and smiling as I peer out to port to see land just near us. He tells me we had to run for shelter as the weather deteriorated quickly, fog thick as guts, as well, he says. We are now in the lee of the land near Vardo. We ran for Norwegian shelter rather than the Russian coast, not for any political reason but because the former gave more protection from the west-northwest wind. Now we wait for the weather to lift. The atmosphere on the bridge is quite different, the skipper's mood is almost light-hearted, though he is obviously impatient at the weather. But there is nothing he can do about it, so he, and everyone else, can relax. "Ah well," said the soul, the skipper says to me unexpectedly and whimsically. "Ah soul," replied the whale. I fall about laughing. Stag, on watch, does not laugh, does not move, gives no sign he has even heard, perhaps he has not. The skipper shows me where we are on the chart, and I make one of my infrequent checks on the SAL log to see how far we have steamed since leaving, 1642, I make it. I had a chance to note the figure when we started, for I stared at it a long while before I slept that first night aboard. At breakfast the chief is more talkative, as well, and says to me, "Why don't you come and have a look at my engines?" "Why," takes up the skipper, "is something wrong with them?" Everyone laughs, except the chief. I walk out onto the deck, strangely level, though there is a slight swell, stand by the aft gallows looking towards the land. Fairly low-lying, no great fall of cliffs to the sea, a green cap, surprisingly, to me, who had not expected green, of this shade at least, yellowish green, though the sea sometimes is green, that dark translucent green, a threatening green, really, yes, threatening. No habitation, no buildings, no animals on that green ledge, as far as I can see, no port, it must be round that point, beyond the arm to starboard and astern. The clouds, grey-streaked with black, move quickly everywhere above, bearing rain, or even snow, I would think. I cannot tell how long it will be before a break comes, but at least it is not raining now, nor is there fog, and the wind is nothing to what it was yesterday afternoon, when I had to hold starkly to the rail down from the bridge, to avoid being taken off into that threatening green sea. Jack calls me, from the liver house, Jack, who keeps interesting things for me, curiosities which turn up in the trawl. Today he has a dogfish, the only one caught so far, stiff and bent rigorously by the shape of the bucket it has lain in, about 2 pounds in weight, looking just like a baby shark, vicious enough for its size. Jack cuts off its fins, then flences it of its white and blue-black skin, for me, he says, to try to persuade the cook to fry it for me. "You said you liked rock salmon," says Jack, "so here you are." Jack was not there when I said this, I know, so someone on Festus watch must have told him, and then, word for word, he says, "This one came over the side barking." This is not the first time I have noticed the repetition of my remarks. After all, there is little new to talk about, anyone new at all is a diversion, and I have given little to them really, because of my seasickness. Jack also has best part of an enormous crab, legs here and there being missing, a spider crab, just like the illustrations on Russian crab meat tins, which contain very good crab meat, but the crabs themselves are not the same kind as English ones. And this crab is red, as though it had been cooked already. I tell Jack that I think he is kidding me, as I know that lobsters go red only after they are cooked, but he assures me that this is how the crab came out of the sea, and that if I do not believe him, I can watch every haul until they bring up another, and thus see for myself. I apologize, for he has taken offense I did not intend, and to cover up our mutual embarrassment Jack shows me at the bottom of the bucket the brown flatness, flecked with orange spots, of a place. As he puts his hand in, the place flaps twice before he can hold it through the gills. Looking at me as though about to reveal a secret, he suddenly reverses the fish to show that the bottom 2 fillets have been cut away. That's what I like about place, Jack says, they do keep trying. This cruelty, as many would call it despite the anthropomorphic fallacy of such a description, does not disgust me, does not make me feel for the place. It might have done on land, but here the life itself is so near to cruelty, the sea so merciless, the air so biting, that keeping a place alive to make fresher fillets for a trawlerman's tea seems a very minor thing, nothing to bring down the RSPCA about, no. Indeed, I ask Jack if we have caught any more place in order that I may have fillets for my own tea, but no, like the one dogfish, this is the sole place that has been seen on this trip. Jack tells me that most things like this never reach market, that if a salmon were by chance to be caught then there would be little likelihood of it reaching shore. Life is that hard, I see, that such diversions, such small delicacies, are so welcome, so esteemed. If it were a dozen salmon, of course, or a kid of place, it would be a different matter. Jack shows me how they boil the livers in this little space at the stern, this fairly stinking little liver house. They all like to show me their parts of the ship, their function on it, all of them, the skipper, Duff, Festy, the chief asked today, and now Jack, at least I am that much to them, provide them with some relief, some conversation, allow them to reassure themselves of their identities, as a pleasure tripper. I am not very interested in the liver boiling, however, especially as I learn that cod liver oil can also be obtained from haddock and most other livers available. And even though the liver oil is doubtless a highly valued commodity, not only by us, but by seabirds, as well, and other fish, still these facts do not make me more interested in this method of extracting it by the application of scalding steam in 3 vessels, filled from the liver chopper on the deck forward. Nor does the speed with which the livers must be, are, processed, within an hour or so of death, that is, impress me overmuch. There are some things I just cannot be interested in, and there are no livers to boil at this moment, anyway. Just a little more am I interested in the towing block, just forward of the liver house, since this it is which wakes me with its cronking so often. It's a German invention, says Jack, you just pull this lever and your trawl comes free. It keeps the warps free of the screw aft, until you want to haul. Last trip it broke, one of the castings, here, this one, and we had to use a block and chain arrangement instead, which wasn't so handy. From inside we hear the bell of the telegraph, and are both glad that we are about to move again. Jack says the skipper is moving early, taking a chance that by the time we are out where he wants to fish the weather will have improved sufficiently for us to begin fishing again. He moves away, about 45 years old, 6'4" or 5", with the paunch many trawlermen put on because of the lack of exercise and the farinaceous food, though they are tough enough in the arms and legs with all the heaving and holding, and there is enough protein in fish to fill themselves with if they choose. I wander up the deck towards the pounds, tapping the paunch that lack of exercise gave me on land, reduced now because for at least half the days we have been at sea I have not been able to retain what I have eaten to nourish it. It is one advantage, I suppose, the only effective way of reducing I have yet come across, but how painful. But I have conquered seasickness now, I feel as though I shall never again be seasick, I shall be able to face any voyage I might have to undertake without any fear of it again, at least this trip has done that for me. Starfish, red too, like the crab, perhaps I was wrong to doubt Jack, of course I was wrong to, bend down to pick aha. She rolls. Though nothing much. We are really moving out now. The starfish rough, sandpaper-like, to the touch, not very delicate, as the cliché would have it, but rather crude, clumsily designed, thick edges. But the color subtle, the shading subtle, the roughness pleasant to the fingers. Skim it away into the sea, star spread-eagled. What else? The odd gut here and there, caught up by some obstruction on the deck, not washed clear by the thousands of seas which must have beaten their way across us these last 2 days, rope-like pink strands, twisted curlicues of fish flesh, not flesh, exactly, fish meat, fish intestines, fish offal, no doubt all good protein, but no use for it here. I suppose factory ships process it into fish meal. But here it is shot into the sea, discarded, but for these few relics, sad, no, rubbish. They are washed out colors, at least the sea has done that to them, faded blue red to pink, purple to lilac, Oxford to Cambridge blue, flesh color to white. This is boring. Ah! A Ginny, I must take special care of the Ginnies, for her sake, for that is my name for her. I can't call you that, I said, when I first met her, I'll call you Ginny. Special care, but mind the bony ridge along the back, nasty. Is she still alive? I doubt it, but I must give her that chance, must, so carefully, lift, ease, jammed under the pound board, so lift, take the weight carefully, weight off carefully, yes, control, sorry, must kick you, both hands needed for the board, oh, little Ginny, freed now, pick her up carefully, daintily, by the root of your cracking tail, yet, so white underneath, to the rail, over. Yes, floats, does she swim, I cannot tell, no movement, ah. The wave swept her. Little Ginny. Anyway, I did my best, I made the effort to do what was right, as I saw it, as I see it. The skipper is worried about a Norwegian line fisherman in a small boat off to our starboard, who looks as if he may have laid lines right across our course. He tells me of how such as this man will claim months later through his government that on such and such a day he lost so many hooks and so much line as a result of a trawler fouling him up, and there is no way of proving it either way, so the trawler owners usually paid up. The skipper regards the line fishermen as a menace, for their lines often stretch for 2 miles with nothing to indicate them except a small buoy at either end. On such small things do trawlermen build a talking point, making as much as they possibly can out of it. Yet I could stand here for hours, just watching the wash from our bow wave, staring at the way it furrows out, the form of the green-white waves we make, the pattern which is always different for each yet always related to the others, our bow wave wash, and the way the foam boils up furiously, to decline into less than God, she rolls, I begin to feel sick again. Again. No, not again, I can't believe it. Yet the pattern is as before, accustom, calm, then sick again. Oh, no. No, my solar plexus grinds on my ribs, or something. Out, then, don't care if they do laugh, down, the wrong side, I've chosen the weather side, who cares, sick, sick, can't hold it, relief, yet no, it is not finished, no, more to go where that went, all staining down the companionway, hope a sea will wash it away, it can do, though the weather is not bad enough for that, yet, no, almost I hope it will be, to clear up my mess on these brass antique steps leading down. Seas were coming higher than this yesterday. At one point I stood on the bridge ladder while the other side of the bulkhead a few inches away a great sea thundered past and parallel to me, a sea that would have washed me 100 yards astern, if it had caught me, it seemed. Such a sea would rid these steps of my vomit, on its back wash through the lower door, but no sign of that yet, the seas barely flood the scuppers, as she rolls, now, but it is enough to make me heave, the rolling, yes, I feel it again, no, plug. A great heave, but far less than last time, down now to the almost colorless stuff, my diaphragm or whatever it is hurts like hell every time, and to touch it hurts, too. I should move, to heave over the rail, at least, one more heave and I can go down below, sleep, or at least lie, though I have only just got up, so down, careless about stepping in the vomit, my own puke, left through the door, gap, there ought to be a ship name for it, pushing aside the rope that is always for some good reason slackly from the top down across, I onto the deck and onto the rail yet again, hard, cold, black rusted steel, giving off that smell of sea-water corroded iron which, together with diesel oil, makes up that peculiar smell of a ship, which I first remember associated with the nausea of seasickness when I went across to the Scilly Isles. Or so it seems. I connect the smell with seawater corroding iron, but perhaps it does not make a smell, this chemical action, I do not know, I would not know, I was. Last time, aiaiaic. Not so bad, that time, no, even when so racked with puking I notice I still keep desperate hold of the rail, so it does not appear to be true that one would just as soon die when being seasick, no. Well enough, then, to get back down. Oh, she pitches now as she begins to hit the big seas, the rough outer water, as that strip of green land is now a grey line on the horizon. Ah, down, rest, rest, rest. Green 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 the green pro it must be no that is too painful, I cannot go over that. I must. Picked her up in a pub, went all the way to the bank at lunchtime for the money, went back to the pub, how sorted. She had on a green beret sort of hat and a green costume top, and I picked her up in a pub and took her back to my digs, then, in the early afternoon, and she wanted the fire on and I was very low at this time. Excuse myself to myself, but it is not as though anyone else will ever know about this. Except Terry, I had to tell someone, who knew already of the depths to which I had sunk. So I put the fire on and she undressed down to her woolly and stood bare-arsed and shivering before the gas fire and with her back to me as I undressed, and I could not raise. What relevance has this? What use going over such pain? For I knew this was likely to happen, knew that it was really no answer, and my body merely reflected that. Oh, that is not to say it did not make some attempt, did not swell to somewhat more than its normal girth, for it did, flaccidly, but would stand no farther, so that it was impossible for it to enter. No, that is not true, it would enter, once or twice, but attempts to establish regular movement ended in it slipping out, and no satisfaction was to be had, and she kept on wanting to get it over with and leave because she did not like it in other people's places, and kept saying, "Come on, let's have a do." And I could not. Her feet, her dirty feet had dirted my sheets afterwards, I noticed, turned them over afterwards, as it was not yet the end of the week for clean sheets. Though she wanted to leave as quickly as possible, she was yet an honest tradeswoman, wanted to give value for her £2, I think it was. So she worked manually at my flabby member until the teat end of the sheath she had provided filled opaquely. There was little pleasure, I remember, obviously, in the circumstances. And she dressed her small bone dirty limbs. Ah, getting that out of me was a relief. It is a long time since I would let myself think of the green pro, since Terry told me about the drooping left side of my mouth, perhaps, about the twitch, over a year ago now. I was very low at that time, have perhaps come lower since, but did not try that way out again, perhaps through fear of another failure. No, certainly because it is not an answer. I knew it was not an answer before I even did it, but know it now, even better, so tried, really, since deadless, yet we move so slowly, so slowly. Ah. And Terry was understanding. I could not have told anyone else about this, as I had to tell him about this. And once I saw the green pro in the street, by chance, just once, and she looked at me but did not recognize me, or gave no sign of it, at least, and I looked away quickly, ashamed, yes, ashamed. I would not have thought it after Deadless, no, no. It was while I was working at the oil company that I had the phone call about my tutor. They had rung me up once or twice before to cancel a lesson because he had fallen ill, and that is what I thought it was this time when I heard the secretary's voice. "I have some bad news for you," she said, and I wondered for a moment. Then she told me he had been found that morning dead beside his bed, had had a heart attack getting out of bed. My mind saw him immediately, the gross, short, figure dirty in bursting striped flannel pajamas, for some reason, heaving himself up out of bed, and collapsing on the floor. I was curiously at the time unmoved by it, disappointed that I was not to have my Greek lesson that evening, and even a little embarrassed. Yet later I felt it, his death, and remembered what he had meant to me. Whether he did it shrewdly or by accident I could not tell, but he had found exactly the way to make me work hard. I came to him with my determination to pass O-level Latin in 9 months from knowing nothing, and his pessimism about my ability at 21, when he said the automatic memory had failed, to do this made me all the more resolute. I think I had 3 lessons a week from him, 2 in the evenings at 6 and 1 on Saturday mornings, while I was working for the oil company during the day. I used to finish at 5 in Holborn, catch the Central line to Holland Park, and have a drink and a cheese roll in a pub called the Castle before going to this large house become a Crammers. He would be waiting for me in his small classroom, or occasionally I would have to wait while his previous pupil finished his lesson. He was short, fat to overflowing inside his great tweed suit and snuff-colored and besprinkled waistcoat, and the green glossy material of his tie was frayed at the knot where the stubble from his chin's a brad did. I never knew his age, though from what he said about Oxford, where he took a double first, and Gilbert Murray, he must have been well over 70. His desk was often untidy, but the 2 features which gave it continuity for me were the hierarchy of thick black lead black and white marking pencils he aligned on his desk in order of the amount they had been used up, and his timetable of lessons given, which represented his piecework record of money earned, and which was kept from being blown away by the weight of 2 or 3 small brown and yellow ounce tins of Dr. Rumney's pure mentholyptus tobacco snuff. These latter would be dipped into in a pecking order as strictly observed as that which governed the use of the marking pencils, and, though at first I politely refused his offers, once when I had a cold he insisted that I take a pinch, this being what snuff was for, colds, and thereafter I generally had at least 1 pinch every lesson, enjoyed the smell of it, even bought a small tin of Dr. Rumney's myself, though this I kept before me when doing Latin exercises at home as a reminder of what I was supposed to be doing rather than to take as a habit. Once he had seen how I worked, he paid me the great compliment of assuming my intelligence in everything, sometimes even crediting me with more than I had, so that I had to slow him down and ask him to explain something yet again. But all the time he was deeply pessimistic about my chances of passing the examination in the summer, and when, having entered for 3 different boards in the hope of luck in one of them, I passed all 3 fairly easily, certainly with an ease which surprised me, he afterwards said he had been sure I would pass, and to my protestations that some of the things he had taught me were not even tested in the examinations, were not even on any syllabus, he merely smiled slightly, said it was basic policy to teach beyond the level required, in order to provide a margin, and that surely I was not complaining at knowing too much. I tried to get to know him better after lessons. I was generally his last pupil on my evening lessons, and would ask him out for a drink. I both respected him, and yet needed someone to respect in this way. At that time, I remember, that is, I suspect my admiration for him to a certain extent, it was impure. Usually he declined, not even politely, but once perhaps it was just before the exams he did allow me to go with him to a pub where they knew him well and where they made him a special Welsh rarebit with beer in it, all sloppy with beer, in fact, which I had never seen made so before, though he told me it was quite a common thing. I think we had light ales to drink. I did not have a Welsh rarebit. Once I tried to get him to talk personally, or rather like a father figure to me, being involved with some woman or other at the time, but he just said he had never been even interested in women, had never wanted to be married, and that finished that conversation. He had read no modern literature, and when I asked him to translate for me the Greek epigraph to 4 quarters he told me he had never even read Eliot, who I at that time thought of as already a classic, even as being old-fashioned. He also said that nothing a young man wrote or had to say was worth reading or hearing, and added an exception in the case of a genius just as the name of Keats was about to burst from me. This statement, which I now see to be very true, worried me far more at that time than the dismissal of every modern writer by this man I so much admired. Yet he was interested in the world outside, in an old-fashioned way. Once when a quiet young Indian had finished his lesson and left, the first thing my tutor said to me was that I had just been, he implied, honored to see the air, if he lived, for his health was finely balanced, to all the riches of some vast Maharajadom or something. I was surprised at his reverence before, and interest in, the aristocracy or wealth, whichever it was. I am sure the Indian did not pay more for his lessons than I did. The morning one of the exams was held, about 9 o'clock. Before going to the center I went into the gents just beside Kensington Town Hall, and the attendant there said, "Well, that's done for her, then." I nodded, not wishing to make conversation in Boggs, and only later realized it was the day that they hung Ruth Ellis. His own funeral I attended, my tutor's, out at the Streatham Cemetery, that vast acreage of white stone where my father's parents are buried. My tutor was to be cremated, however, and I arrived at the chapel just as they were finishing the previous service. A tall, grubby cleric removed a name written on a board, turned the card round, and put it back in its slots. It had my tutor's name on it, and I knew for the first time that his Stian name was Lucius. His parents had directed him towards Latin from his christening. The cleric asked me if I was one of her party, indicating the name, and I realized that he thought the name was the form of which Lucy was a diminutive. I pointed out his error to him, sharply. I could not help it, wondering how a man whose calling, I believed, involved the study of Latin, could make such an error, and then reflected that there must be NCOs and warrant officers in the church, too, that they were not all educated men, if any, the men of God. He conducted the service tiredly, mechanically, this man of God, too, hesitating and looking down when he came to the first gap where my tutor's name had to be inserted, and pronouncing the C in the Stian name soft, whereas I had said it to myself hard, in the pronunciation he had taught me, and this too seemed to me a slight by this cleric on the man I respected. There were other mourners there, a woman who might perhaps have been his sister, a niece perhaps, and a girl of about 14 who looked long at me. There too was the director of the Crammers, who nodded to me afterwards, after the surprisingly small coffin had slowly slid on rollers through the curtained opening at the far end. I regretted that I had known my tutor less well during the previous few months than when I had worked so hard for O-level. He had helped me to Latin in intermediate BA, as a private addition to my course at Birkbeck, and, when I had passed this and needed to go no further in Latin, had suggested I do Greek, which he had always told me was a finer language with a finer literature. So I did, for this short while, until he died, having given me only half a dozen lessons. There is a fault in my method, there must be, or so it seems. I create my own world in the image of that which was, in the past, from a defective memory, from recollections which must be partial. This is not necessarily truth, may even be completely misleading, at best is only a nearness. A representation. I see now there is a lot of sentiment in my memories of my tutor, what I have chosen to remember of him, that is, a short-tempered, self-centered old man who very probably saw me only as an entry on that timetable of money earned. This is merely to escape, this is not to confront. Is it? On the horizon, through glasses, Scouse points out to me a battleship, presumably Russian, moving very fast for an object at sea, that is, noticeably moving, at a distance that must be several miles, and while I look there is a flash forward of her, which I excitedly tell Scouse about, and we both hear the sound of her guns, very faintly, and seconds later. Even the skipper seems interested enough to take his eyes off the fish finder for a moment. I keep the glasses on her longer, however, she interests me more than she does the others. A cruiser, probably, she seems very old-fashioned, somehow, a throwback to the boys' papers and omnibus books of my boyhood during the war. I do not think of her as a threat or as belonging to an enemy, she is merely another ship, out here, at sea. Refraction or reflection. In this raindrop domed from the outside of the thick glass I from inside see reflected or refracted the deck and sea below, contained in one fish-eye lens view, this even catching the movements as the fish are swung through the air, as they cant down the chute. For hours at a time I could watch this scene, do watch these scenes, the gutting, the hauling, the shooting, the steaming, the fishing. And the wake, again and again, constantly, always the same and never the same, the moving, the movement. A squall, that is, a grey patch at sea level extending high into the sky, from what is probably roughly the east, which I have come to know as a squall, have been pleased that I can thus see the weather from a long way off, in a way that one does not see it on land, in cities, at least, though in the flat lands one might, I suppose, or at least there is more likelihood that one might. The Russian cruiser has gone, its smokestack and staining smoke last, as in all the schoolboy books demonstrating that the world is round, and it is true, this not proof, this evidence for the roundness of the world, solipsistically, I have now seen for myself that parts of ships, the lower parts, are below the horizon at one point, and the nearer they come, the more of them shows, from the top downwards, and vice versa. Of course, as they go away, there are laws that govern these things, the things accept the governance of the laws. The 10th day of fishing, and fishing since we left Vardo has been good. But the 10th day, 5 days out, 10 days fishing, 5 days back makes up the trip. But the skipper thinks we must make up for the time lost off Vardo, and the fishing is good at the moment, cod mainly, but good-sized fish, and the usual reds, and a few haddock. Now the grey squall fills a quarter of our seeing, 90 points of our compass, the skipper stares to the east, ahead of us on this haul, we trawl from west to east, haul, then swing about and trawl back from east to west, keeping just to the edge of a foul patch of the white duff, the skipper tells me, a narrow borderline where both the useful and the useless are to be found and where it is difficult to take one without the other. Snow at sea, great white flat flakes that sprawl in the wind, keep gusting out of the greyness which has grasped us, as far as I can see, greyness and the whirling white. Unlike snow at home, on land, there is nowhere here for it to settle, the flakes just vanish in settling on the dark swollen sea, the sea takes them, enfolds them as anonymously as the sprag gorges a codling, each contributing to the greater size of the other, not a good image. Except on the deck, where here and there pockets begin to form even now, tiny drifts, this soon after it has started, snow clings to the warps, and every windward side of nearly everything, chiaroscuro pounds in the afternoon of the short Arctic day. The gutting trawlermen too occasionally take snow in their faces to take a look upward at the bridge. And the skipper, too, of course is thinking much the same as they are. Suddenly the skipper turns to Duff and says, "That's it, then," and swings the telegraph over and back to signal the last hauling for this trip. I ask Duff how much we have, when the skipper has left the bridge to sleep his first full night for 10 days, and he tells me 1400 kit, which is a fair catch, though how much they will make for it depends on how many other trawlers dock for the same market, for the sale on the same morning. They will worry about this all the 4 or 5 days back to port, now, for their earnings are directly related to the price the catch fetches, which is not within their control. Scouse on the same watch is glad we are going back, that this will be a 21-day trip and not longer, says to me that he is looking forward to screwing his wife again. And then he says, I wonder what she'll ask me for this time? Every time he is home apparently his wife asks for something new for the home, and almost always gets it. Last trip she asked for a griller, he says, and I said, what do you want with one of them hairy-arsed bastards? Scouse, Duff, and I stare out at the last gutting on this trip, the last few redfish are thrown ungutted into the washer, the last bastard halibut slide rippling down the chute, and the last cod and haddock, gracefully olive green and silver, are doused in the sea of black water, urged over the edge of the chute by the rough sea's action, go down, down. The snow blusters in the lights directed down from the bridge onto the pounds, in the lights strung above the washer snow skitters out or their embits into the bitter blackness of the Arctic night. Here on the bridge the snow is not cold, I can afford to enjoy this new aspect of snow at sea, but there on the deck Stag stands, perhaps bowed by the cold, and soon Festi sends the old man in. There are no more than a dozen fish left now. None Festi hoses down the deck himself, dismissing the others. The deck is clear, the pound boards waiting until tomorrow to be taken from their deck stanchions. See swill through the scupper doors, green, white, black. Duff turns to me and says, "At least you've seen some weather, at least you're not one of these pleasure trippers who come out in July and wonder what the hell all the fuss is about. I have perhaps lost my chance to see the northern lights, the aurora borealis, the farther south we go, now we go south. But perhaps I may see them, perhaps, on the way home. Home. What does that mean to me? No. I should go to sleep, retire to my bunk, think there, perhaps, if I can, if I am allowed to, as the saying goes. I shall see. Home. Means her. Good, for a start, that I think of her, Ginny, in connection with home, home not in the sense of my home, I have no home, there are the flat I rent and my parents' home, but neither of these is truly my home. I can form the concept of my home, though, I can see the desirability of having a home. Which means her, in that home, making that home, with me. I'll rest there. Mahogany, the dark red mahogany hall stomp, late Lewis, I think, yes, with some group he called his all-stars, I think, Bigard, Hines, Cozy Cole on drums, none of them were really stars, not up to the standard of his Hot 5, or 7, though Hines played in the late 7s, or even from the beginning, I can't remember, but can recreate the sound of that mahogany hall stomp, listen to it so many times, it started with 4 stop-time chords, really. Stomping, then a chorus you could hear Lewis cutting through, clear, still playing well, into his first solo, only fair, for him, that is, then the trombone, forget who that is, but he tries to get such a dirty tone that it becomes grotesque, filthy rather than dirty, to be succeeded by Bigard's weak-mannered clarinet and Hines' trivial over-sophisticated piano, and the further descent to some inept banjo riffs, then suddenly Lewis' second solo, clean, sharply articulated, knowing exactly where each variation is going. Perfect, the tone like no one else's, the sureness delightful in its inevitability, even the long-held high note, which would be showy in a player with less of his confidence, rightness, and the sidemen redeemed only by the drum break from which Lewis leads into the final chorus, the stop-time stomping again, and a perfectly executed short coda. Worth having in my head only for Lewis. How missed are the ensemble virtues of the 5, and even more those telepathic double breaks with Joe Oliver when Lewis was second trumpet to the master in his Creole jazz band. I collected 78s from Dorothy's time. It was always a cause of disagreement between us, that I would spend so much of the so little I earned on records, jazz records, that she could not understand and did not like, even once spending £3.15 on transcriptions of Jelly Roll Morton's Library of Congress recordings, playing and talking about his life, which she found quite pointless while I worshipped him. Jelly Roll worked like a scholar on the sexual innuendos in his Creole, in his name and in the titles of many of his compositions. Perhaps that is what she hated, yet the money was probably of course, and I loved the jazz more than her. I see that now. Of course, this was being true to myself. I saw through jazz. Or rather through the lives the men lived who played it, what I had to be, an artist, in the broadest sense, though not a painter, not a jazzman, and that helped, or perhaps I consoled myself with art. No, for I wanted this while I was in love with her. The two fought, conflicted perhaps, certainly yes. Those records showed me, Parlophone New Rhythm Style Series, blue, white, and gold, Hot 5s, Hot 7s, Mead Lux Lewis, Boogie Woogie Prayer, Albert Ammons, Pete Johnson, Morton's Red Hot Peppers on plum and gold HMV, labeled accurately, but not in the sense the labellers meant, dance orchestra, all with odd stamps for copyright royalties, most of all the black and gold Brunswicks of Joe Oliver, just stark labeling, as though he were any old dance hall musician. Then later the specialist labels, Jazz Collector, Jazz Selection, Gold, Melodisc, yes, purple and yellow melodisc, Lead Belly singing Ain't You Glad, others purple and gold. That strange drum solo by Baby Dodds, a whole record of drums, by Baby Dodds, how well he knew dynamics, can sustain interest on that record. Tempo, Cow Cow Davenport, piano, can't remember any more tempo, Vocalion Origins of Jazz, a later series, when things began to move. And the French label, with initials AF, can't remember, had only one, Johnny Dodd Memorial, with the Chicago Feet Warmers, Lady Love on one side, and on the other can't remember Jazzman with More Morton, Rare Morton, just before he died, poor sod. Hot Jazz Club of America, the odd Columbia Vogue Esquire, the jazz of those 78s runs through my head like the never mind the image, the thing itself, that is important, they stay with me while the so-called masterpieces of English literature which were poured through me at college left nothing but the flatulence of disappointment. Jazz was very important to me, to my development, though that is somehow the wrong word for it, yes, the wrong word. It was certainly through jazz that I began to realize what it was about, art, that is, through Jelly Roll and Lewis and most of all through King Joe, I began to understand what it was I could do, what I should do, then, accepted that if I was lucky I would end up being ruined by success, like Lewis, or if I was unlucky end up being dead of cold and poverty like Joe, those pathetic letters to his sister at the end, about his clothes, about not being able to afford an overcoat, about his job as janitor in a pool hall, his pyro-y, heart trouble, his inability to play any longer, Lewis, two sidemen who saw their former leader selling on a street corner and were too overcome to speak, his dignity, the nobility reflected in his name, and most of all his responsibility to his talent, were what the bare biographical details of the life, to say nothing of the playing of, King Joe Oliver gave to me, mean to me, at this time, and have stayed with me, so that now he seems an exemplar for my life. For all of which I am proud and equally for that which I fear, so that now I give to old men selling on street corners, or old men begging, or young men down on their luck, for that matter, if they are reduced to the depths of asking for a cup of tea, or the price of a packet of fags, or a drink, it matters little, I give to them because it seems like giving to myself, there is no charity about it, because that is the way I see myself ending, dying in some street, in the cold, without an overcoat, worst of all unable to play any longer. Soon as the weather can fit my clothes, that was one of the phrases I remember, weather can fit my clothes, that construction, in Joe's letter to his sister, soon as the weather can fit my clothes I know I can do better in New York. And his sister spent her rent in having his body sent to New York, in the end, that was the only way he got there, to New York, in the end. But what he did, the way he did it, too, his loyalty to what he was, to what he contained, consisted of, this was my exemplar. And all the others, the way they did it, totally involved in all that was going on, besides art, in Prohibition, the gangsters, Pinetop Smith shot in a speakeasy, Lewis marrying Lil, the treatment of sex and love as enormously important, so rightly for me, as I wanted to be just so involved in everything, in all of it, who was a bank clerk at the time and engaged to a bourgeois Dorothy. This interest in jazz was both a gesture against such as Dorothy and an example of the sort of thing I must do, felt buried in me, something very small and quiescent to which I had to be loyal, could be disloyal to only at the utter expense of self, and this exemplar gave me hope, too, in this situation, in my situation, that these men created where they could, as they could, often in circumstances greatly inimical to their creating anything. While still fully enmeshed in everything else in life, their lives and their art inseparable. Went round the London jazz clubs, then, in search of this life, disappointed, of course, though I still think the jazz was good, the boys trying to play like Joe and Johnny and Honor Dutry, and making noises far better than any commercial band was, at that time, in that comic cellar in Oxford Street, for example, and a crypt of a church behind Marble Arch, another in Gerrard Street, great times, in their own right, now I think of them, though not what I had been looking for. Which were of course speakeasies and bathtub gin and malls. The only girl I picked up there was Jewish, a Jewess, from Golders Green, of course, who thought jazz was great, tried to sing herself like Bessie Smith, fair voice, not the experience to sing like Bessie, of life, that is. Yes, she had an audition for one band, in Great Windmill Street, Rochelle, her name was, and when she arrived the manager said go into the rehearsal room and warm up first, there's a pianist there, and we'll come later. And Rochelle did, and after she had sung a couple of numbers they came in and said, no, they did not want her to sing with the band, and that was her audition, they had done it so she would not be nervous, but she thought she had been cheated, and cried. Rochelle was the only virgin I had, I think, not counting Dorothy, who does not count since somehow it was the only thing she gave me, not that I could see anything in it, for me, in return for my pandering to her bourgeois, there should be a better word for my being disloyal to myself. Met Rochelle when she was 16, kisses, passionate manual manipulations, then a break because her father hated Gentiles going with his daughters, of whom there was another, older, who fancied she knew about modern art, and then, 3 years later, when Rochelle was 19, yes, met again through both being in the BM1 lunch hour, and came together for just about a fortnight, 10 days perhaps. When just once I had her on her father's parlor, he would call it, floor, satisfying touch, that, when he was out, just before her period, using Ginnaman and me withdrawing, 2-3 ways safely. I looked upon it as didactic, instructing the young, there was little pleasure in it for me. Rochelle. She was all right, I wish her well, no bitterness, there, and I had her once only, no one would notice, I felt no barrier. I had only her word for her being a virgin, and what is a virgin anyway, what use, what significance is it? Not to me, not to anyone, much, really, perhaps she was not one, but so what? Rochelle, I wish her well. But jazz then was important for these things, and also, since adults and the bourgeois hated it, despised it, ridiculed me for it, it set me apart, was the first real martyrdom I went through for a minority, willingly, epitomized my relative isolation, and I knew I was right about it, and have since had it more than confirmed, that jazz is an art form, a great, no, an important, that's all over, that fight, this is accepted now, there are other things, more important. Struggles for this generation, for my sleep never difficult to sleep, for me. Sleep. I wake of a sudden, clear, my purpose in coming achieved. I do not know why. What did I consider last night? Joe Oliver Jazz Rochelle. Nothing there to precipitate it. But everything, building up on this voyage, all the thinking, collectively, accumulatively, must have led to this sudden freedom I feel now, relieved of all the thinking. I climb through, up the companionway, strongly hauling myself by the arms, feeling the strength of my release in the power of my arms, for some reason, the decisiveness, the resolution, to haul myself through this hatch, by the vertical brass bar, and straight out across the galley alleyway, into the air, and it is cold clear, the storm has blown itself out, there is now just a heavy swell, through which we cut resolutely, the snow has ceased, no sign of it out here. On the side deck, no sign of a squall, either, the weather clear, sharply cold, shall not stay here long, but the way we plow along, 12 knots, fast after the towing speed, is invigorating, yes. That's the word, or reinvigorating, in the cold, here, over the rail, by the towing block, or rather where the towing block was, for I see now it has been dismantled, that it will disturb my sleep no longer, not that it did of late, for I had become used to it, one becomes used to anything, in time, except seasickness. Wind on my face, through my hair, rustling beard long enough to rustle through now, less prickly, softer. And not so many gulls, seabirds I even enjoy or at least accommodate the rolling, the pitching, the increased movement, now, at this speed, At this increased speed, more rolling, more pitching, at our homeward speed, roll, roll, and pitch, roll. She rolls, bowls along by a cold coastline through these grey seas under a grey sky. Already it must be the Norwegian rather than the Russian coast I see, that much nearer home, honed to one level glacially, not that those were Norwegian or Russian glaciers then, the politics of geology. Or something, it does not matter, no differentiation either in the atmosphere above those uniform heights, but the crests stained with snow, made white with the guano of the storm, and, yes, I can see foam beating at the bases of those cliffs, the white different from the snow against the black rock. We must be within the limits to see those breakers, as we may be, that we are no longer fishing, no, but in any case we steam west, from the east, towards the fjords. I hope he will go through the fjords, that the weather is rough enough to make it worth his while to go through the fjords, and particularly to stop at Honigsvag. If that's the right place, yes, any land under my feet, still, not moving, an end to this moving, a fortnight of movement. If he stops. What's the Queen's favorite television? Says Scouse, coming up and leaning on the taffrail next to me. When are we going to get in? I ask him in return. Philip's 17-inch, says Scouse, and then, if I don't go to sleep with a tit in each hand next Tuesday night, then someone on board's going to have to bend over. Tuesday. Today's Friday. 4 days. Not counting today, which is already counted. And I may be sleeping with her on Tuesday night? If I can ring her when we dock, if I can, my mind bubbles. I could be lying there, her sweet full breasts cupped in my hands, by Tuesday night. At last I can see the true end to this voyage, to this testing, to this thinking. And I have come through. Look, we have come through. Lawrence's words come to me now, I feel that poem. Scouse talks on, about what he is going to do this time ashore, I think, as I do not listen to him. All I can think of is Ginny, the warmth and the sweet softness of her, Tuesday night. We come upon Honigsvag very suddenly, for me, anyway, just after we enter the fjords, have had for only a short while cliffs, black and snowy, on our starboard as well as to port, which is the mainland, or perhaps it is that I stare too long at, my eyes are fixed upon, the two great silver spheres, part of an early warning radar system like that at Fylingdals, spun on the peak of a mountain, their silver brighter than the snow streaked by the cable overhead lift running up the side of the mountain, as near Russia as they may be, these threatening spheres, or as they need to be. All that labor, all their materials, must have been transported with such difficulty to the top of that mountain, for war they will go to such lengths, will take such pains. So that, my eyes on these, I miss the slow appearance of the little town to our starboard, suddenly turn and there it is, the houses stepping halfway up a hillside from a waterfront with a jetty, and sheds, oil tanks. The houses painted surprisingly fresh colors, unusual colors, sorrel, terracotta, denim blue, deep ochre, and I realize I have been deprived of certain colors, surfeited with grays and whites and silvers, cold colors. I long for warm colors. As I long again for fruit, too, perhaps I shall be able to buy fruit here, the skipper says I will, they take English money, I have £3, I know, I had not thought I would need money, did not bring much, had not much to bring, fruit will be dear here, I must have fruit, what kinds will they have, though? It doesn't matter, though I would prefer the more acid kind, feel as though I could almost eat a lemon, again, would welcome its acidity. Duff says they also have cheap lighters, the men buy cheap lighters and try to smuggle them, a small deception, and who is harmed? Why do lighters cost so much in England anyway? Suddenly I see I want to buy something for her, a present, to take home to her, and I feel so pleased that this desire is not calculated, was natural, was spontaneous, the wanting to give, for I have too often calculated, too often been unnatural, unspontaneous, and this is the best thing she has done for me, Ginny, that I am more natural now, whatever nature is, but I know what I mean, and for any of the earlier ones, others, I would not have felt this. She releases me, Ginny. What can I buy then? We swing round, edge slowly into the harbor, bounce gently against the old tires on the jetty, and one man secures us to bollards as the chief appears on deck, the first time I have seen him on deck, to supervise the passing on board of the fresh water supply pipe from the same one man, who then comes up to the bridge, greets and is greeted by the skipper warmly, and I ask how long we have, seeing Scouse and a fireman and Mick and Festy and the decky learner already climbing the taffrail and stepping onto land. 20 minutes, says the skipper, no more, no more. I briefly notice a pipe from the jetty the other side, dripping a trickle of effluent which causes and has caused and goes on causing a great semicircle of ripples right across the still surface of the water. Water still, water which is still, is what pleases me. Duff comes ashore with me. I stamp my sea boots on land, not dry land, for there are pools and slush everywhere, but it is solid, the jetty, and it does not move. Duff smiles at my simple reaction, and leads off across the jetty to a road wet and icy with packed translucent snow in ruts, past cars, yes, cars moving with chain tires, familiar enough objects for all their chain tires, 3 or 4 of them moving down the cold wide street of this little town, with its so firm earth, not that there is any earth to be seen. Duff shows me the shop where the lighters are to be had, a gift shop full of 8 or 10 of our crew, looking very much out of place amongst the neat tables set out with all kinds of small fancy goods. The girl behind the counter looks apprehensive, the man, perhaps the owner, looks as if he is restraining anger. I look round quickly at what there is for sale, and fortunately see what I think would please her, a flat, short knife, a palette knife for serving butter or perhaps cheese, stainless steel and black nylon handle, a pleasing design, I think, so I pick it up, am first to the girl with anything, hand it to her with a pound note. She is the first woman I have seen for over a fortnight, but I feel nothing for her, no desire towards her. She wraps the spatula for me, hands me my change in kroner, how many I do not count. It is not the point whether I have been given a fair exchange rate, for I have enjoyed buying, am pleased with what I have bought. Fruit. Shop, oranges, yellow apples. Tins. Yes, in, buy, woman, woman sends for man on hearing me ask if anyone speaks English, he comes, asks politely but flatly if he can serve me, and I give him all my kroner and take oranges and apples and a tin of Israeli grapefruit juice. My mouth aches, the back of my tongue goes dry for the taste of grapefruit juice, most of all quenching, most of all able to satisfy my craving for fruit, clasp the oranges and waxy apples and the tin in my arms, smile thanks at the man, who formally nods and flatly says goodbye. Festy and Johnny are outside, laugh as they see what I have been buying, show me the lighters they have bought for a few shillings each. We walk slowly back to the ship. I eat an apple as we go, not my first choice, I would rather have had the grapefruit juice first, and next the orange, but both these involved trouble in opening, so as I walk I bite into the yellow thick-skinned apple, God knows where they came from, were grown, and they are only passable, as apples considered comparatively, but very welcome now, there are no others to compare with them, does not however satisfy the desire for acid, fruit acid, that I must wait for a Tino penner for, back aboard the ship, 5 minutes early, could have stayed on land another 5 minutes, but must get this tin opened. The snow does not lie on certain slopes, obeying laws I do not wish to understand, remark only on the patterns created apparently at random, what I would call random, that is, but which is a pattern in fact obeying these strict laws of orientation and wind, rain, and incline, immutable laws except when they are changed, the huge rational mess which is nature. Ah, what am I about? Through here she does not buck. The mountains. They change only slowly, but anything is worth watching, is new to me, at this point, who have had little more than the sea to watch, for too long. I stare at these rocks, These glacier ground heights changing slowly as we move down the fjords, not into the land, between the islands and the mainland, really, protected from the rough seas outside, in the clear water, it is called. A black stain ahead of us drifts across the bloom-gray sky and powder-white gullies, from the black smokestack of a ship ahead of us. Duff tells me she is a Greek timber boat, burning coal, filthily, bound for the Mediterranean after taking on Russian softwoods. I wonder that he can know so much. She is far away, to me, but do not doubt he is right. I notice for the first time that Duff has missing the top joint of his right hand little finger, ask him how he lost it, expecting to hear some grisly detail involving perhaps an unbridled warp, but no, he was in a fight in a pub, was knocked out, woke up to find it missing, and eyewitnesses told him it had been bitten off by his Chinese opponent, or one of them. Scouse says he has always told the same story to account for the missing joint. There is no reason to think he is lying. I make an effort to believe him. I believe him. Sometimes we are close to the shore, to a sandy inlet ringed with sheer rock, with one house on a new moon of grass, there seeming no access but from the sea, or we are 20 yards from a cliff whose fall gives a sense of continuing below the sea's level indefinitely, of being the edge of an enormous drop. At other times the land is a long way off, crags and rock islands, outcrops, standing stark in the sea, with farther off the snow on higher crags, protrusions. We gain on the black Greek ship. She does half a knot less than us, so slowly we gain on her. The amount is only noticeable after a long while, every hour or so. Always, the forward view is perhaps corrupted by the screen from her smokestack, the smear of her wake. Now I know these rocks only as shapes, that they are rock is of no point, they drop, but how do I know they even do that? They may climb, everything is relevant only to me, relative only to me, to be seen only from my eyes. Solipsism is the only truth, can be the only truth. A thing is so only because I think it to be so. If I do not think it to be so, then it is not so. This must be the only truth. Belief does not arise. I stand near the after gallows, looking forward along the deck, now lined with bobbins like a great string of baby's beads, to our wash bowing out towards this unfriendly coast. The Greek Kolben nearer now. We shall overtake her on her port, if we do not have to negotiate narrow passages, soon. No one about, the deck strangely inactive, which was the scene of such movement earlier. The deckies sleeping. This first day they have not been on watch 18 hours a day, for 10 days, the deck deserted, few gulls even, as we stalk through these narrow fjords. Her name in Greek and Latin characters, on her stern, the funnel rolling black smoke to landward, a breeze off the sea, across us as we near. The sun sets, is towards setting, is now on our starboard, smudged across with black, now the fingers of the fjords pointed directly at us, still stained, making a dry composition, then again the sun cedes to the intercession of the black outcropped mountains, fills the air with vicarious redness, bursts, as we move into clearer water, the red gold wine of the Greek black sunset, sunsets. The black ship drops astern, the last sun now glinting squarely on one port bridge window. The light now, just there, placing the darker outcrops from the dark sea dark sky, a white line, a lighter line, for some reason drawn across the sea level at the base of the land on the horizon, and across the gaps, too, strange, a line. Car lights progress along the haunch of the fjord side. Towards home, someone is going home, perhaps, as we are, as I am. I who have not seen car lights for weeks, see these and am pleased, almost heartened, by these, wherever they may be going, since I do not know where they are going. The pilot sits quietly, he does not talk as the other pilot did, the one who brought us up through the fjords. He sits, a naval figure in cap and braided coat, quietly. Flute and harpsichord gently from the speaker next to the sal log, delicate, blended sounds, so strange to hear them here, that Malloy should put them out, in this context, at this time, as the radar glows amber, the music a pleasure, my own, a secret pleasure, I do not reveal I am listening, really, just as I could do when I went to concerts with Martin, who taught me about music, what little I know, tried to know, I need no more of these flashbacks, these autopsies performed on the past, I have all that, no, not all, only a part, there is so much, but what I wanted has been achieved, I have been purged of my past, of those things which have hurt me, or enough of them, to make me feel it has worked, this coming to see, that I have no need now to shoot again, I am going home now, this music I can enjoy for its own sake, not for its associations, a blessed relief, that I become more natural, that I relax, somewhat, that the piece ends, coda, resolution. I need to take a deep breath. I straighten from the brass rail, feeling its curved impression still deep in my forearm, lean over against the door of the wireless room and ask Malloy, he says it is Tromsø radio from some 100 miles south, and this reminds him of the new bridge at Tromsø, and that I ought to see it, so he talks to Scouse, and Scouse agrees that this bridge is a wonder, yes, he uses the word wonder, that I ought to see, it is important to see everything that I might never have a chance of seeing again, he believes, then says it'll be worth getting up for, and calculates we'll be under it at about 2 in the morning, and I am not so keen about being awoken at 2 in the morning, to see a bridge, in the dark, but what can I say, they are insistent on doing me this favor, on giving to me. In the crew mess for Sid playing dominoes, more watching, money between them, playing intensely, concentrating. Cheese, bread, margarine on another table, and a pie dish swilling gently with once dried apricots, looking like nothing so much as Redskins' ear holes. Notices on the walls telling me how to extract the oil from livers properly, how to use the self-inflating life raft and mind my mates as I jump. Odd things lie scattered around the transom cabin. I notice Festy's watch on his bunk as I climb up. There is absolute trust aboard, no stealing by or from your mates. A bow of steel or concrete, I cannot tell which, thin, slender, picked out in red lights, not a particularly graceful shape, perhaps its wonder lies in its thinness, I cannot tell, of course, what they see as a wonder. I look round at the city, the hillsides spattered with random patterns, again, of street lights, back at the curve of the bridge, concealing my disappointment from Scouse. Almost I could imagine myself on a cruise now, standing here in the bright northern morning sun, having risen at the sophisticated hour of 11, seeing scenery free which tourists must pay to see in summer, though now the sight is as good, surely, as impressive, at least. The passage of the night has brought us south, into more temperate places, the mountains less uncompromising, gentler slopes, and grass down long sunken valleys, thread-thin larches here and there, and fleeces of firs. Ah, it is a long time since I saw a tree, of any kind, how different, warm, human, they make the landscape. The humps of land, islands, outcrops, stumps, fells, the shapes dictated by the way the glaciers went, the way the ice cap melted, to the south, these shapes tell me, this way the great ice ground us. And now there begin to be more than occasional farms, there are clusters of wooden houses, again painted brightly, upland farms, long and single-storied. And here fresh water runs. The falls we pass now and again run, this far into November they are still not frozen, another thing I have not seen which delights me in its newness, freshness, running water, the falls, the falls. Now I stare at the log, see we have come just 2,000 miles, sea miles that is, and calculate we have about another 1,000 back home. The skipper sees me looking, working it out, grins, now in his more formal passage clothes, says it's a hell of a way to come for a bit of fish. Gulls still follow us, in the expectation of offal, the Arctic skua rides fatly on the swell, past us, inspects our wake, rises to show the white flash on its dun brown wings, beats forward, eyes still on the wake, to overtake us and settle again, the fulmar glides for long periods, following the swell a few inches above it by tilting as the sea determines, whitehead, the eyebrow as though penciled in, the herring gull, no herrings here, nor little else at the moment, thuds flatly around. Powerful wing beat to catch up, wheels, heels in the wind awkwardly, staring you out vicious beak, but most of all the kittiwakes, smaller than any of the others, demure, delicate yellow beaks, some with a smudge behind the eye marking them as juveniles, the eye itself redringed, the only birds I have noticed who will perch, not within reach, certainly, but they will perch on the ship. I do not see the common gull, nor either the lesser nor the great black-backed gull, not the Iceland, not the glaucous, not the Rosses, especially, not the ivory, not the black-headed, not the slender-billed, not the little, not the great black-headed, not Bonapartes, nor yet Sabinas, gulls. I take these words from a book the mate has, the skipper identifies for me, suggests I feed them with scraps to see them more closely, insists I take a photograph of a kittiwake, his favorite, as it glides near us on the bridge. The Norwegian pilot stares ahead, not the one who was on duty last night, his relief, they work in pairs, he stares at the fells, the openings ahead, the clear waters through the fjords. I meditate on the rightness of the derivation of gull, Welsh gwylan, to weep, to wail, the gull a wailer, from its cry, beautiful, exact. At 1, the BBC News, presented by some Foreign Service department beamed at the Middle East, apparently, picked up by us through some freak, or by being on the same longitude, or something, I do not like to ask Malloy, news, preceded by some martial, patriotic music, and read far more pompously than home bulletins, very conscious of presenting an image of Britain to the world. I am not proud of this seems like deception. A cleft mountain to pass through, it seems. Mounting on either side, black, wet. Then out into clear water, the land falls back on either side, an island ahead. Now the sea begins to be choppy, I shall be sick again, I feel it, but not yet, the sea is breaking against the foot of the cliffs as far as distance will show, I shall be sick, the inevitability of it, but I can accept it again, I have lived through it, again, now, before. A band of cloud emerges from a fjord on our starboard, held at a height by mannered air currents, so that I can see the black bases of the wave-washed cliffs below and the snow-covered heads of the mountains above, separated by this band of cloud, this dense drifting mass. One pointed mountain like a triangle on the horizon. Nearer, become three-dimensional, nearly a cone. A curiously rural scene on the deck, as the men pick at the net spread around them, repairing it with wooden braiding needles, hung up with netho case to keep it square, sorting, checking, a rural craft, seemingly, yet this is a modern net, of nylon, Japanese, to a certain extent experimental, trusted to the skipper since he is known not to lose gear often. Some skippers lose a net or more each trip, and nylon is far more expensive than hemp. This is the third voyage that this net has been brought back safely. Duff climbs the rigging, his great feet steadily finding the holds, his hands grasping the shrouds, that small red woolen cap staying on his head despite the wind. He secures the derrick arm, which has landed our cod end all the trip, after it is pivoted upward from its near right angle to nearly parallel with the foremast. The washer has been dismantled and bolted against the bulkhead of the net locker under the whaleback, the fish room hatches are secured, no warps to make the deck dangerous with their sudden grinding movements, the Don buoy, unused this trip, leans roped against the rigging, and the men now work with an easiness that was not in the gutting, talking, and laughing. I realize suddenly that we are not passing one of the towns which lie in between the mountains, or on the slopes, or on a shore, that we are no longer pointed at the next open sea between the fells, but are heading towards a town, and a small boat, tiny standing wheelhouse and motor tires lashed as fenders, is metallically put-putting towards us. So this must be the southern extent of the northern fjords. I should have realized it from the time that we were reaching the southern limits. Duff grins at me, in anticipation, all downhill from here, he says, arcing his arm over the curvature of the hemisphere and grinning wider as I protest at his joke's weakness. Both pilots time their jumps carefully onto the small railed deck, from just forward of the aft gallows. Festi lifts a basket of Burgilts over to the captain of the pilot boat, a tip for the pilots, and receives a fistful of letters to the ship in exchange. The pilots' cases are handed over, the Norwegians disappear into the wheelhouse, the boat revs, and the gap between us wedges out. We turn towards the gaps again. Now the last land I shall see for 3 days left behind, the short day ending. And we begin to rock, in the unease of the seas swelling, I shall not be sick. Now this cold North Sea morning the trawlermen move around the ship cleaning her like charwomen, sousing and scrubbing and burnishing, stoning the gut-stained deckboards until they come up white again, everywhere swilling with hoses, rubbing brass, sweeping with springy brooms. The ship shines with this honest effort. I go on the bridge, but cannot find a place out of me way since the floor gratings are up. I am in these men's way as I never was when we were fishing, nor on passage out. The deck foams with whitening, even the boat deck is occupied by men bashing the filth out of copper mats, my favored place by the jury steering at the stern made untenable by clouds of fiber, dust, dirt. On the whaleback men are busy. When I try to find a place amongst them, I am for the first time cursed for my idleness, the first expressed resentment of my pleasure tripping. Just when I want to think of myself as being, one of them, up and around, there is no place for me, no place, I am replaced in my isolation yet again. At least my bunk is my own, I'll go back there, who only an hour ago rose, from my new non-isolation. No, this is ludicrous, this out-of-placeness is only a reminder of what was. The feeling of having been exorcised returns, rise through me again. Look, I have come through. Come through. It is as though I have at last paid off some vast emotional debt that I had incurred through all my years, that I have earned enough to repay that debt, in these last 3 weeks. But how? I still do not know exactly why I felt isolated, how it had come about that I was isolated, but I do know now that I feel it no longer, that, rather, I accept the isolation, such as it was, can encompass it and move on. No, again, I feel as though I have repaid at usurious interest some debt, which has occupied all my thoughts, all my energy, impossible of limitation or definition, and worst of all, I can never remember having had benefit from the loan in the first place. The lifting of this images fail, and are unimportant, as are the reasons. What use are reasons? To know that one is because, is no more use than knowing one is, and to believe the condition is made any more bearable for knowing why, is to be deluded. It is the condition must be suffered in itself, because of itself, not for any reason. So I eccentrically feel. What use is knowing a reason? I have found few reasons in analysis of my past, so the benefit must have come from the rehearsal of the experiences themselves. Like writing an experience down, it fixes it, takes the hurt out of it. One remembers then that one was hurt, but not the hurt itself. Similarly, what use is it pointing to this ship as a womb, for instance, as a symbol, these men's refuge as well as their purgatory, and all that balls? What use would it be? All this, all reasons, are in the limbo of the unconscious, the no man's land of the unknown, which perhaps soon may be revealed by scientific advance, perhaps not, but now, the concern is always with now, is not known, cannot be known, and concern with it, with reasons, must always be delusion. It is what I am now that is important. Full of pity for the boy I was, recalling the girls my women were. Yes, yes, all those loves and wished for loves, I need never think of you again, have exorcised you, I need never worry about what you did or what I should have done, have distanced you in mind as well as time, you will never enter my thoughts again in the same way, only by accident, by association with the impersonal, I am glad to be rid of you. And I feel it will now be right with her, with Ginny, that it must be right with her, that I have cleared my life or the dead weight of its past, can face her completely, honestly. And it must be right, for this is the last chance I give this bizarre structure of thought and laws and impressions called life, called existence, with its absurd problem, which I no more wish to solve than to have posed. So, towards this vision of a future not more than 5 years off, Ginny as wife, a child, a son, perhaps, the chime sliding down his chin, freedom to work as I have to work, a home, in the far hope of that happiness, I give life one more chance, towards the chance of that future I shall voyage honestly and hopefully. I am only what I am now, I am not what I have been, it is as if I am free to be what I may be, I am not what I shall be, I am what I am now. And things do slowly become better, the vision does come, as I see it, slowly, only have patience with the slowness, more and more belong with the movement forward, which is as well the movement away from my own isolation, if only it can be borne, the slowness of this advance. I should give this feeling form, I should make a gesture of faith in this future, to the nearest thing, which is a woman, which is Ginny, so up. In the wireless room Malloy tells me I can cable £1's worth of flowers from this North Sea position for another £1, I do so. Calm today, Bolaki calm, the skipper says, a useful expression, I think, and sun, diffused albeit, but sun, the disk just discernible, the afternoon brighter than I have noticed it to be for months, the sea almost blue here, as it has not been before, and those who say one area of sea is much like another are quite wrong, the sea can look different far more ways than I realized. A Belgian trawler hauls across us, slowly, fishing in a place which is passage water to us. Staring down into the water, just below the surface I see a large cod, or perhaps it is a sprag, swimming, odd, until I realize it must have escaped from the Belgian's deck. Johnny asks me to take photographs of 2 great spider crabs he has, their legs spanning at least 2 feet, that he has dried out in the engine room and wants to varnish to take home to his children. He stands squarely on the deck outside the galley alleyway door, in his thigh waders with the tops turned down to his ankles, a rough rag filling the gap his smock neck leaves, unsmiling in his flat cap, a formal face for the photograph of him holding his spider crabs. Duff pummels me on the point of my shoulder, points as I round on him, and I see a porpoise mimicking the wave's shape on this calm sea. You can tell it's not a dolphin because it hasn't got a long beak, says Duff. My arm still aches where he has thumped me. When you come ashore, says Duff, you feel 10 feet tall, all these people on land just don't know what life's about. Despite that calmness across the North Sea, we are half an hour late for the evening tide. Tugs park us in order first out in the roads. I can see the lights of a seaside promenade to the south, other lights along the river. We shall go in the morning. I refuse a chance to go ashore, as Festi, Scouse, Stag and Johnny do not, in the tug, to have an extra night in their own beds. We start to move, the tug shepherds us. She rolls, very slightly, and I am sick yet again, the final sickness, the bitterness rises in my throat, no bile, no green bile, I retch twice, am almost glad for this reminder of what I have withstood, and then am recovered, it is finished. I stare from the rail, the sky lightening behind me. Red lights ashore, we head towards red lights with shadowed bulks below them just darker than the sky. And the tower? That square Florentine tower stands high against the sky, its castellations hinted at in outline, its top pointed by a red light. The tug grunts away in front of us, to one side. A clock on a tiny building, between the red lights, which now I see are on diamonds, the lights, their daylight representations, on either side of each lock entrance. The tug eases us towards the left-hand entrance at what seems to be too fast a speed. On the lock side are the shapes of men waiting. They call out as we fill the entrance, as we dully shoulder the right-hand lock wall, call out to Duff, standing honorably, magnificently, at the very point of the whale back. And then we are through, into the outer basin, the tug casts off and we head for a gap in the long row of sheds along the farther side, under our own power. Duff shouts that we must bear slightly to port, the skipper beside me says if we do that we shall only hit the other side. The ship grates slightly on the starboard side. Now we are through and can see our berth, first on the far side of the fish market, open buildings, long, low. And a small group of people waiting where we shall berth, women from the colors of their coats, fawn, red, blue. Mick comes forward with his duffel coat and suitcase, ready to land. Duff's wife and sister-in-law, says the skipper, drawing my attention again to the quay by where we shall berth. It is too far to see faces, he must tell by their coats, fawn, blue, red, another blue, the red just like the coat that Ginny has. Ginny? Can it be her? She could not know what time I was due in, nor even which ship I was on, for I would not tell her. But she could have found out, if she had tried hard enough. Of her own accord she might have tried to break my isolation in the only way it could be broken. Ginny. But is it she? My eyes narrow, strain to see through the early morning light, the mist, the shadows on the quay, to the face of that figure in red. It must be of her own accord, to contain, to accept the knowledge, the certainty. Always with one always starts with I and ends with I. Editor's notes. One supernumerary being Johnson's preferred designation, the crew, to his indignation, insisted on calling him the pleasure tripper. 2 From a letter to Miles Huddleston, a publicist at Johnson's publishing house, written shortly before the voyage. Taken from Jonathan Coe's biography, Like a Fiery Elephant. 3 The unconscious part of the idea-gaining process, meanwhile, is so complex and convoluted and untraceable, broadly, just about everything I have ever seen or read or heard or tasted or crashed into has given me the neurological structures which form the parameters within which the unconscious mind might serve up the starting points for an idea about a story, as to render the question meaningless, or at least unanswerable. 4 B.S. Johnson's dedication to truth-telling often pushed him towards a very straight-faced kind of literalism. It's perhaps fortunate that he hadn't decided to mine or excavate his own memories. 5 CP 28, here I took Duff up again on calling me a pleasure tripper, I who am here to work as hard as anyone, at my own task. Oh, Brian. Really? 6, sorry. 7 deliberately so. CP 172, here, which has the narrator declaring, angrily, that solipsism is the only truth. Trawl. B.S. Johnson, 1933 to 1973, an admirer of Joyce and Beckett, was a novelist whose works combine verbal inventiveness with typographical innovations. His books include Albert Angelo, 1964, Trawl, 1966, The Unfortunates, 1969, and House Mother Normal, 1971.